Chapter 1 Zero Division Captain, 3 months ago. Chapter 1 Zero Division Captain. In the New World, on the turbulent seas, a massive ship cut through the waves. Its enormous flag bore a white crescent-shaped skull, the proud banner of the Whitebeard pirates. This was their main vessel, the Moby Dick, the strongest pirate ship in the world. On the deck, the division captains had gathered, their voices low, their expressions grim. A heavy atmosphere weighed over them. Marco, the first division commander, glanced at the solemn figure sitting at the center.
Oyaji!
The others turned their eyes to Whitebeard as well. It was rare to see him like this. Ever since Roger's execution, the Whitebeard pirates had never issued such an urgent summons. For them all to be gathered, something disastrous had to have happened. Whitebeard exhaled a deep sigh, his massive frame shifting slightly.
Ace!
The words slammed into the deck like thunder. The crew's faces hardened. Whitebeard explained that his informants had finally tracked down Ace's movements. Not only had Ace been defeated by Blackbeard, but that traitor had handed him over to the Marines.
Not only Thatch, but now Ace too.
One captain roared.
That bastard Teach dared to betray us and even work with the Marines. He broke the crew's iron rule. He deserves nothing but death. Let me go, Pops, I'll kill him myself. Me too, Pops, I'll clear our name and cut him down.
One after another, the commanders spoke with burning fury, their killing intent radiating across the deck. But Whitebeard shook his head, his voice like an earthquake.
My sons!
The deck fell into silence, their rage smoldering but trapped by reason. Marco clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it.
Pops!
His eyes gleamed with cold determination. But Whitebeard only placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, his expression softening.
Marco, I know your strength, but there is someone better suited than you.
The captains exchanged confused glances. Someone stronger than Marco, apart from Whitebeard himself, who could that be? Then Whitebeard chuckled, the aura of an emperor returning to his presence.
Have you forgotten? Our crew has a Zero Division captain.
That name sent a ripple through the group. Zero Division Captain. He was a ghost among the crew, a man few had ever seen with their own eyes. Known only as Thorn Ashveil, he had been placed in seclusion under Whitebeard's protection, said to emerge only when absolutely necessary. For years, rumors swirled about him. Some said he was an ancient monster. Others whispered he might even rival legends like Silver's Rayleigh. And today, it seemed, the time had come for him to reveal himself. Just then, the door to Whitebeard's quarters creaked open. Everyone turned. A young man stepped out casually. He wasn't some grizzled veteran nor a legendary warrior. Instead, he looked barely 20. Loose shirt, flip-flops, a hamburger in one hand and a cola in the other, he strolled out as if he had just woken from a nap. Ashveil glanced around, chewing as he sighed. I told the old man to be careful of Teach years ago, but Oyaji always trusted his sons too much.
He's that young. He doesn't look like a fighter at all.
Vista muttered.
Did he trick you, Pops? This brat looks like he can't even throw a punch.
Marco added with a dry laugh. The crew's suspicion was clear, not from jealousy, but from doubt. If Ashveil truly had the strength, they wouldn't mind. But from the way he looked now, he seemed nothing more than a carefree slacker. Whitebeard only grinned, his massive hand patting Ashveil's shoulder. His eyes glinted with mischief.
They won't believe it unless they see it for themselves. Ashveil, why don't you show them a little of your strength?
Ashveil rolled his eyes. Figures. This old man has been itching to see what I've got after all these years. He took another bite of his burger and let out a helpless sigh.
Fine then.
Chapter 2 Is that Conqueror's Haki?
You don't need to move. Leave this boy to me.
Atmos the water buffalo stepped forward. His massive frame loomed like a fortress, twin blades gleaming in his hands as he looked down at Ashveil. Though Ashveil wasn't small, his relaxed figure seemed almost insignificant beneath Atmos's towering presence. The commotion drew the attention of the pirates scattered across the deck of the Moby Dick. Whispers spread quickly among them.
Did you see that kid? That's the Zero Division Captain Pops always talks about. What? That's him. He looks so weak. No way.
The crowd erupted in laughter, convinced that Ashveil was about to be humiliated. In the world of pirates, words meant nothing. Only strength spoke. Age didn't matter, strength decided everything. Ace had become 2nd Division Commander young because he proved his worth. If you were weak, you were replaced. That was the law of the sea. To them, Ashveil was a fraud, a useless slacker who somehow earned Whitebeard's favor. How could such a man carry the title of 0 Division Captain? Ashveil finished the last bite of his burger, washed it down with cola, and tossed the empty bottle aside. He let out a satisfied burp and lazily turned to Atmos, sizing him up.
Atmos, you're too weak. Beating you won't prove I'm the strongest captain here, will it?
His words carried a half-smile, casual and sharp. The deck burst into renewed laughter.
This brat's arrogant. Arrogant without power, that's just suicide. Yeah, he's lighting a powder keg. Atmos will crush him. I'll bet 1,000 to 1 this kid gets flattened.
The odds stacked against Ashveil as laughter and wagers spread through the crowd. Marco narrowed his eyes, activating his observation Haki to its fullest, studying Ashveil closely. Jazu and Vista did the same, but to their surprise they sensed nothing, not even the faint trace of a strong aura. Atmos's anger flared. To him, Ashveil's words weren't just arrogance, they were an insult.
You scared boy.
Atmos growled.
If you're afraid, give up your title. Resign from the 0 Division captain's position and we'll still protect you as part of the crew. Otherwise.
He dragged his blades along the deck with a screech, glaring down at him. Ashveil rubbed his temple, clearly annoyed. He hadn't planned on dealing with Atmos at all. He had wanted to crush Marco, Jazu, and Vista in one go to silence all doubts. But they weren't biting, and now this oaf stood in his way.
Sorry, Atmos.
Ashveil replied calmly.
The 0 Division captain has its privileges. No way I'm giving those up.
Atmos sneered, baffled that Ashveil cared more about free food and wine than the challenge in front of him.
Then die where you stand.
He swung his blade down in a devastating strike, the air itself trembling from the force. The crowd gasped. Atmos wasn't holding back. Marco tensed, blue flames gathering around him as he prepared to intervene. Idiot, don't kill him. Even if he's a fraud, he doesn't deserve this. But before he could move, Marco froze. So did Jazu. So did Vista. Their eyes went wide, jaws dropping as the impossible unfolded before them. The deck, which had moments ago been filled with noise and laughter, fell into stunned silence. Atmos had dropped to one knee. The massive 13th Division commander, Atmos the Water Buffalo, trembled violently before Ashveil. His blades clattered from his hands as his body buckled. A crushing weight bore down on him, heavier than anything he'd ever endured. His vision blurred, ears ringing as waves of dizziness and nausea overtook him. The suffocating pressure forced him lower, sweat pouring down his face until both knees slammed into the deck. His body, once so towering, now seemed small, like a child before an insurmountable mountain.
What is this?
He gasped, but even as the thought formed, he realized the truth. No, this wasn't a devil fruit. This was Heishoku, Conqueror's Haki. The kind of overwhelming willpower said to appear in only 1 in a million people. And it wasn't just any Heishoku, this was monstrous, refined, and absolute. All around them, pirates collapsed, unconscious from the mere presence of Ashveil's aura, and yet he had only released the smallest fraction of it. Had he unleashed his full Heishoku, the entire deck would have been wiped out instantly. Marco swallowed hard, the color draining from his face.
That's...
Vista's lips trembled.
And not just any Heishoku, to suppress Atmos like this.
The realization spread like wildfire among the commanders. They turned toward Whitebeard, who sat with a faint, knowing smile, watching silently. There.
Pubs.
Chapter 333, I Don't Need Armament or Observation Haki, 3 months ago. Chapter 3, I Don't Need Armament or Observation Haki. Whitebeard revealed a satisfied grin.
Gururarara, my sons, I told you the 0 Division captain was strong, but you just wouldn't listen.
His tone carried a mix of pride and amusement. This time, none of the Whitebeard pirates dared to argue. Even Shanks, recognized across the seas for possessing the most overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, had never so effortlessly suppressed one of Whitebeard's captains with sheer will alone. And yet,
So,
Marco's voice cracked slightly as he asked the question no one else dared to. Dozens of curious eyes turned toward Whitebeard.
Gururara, you brats.
Whitebeard's hearty laughter rumbled across the deck. He leaned back, taking another pull from his sake before speaking with rare honesty.
10 years ago, Thorn Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki was already on par with mine. But back then, he didn't know armament Haki or observation Haki.
The crew stiffened.
Whether he surpassed me now.
Whitebeard's smile faded into a look of solemn curiosity. All eyes fell on Ashveil, who slowly retracted his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. The oppressive weight lifted, and Atmos the mighty water buffalo struggled to his feet, drenched in sweat. As the only one who had faced Ashveil's might directly, Atmos was still shaking. That suffocating fear, the primal dread carved deep into his soul, lingered even after the pressure vanished. Atmos bowed his massive head.
You are truly strong, Ashveil. I have no choice but to admit defeat.
Ashveil waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm.
Your strength isn't bad either, Atmos. If it were a little greater, I wouldn't have been able to suppress you with just my Conqueror's Haki.
For someone he might be stuck working with in the future, Ashveil decided to give the man a shred of dignity. After Atmos withdrew, Ashveil turned toward Marco, Jazu, and even Whitebeard himself. Their curious gazes bored into him, and he felt a headache creeping in. Seriously, what have I even been training for these past 10 years? If he told them the truth, that he just wanted to be left alone, to laze around in peace, to live a quiet life with good food, good drink, and a comfortable villa, would Whitebeard really grant him that kind of freedom? Not a chance. If these guys knew his true intentions, they'd probably rush him all at once, forcing him into battles just to
Test.
his strength. No.
For the past 10 years, I've devoted myself entirely to mastering Conqueror's Haki, day and night without rest.
He paused, letting the words sink in.
My Conqueror's Haki has reached its pinnacle. With it alone, I no longer need armament or observation Haki.
At first his words sounded awe-inspiring. The Whitebeard pirates looked at him with admiration, but then Marco blinked, stunned.
Ashveil, are you saying you still don't know armament Haki or observation Haki?
I told you.
Ashveil replied coolly.
I don't need them. One Haki is enough.
The deck fell silent. Marco frowned, his voice grew stern.
Ashveil, I acknowledge your position as Zero Division Captain, but leave Blackbeard to me. Even Shanks himself suffered against him. Without armament and observation Haki, you could fall into one of his traps.
Marco's reasoning was sound. Blackbeard wasn't just strong, he was cunning, ruthless, and unpredictable. No matter how overwhelming Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki was, it wouldn't be enough to crush a man like Blackbeard outright.
Since when did the Whitebeard pirates become so cautious? Honestly, it's troublesome to explain every little thing.
Turning his back, Ashveil waved them off.
Give me 3 days, I'll bring you Blackbeard's head.
With that, he strode away. But before he could get far, a blazing blue flame descended from above, blocking his path. Ashveil tilted his head up. Of course, it was Marco the Phoenix.
I'm sorry, Ashveil.
Marco said firmly.
But Blackbeard isn't ordinary. Until I see with my own eyes that you have the strength to defeat him, I won't let you go.
Jazu, Vista, and even Atmos nodded in agreement, stepping forward to back Marco.
That's right.
Vista added.
Without armament Haki, taking down Blackbeard is too dangerous. Marco's only looking out for you, Captain.
Whitebeard, meanwhile, looked thoroughly entertained, guzzling down sake.
Gururara, it's been too long since my sons had this much fire in them. Marco, Ashveil.
Ashveil rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Whitebeard, the so-called father of this family, had less composure than his crew. Ashveil said at last, his tone weary.
If I defeat Marco, I'm done. I won't accept any more pointless challenges.
It wasn't fear that stopped him, it was sheer annoyance. One by one, sparring against all of Whitebeard's captains sounded like the worst kind of nightmare. For a man like Ashveil who just wanted to live quietly, it was far more unbearable than even facing death. Marco's eyes burned with resolve. He stepped forward, flames licking across his shoulders as he bowed slightly.
Then forgive my impudence, 0 Division Captain.
Ashveil raised an eyebrow, his voice flat.
Make it quick, Marco. Once I'm done with you, I still have to go kill Blackbeard. Don't waste my time, I have a show waiting for me back home.
Chapter 444 Pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, 3 months ago. Chapter 4 Pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki.
Gururarara, this kid is really something. He doesn't even see Marco as an obstacle.
Whitebeard laughed heartily, his massive frame shaking as his voice boomed across the deck.
Quickly defeat Marco, kill Blackbeard, and then watch TV. Haha, what an amusing fellow.
Diamond Jazu's tone carried a mix of amusement and curiosity as his eyes lingered on Ashveil. Marco, however, was no ordinary opponent. Though his demeanor was calm and unassuming, his strength was unquestionable. To defeat him was no easy feat. Flower Sword Vista, gripping his twin blades tightly, let a spark of curiosity flicker across his eyes.
For a moment, it almost felt like this guy, Ashveil, really could defeat Marco.
Jazu shook his head, disbelief etched on his face.
Marco's Phoenix Fruit is too troublesome. His regeneration rivals even a Logia user's intangibility. Without powerful armament Haki, he can't be hurt at all.
Jazu murmured thoughtfully. Vista exhaled sharply, steadying his excitement.
Maybe it was just an illusion,
He said, though unease lingered in his voice.
What do you think, Pops?
Jazu turned to Whitebeard, knowing the old man's opinion weighed more than any of theirs. After all, Whitebeard himself had named Ashveil captain of the 0 Division. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, the faintest curve forming at his lips.
I think the one standing victorious will be Ashveil. 10 years have passed.
The crowd erupted in shock. Whitebeard actually favored Ashveil over Marco. His opponent was Marco the Phoenix, the 1st Division commander, the man who had never feared even admirals. To doubt his victory seemed absurd. Pirates began to chatter nervously among themselves. Even if his Conqueror's Haki is terrifying, without armament or observation, how could he defeat Marco? Betting spread through the ranks. Though Ashveil's odds were no longer 1 in 1,000 like during his fight with Atmos, they still sat at 10-1. A handful of daring pirates placed bets on the young captain, hoping for an upset. The majority, however, still put their faith in Marco. Because who in their right mind would believe that a kid under 20 could topple the Phoenix? While the chatter buzzed, the battlefield shifted. Marco spread his wings, his body bursting into azure flames as he transformed into a magnificent phoenix. His sharp cry echoed, wings beating as he soared directly toward Ashveil. But before Marco could even launch an attack, Ashveil had already moved. There was no hesitation, his will surged. Ashveil's fighting style was unlike anyone else's. He wielded Conqueror's Haki as a direct weapon, faster and sharper than physical strikes. With but a thought, he unleashed it. The suppressed energy within him exploded outward like a collapsing dam. A wave of overwhelming willpower swept across the battlefield, crashing toward the Phoenix head-on. Whitebeard, Jazu, and Vista froze, their eyes widening.
He released such a massive wave of Haki in an instant.
Marco felt the pressure immediately. At such close range, the raw might of Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki struck like a storm. His chest tightened. His instincts screamed danger. But Marco was no novice. He had faced admirals, Yonko, and countless powerful pirates. Clenching his teeth, he steadied himself. It's just pressure, intimidation. His Haki alone can't touch me while I'm in my phoenix form. Blue flames surged around his body, his regenerative aura burning brighter. Then boom! Ashveil's Haki surged forward, condensing into the shape of a colossal fist. It wasn't just intimidation, it carried the weight of a physical blow. The fist slammed into Marco mid-flight, hurling him across the battlefield. Crash! He smashed into the deck with such force that planks shattered, and a massive crater formed in the shape of his body. Gasps filled the air.
Marco!
Pirates gawked in disbelief. The untouchable phoenix had been struck down. Whitebeard slapped his forehead, realization flashing in his eyes.
Of course, this is the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki.
The crowd reeled at his words. Was such a thing even possible, to strike with sheer willpower? Whitebeard's voice grew heavier.
This is a level above mere coding. Not even Roger fully mastered this, but Rox.
A ripple of silence spread across the deck. Rox Dzebek.
This kid.
He clenched his fists, staring at Ashveil with a rare solemnity. He was barely 20, yet his strength rivaled legends. Marco had always considered himself a prodigy. He had risen to 1st Division commander at a young age, commanding respect even from admirals. Yet in this moment, his pride felt hollow. Ashveil was the real genius. But Marco wasn't done.
Impressive.
He admitted, his wings spreading wide, his eyes sharp.
But without observation Haki, you won't see my attacks coming. Let's see how you handle this.
Chapter 5 Shinra Tensei.
So fast.
Jazu exclaimed in astonishment. On the other side, Ashveil's expression remained calm and composed. Without observation Haki, he truly couldn't track Marco's exact movements. But there was more to him. When his Conqueror's Haki had reached 4,000 points, the system rewarded him with an extraordinary skill, Conqueror's Haki passive defense. Whenever someone attempted to harm Ashveil, his body would instinctively mobilize his Conqueror's Haki, surrounding him in a 360-degree protective barrier. Think of it as Gojo's infinity. This was one of the main reasons Thorn Ashveil, despite his laid-back personality, dared to venture into the dangerous seas of the pirate world. Without it, even with the will of a king, he would not have wandered so freely. Even more terrifying was the upgrade he had devised by reading manga. Whenever the protective shield activated and an enemy entered his range, Ashveil could instantly compress and release his Conqueror's Haki in a violent wave of repulsion and attack that hurled opponents back with explosive force. Too lazy to come up with his own name, he simply borrowed one from another world's manga, Shinra Tensei. Marco, in his half-beast phoenix form, burned with azure flames that kept his body aloft as he dived. The distance closed rapidly. 10 meters 9-8. When he was barely a meter away, Marco spun into a kick, his massive clawed leg engulfed in flames. The sheer momentum of his dive carried destructive force, strong enough to shatter a pirate ship. But just before his strike landed, something impossible happened. It was as if Marco's flaming claw had struck solid stone. His attack stopped midair, unable to advance even an inch.
What the hell?
Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. Pain shot through his leg, forcing him to crash down onto the deck, clutching his foot with both hands. He grimaced.
That.
A heavy silence blanketed the Whitebeard pirates. Even Edward Newgate himself frowned in disbelief, his massive frame stiffening as he stared. The captains swallowed hard, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Finally, Vista broke the silence.
How?
He asked, voice unsteady.
I heard Odin once mention something similar. Could this be the barrier fruit?
Jazu speculated. Whitebeard shook his head, his expression growing grave.
No.
He said firmly.
Gururara, I once heard Rox describe this very level. A Haki so powerful it could cover the entire body as a barrier.
Gasps rippled through the crew. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Rox dreamed of achieving this mastery to wield his Conqueror's Haki so freely, yet even until his death he never reached that height. The weight of his words sank in. Ashveil's mastery had already surpassed Rox Dzebek, the King of Kings. Back then, Rox had nearly destroyed the world itself, only to be stopped by the combined might of Roger, Garp, and Whitebeard. And yet, this boy barely in his 20s was wielding Conqueror's Haki on a level beyond Rox. A monster, that was the only word that fit. On the battlefield, Marco, still wincing, looked up only to see Ashveil raise his hand. The Haki in his body condensed into the form of two enormous, glowing hands that pressed him down with overwhelming force.
I told you.
Ashveil said lightly, a smirk tugging at his lips.
My fighting style is simple and direct. I don't need armament Haki or observation Haki.
His eyes sharpened.
Marco, can you rest easy now and let me deal with Blackbeard?
In truth, when Marco's kick had clashed with his shield, Ashveil could have unleashed his Shinra Tensei, blasting Marco across the battlefield. But he had only recently mastered that ability, and the control was still delicate. If he miscalculated and knocked Marco unconscious.
All right, enough already.
Marco groaned, waving both hands.
No more fighting. You win, brat. I lost fair and square.
Even Marco, proud as he was, could no longer deny it. The gap between them was a chasm. He wanted no part of battling a monster like Thorn Ashveil. He laughed bitterly.
Now I believe it. You really don't need armament or observation Haki. You've already surpassed anything we expected.
He turned toward Whitebeard.
Pops, you didn't just bring a monster into our crew, you've brought a monster into the whole world. Gururara.
Whitebeard's booming laugh shook the air.
To think this brat's Conqueror's Haki even surpasses Rox himself. Truly incredible.
His eyes gleamed with approval. The Whitebeard pirates, once cautious, now saw Ashveil as a blessing. To have such an overwhelming fighter as the Zero Division captain was nothing short of miraculous.
Zero Division Captain Thorn Ashveil, I acknowledge you.
Jazu declared, cupping his fists. He had considered challenging Ashveil himself, but after seeing Marco's foot swollen like a club, the thought vanished immediately. Vista stepped forward with sincerity.
With Conqueror's Haki surpassing even Rox.
One by one, the other captains followed suit.
I acknowledge you. Me too. Zero Division Captain.
The voices rose together, carrying respect. Ashveil was satisfied. With this display, no one would pester him for sparring again. Sometimes it was necessary to remind the world of his strength.
Well then, goodbye, everyone.
He called, waving cheerfully as he leapt onto a small boat.
Oi, Ashveil, we haven't shared a drink yet. When you come back, you owe us a few rounds.
One pirate shouted.
That's right, maybe I can't beat you in a fight, but I'll drink you under the table.
Another laughed.
Exactly, when you return after defeating Teach, we'll drink until the barrels run dry.
A final voice rang out.
Be careful when you face Blackbeard Ashveil, don't underestimate him.
The Whitebeard pirates called out one after another, their voices full of sincerity. Ashveil, turning his back to them, felt a strange warmth bloom in his chest. He raised his hand in farewell.
I know, you guys are really troublesome.
Chapter 666 Blackbeard, 3 months ago. Chapter 6 Blackbeard. After Ashveil left, the discussions around him continued to ripple through the ship.
This is great. With Zero Division Captain Ashveil, our Whitebeard pirates will be even more unstoppable.
Diamond Jazu said, fists clenched tightly, his excitement clear.
Haha, now that Ashveil is with us, if anyone dares to cause trouble again like that reckless Kaido will crush them without hesitation.
Marco added, grinning confidently. Vista, the flower sword, looked more solemn.
It's hard to imagine what would have happened if Pops hadn't discovered him first. If this guy had joined an enemy crew.
Whitebeard leaned back on his massive chair, his face calm but his eyes filled with quiet relief. A faint smile tugged at his lips.
I hope Ashveil becomes my lucky star.
He rumbled, his deep voice carrying over the deck.
And helps me win the Great War against the Marines.
The captains exchanged confused glances.
War with the Marines.
Someone muttered. Whitebeard's expression hardened as he slowly continued.
My sons.
The deck fell silent, the captains stared at him with wide eyes.
The day of Ace's execution.
Whitebeard declared.
Will be the day we clash with the Marines to the bitter end.
Only then did they finally understand Pop's true intentions. Hunting down Blackbeard during this critical time could have been disastrous. If they were captured or weakened again, it would only bring more losses to the crew. The war with the Marines was the real reason Pops had chosen to bring forth a Zero Division captain now.
So my sons.
Whitebeard said firmly, his voice carrying the weight of command.
Don't act alone, don't leave for reckless battles. The Marines will announce Ace's execution soon, and when they do.
The captains nodded solemnly, the storm was coming. Meanwhile, Ashveil's small boat drifted steadily across the waves. Sitting at the stern, he opened his system panel. The battles aboard Whitebeard's ship had rewarded him handsomely an additional 400 Conqueror's Haki attribute points. His current total, 50 Conqueror's Haki points. His lips curved slightly. He had broken through the 5,000 threshold, another level unlocked. Ding, congratulations, host. Attribute points have exceeded 5,000. Reward, Devil Fruit 10 draw.
This reward.
Ashveil murmured, eyes narrowing. Unlike his previous skill-based rewards, this was the first time he had been offered devil fruits. Ding, host, do you wish to activate the Devil Fruit 10 draw?
Activate!
Ashveil ordered. At once, a massive roulette wheel materialized within the system's interface, covered in names of countless devil fruit Soen, Paramecia, Logia, and many unique to the system itself. Unlike the real world, this roulette ignored limitations of rarity or duplication. The wheel spun rapidly. One by one, the prizes appeared. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Zoan type, Tanuki fruit. Ding, unfortunately an empty prize. Ding, unfortunately an empty prize. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Paramecia type, search fruit. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Paramecia type, tremor fruit. Ashveil's eyes gleamed. Empty prizes aside, the final reward alone was worth everything. The tremor fruit, hailed as the strongest Paramecia, the same fruit wielded by Whitebeard himself. He scanned the system's description. This version even ignored the curse of the sea, a true masterpiece of power. Ashveil's grin widened. Not only that, but the search fruit caught his attention. Though not as overwhelming as the tremor, it allowed him to sense the approximate location of anyone just by thinking of their name. Perfect for tracking, perfect for hunting. Blackbeard's name immediately came to mind. Yes, this fruit had arrived at the perfect time.
Just wait, Blackbeard.
Ashveil muttered, his voice calm but edged with steel.
You'll be the first target I erase in this pirate world.
His disdain for the scheming, cowardly Teach burned deep. He had watched enough to know Blackbeard was a serpent hiding behind false laughter. As for the other fruits, the tanuki, the hyena, he dismissed them outright.
Seriously, a hyena fruit?
He shook his head, lips curling in disgust.
What am I supposed to do, turn into some twisted animal and bite people? Not happening.
He contacted the system again.
System, I don't want these useless Zoan fruits. Can I trade them for money instead?
Ding, no returns. However, host may convert them into real-world devil fruits. Note, once converted, they regain their natural curse of fearing the sea. Ashveil nodded, that was fine. He had no intention of eating them himself. Converted, they'd fetch a fortune on the black market. In this world, people killed over devil fruits. Even the weaker Zoans could sell for over 100 million berries each. It was easy profit. Far away, on Robina Island, nestled between Dressrosa and the deep sea, Blackbeard lounged inside a plundered villa. Local women, trembling with fear, carried trays of food and wine. None dared look up. The strongest village guards had already been slaughtered like sheep.
Zahahaha, a new era is dawning.
Blackbeard roared, his gapped teeth gleaming with grease as he tore into a slab of pork.
This world will belong to me.
Adorned with gaudy rings on nearly every finger, a pistol at his waist and a bottle of wine in hand, Marshal D. Teach looked every bit the arrogant predator. At his side, a hulking man with a broad chest slammed his cup down, laughing just as loudly.
Weehahaha, even Fire Fist Ace couldn't stand against us, boss. The world's strongest pirate crew and their 2nd Division commander fell at our feet.
This was Burgess, champion of the Blackbeard pirates, his brute strength matched only by his blind loyalty. Another figure, pale and sharp-eyed, tapped his cane lightly on the floor. His black top hat tilted slightly as he spoke.
Blackbeard!
Laffit murmured smoothly.
We only just handed Ace over to the Marines. Won't Whitebeard seek revenge?
For a moment, Blackbeard's smile faded. He paused, eyes dark, before his grin returned with even more menace.
Zahahaha, let him try. Aside from Whitebeard himself, no one can stop me now. Even if Marco comes, he'll fall the same as Ace did. Zahahaha.
Chapter 777 Blackbeard Crew, 3 months ago. Chapter 7 Blackbeard Crew. A young man strolled lazily into the hall, chewing on a pork hock that had originally been prepared for Blackbeard, enjoying it as if this place were his own. The man was none other than Thorn Ashveil, the 0th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The blonde beauty in the villa froze the moment she saw him. Her eyes widened, her lips parted, and her whole body trembled in disbelief. Did this young man have a death wish? Did he not know that these pirates were devils in human skin, killers who slaughtered without hesitation? That very morning, Blackbeard's crew had massacred every last guard on the island, over 100 men gone in a single day. Now, they ruled here as kings, holding the power of life and death over the terrified townsfolk. To displease them was to invite execution. And yet, this stranger, calm and indifferent, was eating food meant for Blackbeard and his men. Her thoughts raced. Is he insane? Does he want to die right here?
Emma!
Blackbeard, who had been laughing boisterously, abruptly stopped. His cruel smile faded as he noticed Ashveil standing before him. One by one, the Blackbeard pirates followed their captain's gaze. The room grew tense, filled with frowns and sharp eyes. Blackbeard didn't move. He didn't need to. Instead, his sickly ship doctor, the infamous Doc Q, shuffled forward with his ever-present horse.
Don't rush, young man.
Doc Q said with a thin smile, his voice faint but laced with malice.
There's plenty of food to go around. Here, take this apple, eat it.
A flash of cold cruelty flickered in his sunken eyes before he slowly stepped back to his seat, snickering. The other pirates chuckled quietly, tearing into their meals while sneaking mocking glances at the newcomer. The blonde beauty clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles pale against her trembling hands, her breath caught in her throat. That apple.
Don't.
She immediately prayed that none of the pirates had heard her. But she underestimated them. The sharp ears of the Blackbeard pirates missed nothing. In an instant, Van Augur, the sniper, leveled his long rifle at her, his cold eyes fixed on her forehead without hesitation. These men had no concept of mercy for women. The blonde beauty froze in terror. Her lips trembled, her knees weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. From that distance, from such a tiny voice, they still heard me.
Bang!
The gunshot thundered like a crack of doom. The bullet tore through the air faster than sound itself, sparking as it split the atmosphere. A deadly straight line of death streaked toward her forehead. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for death. But the killing strike never came. The bullet halted midair, stopped cold by an invisible force. After a single moment of resistance, it slid down and clattered harmlessly to the ground. The blonde gasped, her chest heaving wildly as she sat frozen on the floor. Tears welled in her eyes as the reality sank in. She was still alive. A lazy, almost playful voice echoed in the hall.
Beautiful lady, thank you for the warning. Do me a favor later and have someone clean up the corpses of these scoundrels.
It was Ashveil. The blonde beauty blinked at him in awe. Despite his languid posture and his air of disinterest, he stood tall in that moment, towering like a giant in her eyes.
You should go now.
Ashveil continued casually.
Things are about to get bloody, and it's better that women don't see scenes like this.
She stumbled to her feet and fled toward the exit, her thoughts spinning wildly. Did he just?
Was that?
Blackbeard muttered, narrowing his eyes. The aura had been faint, but it was unmistakable. Then his lips curled into a cold grin.
Are you a member of Whitebeard's crew?
Ashveil met his gaze with disdain, unbothered by the tension.
Don't you bow when you see the 0th Division captain?
His words dripped with contempt. For the briefest moment, Blackbeard stiffened. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the shock faded and was replaced by a mask of calm arrogance.
Zahahaha, so the rumors were true. The 0th Division Captain Whitebeard mentioned.
But while Blackbeard laughed, his crew didn't share the sentiment. Van Augur kept his rifle trained firmly on Ashveil's forehead. Doc Q's hands were hidden behind his back, ready to unleash poison. Burgess flexed his massive arms, eager for combat. Every one of them was prepared to kill at a moment's notice. Ashveil only smiled faintly, recognizing Blackbeard for what he was, a cunning predator, a smiling tiger who concealed his fangs until the perfect strike.
Tell me then.
Blackbeard said, grinning through his gap-toothed smile.
What brings the Zero Division captain here? Speak, and maybe I'll even help you. After all, I was once one of Whitebeard's men too.
Ashveil waved away the pretense.
Blackbeard, I didn't come here to chat. I came for your head. Hand it over quietly and you'll die painlessly. I'll complete my mission and everyone wins. Simple, isn't it?
The mocking smirk on his lips twisted the knife deeper. Blackbeard's grin vanished, replaced by a venomous glare. His body trembled with fury, his voice breaking into a roar.
You want my head? You! Don't make me laugh, you're not qualified to even dream of it.
His crew erupted in cruel laughter, their voices dripping with disdain.
Zero Division Captain, zahahaha, what a joke. He's an even bigger fool than Fire Fist Ace. I hold the power of the dark fruit. With this, I am invincible.
Chapter 8. What Strong Haki. Blackbeard's massive palms were already wreathed in swirling black mist, his face twisted into a mask of arrogance and unrestrained conceit. Doc Q, Burgess, Van Augur, and the others drew their weapons, glaring at Ashveil with predatory intent. None of them had the slightest thought of a fair fight. The Blackbeard pirates had never been ones for honor. Their creed was simple: kill as quickly as possible, using any means necessary, even if it meant discarding their dignity. It was this ruthless pragmatism that had allowed them to rise so quickly and expand their influence across the seas.
Kid, it's not too late to regret it.
Blackbeard sneered, his tone sly even in the face of confrontation.
You're the Whitebeard Pirates' Zero Division Captain. Join me, and I'll grant you a place under my banner. What do you say?
Ashveil looked at him with nothing but contempt, as though Teach's words weren't even worth considering.
A pitiful, ungrateful fool like you.
Ashveil replied coldly, his disdain cutting sharper than any blade. In Ashveil's eyes, Blackbeard, someone who would abandon his dignity for the sake of victory, could never be called the strongest. The true strong stood unwavering before their enemies, advancing without hesitation. To retreat was to betray the very essence of strength. Without another word, Ashveil released his Conqueror's Haki.
Scum, don't get in my way. You're nothing but an annoyance.
He said, his voice calm but laced with icy disdain. The air itself trembled, as though the world had sensed a terrifying will. Centered on Ashveil, a tidal wave of raw pressure burst outward. The entire villa shuddered as if caught in a howling hurricane. Blackbeard's dining table, the walls, and every last object inside the building were blasted into the air before being torn apart. The villa could not withstand such overwhelming force. With a deafening crash, the entire structure collapsed into rubble, fragments scattering like leaves in the storm. The sudden onslaught left Blackbeard's crew stunned, their bravado vanishing in an instant. This destructive might.
To save you the trouble of resisting, I'll simply increase the intensity.
He said softly, a cruel curve tugging at his lips. The pressure thickened, becoming heavier and more suffocating. Doc Q's face paled further, his lips trembling as he forced out broken words.
This.
With a heavy thud, Doc Q collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
Doc Q, get up, damn it.
Blackbeard bellowed in disbelief.
What kind of joke is this? Conqueror's Haki can't possibly knock out my commanders.
Even Whitebeard himself, the strongest man in the world, couldn't guarantee that his Conqueror's Haki alone could incapacitate a fighter of Doc Q's rank. Yet before Blackbeard's eyes, his subordinate lay unmoving. Van Augur staggered next, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. His usually calm expression broke as fear flickered in his eyes.
A mere young man.
His words faltered as his knees buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Blackbeard's eyes widened, his disbelief only growing. Doc Q fainting could be explained by his sickly constitution, but Van Augur, calm, precise Van Augur, undone by Haki alone. It was the first time Teach had ever seen Conqueror's Haki used with such devastating effect. Ashveil tilted his head, a faint smile playing at his lips.
Not bad, the Blackbeard pirates are stronger than I expected. It seems I won't need to hold back.
In Blackbeard's eyes, that smile was nothing short of terrifying. Another surge of Haki erupted, the island itself trembling beneath the weight of Ashveil's will. Shockwaves rippled outward in waves, crashing against everything in their path. Even Blackbeard, who prided himself on his iron will, found his hands shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat drenched his brow. Impossible.
Now the pests are gone. It's just you and me, Blackbeard teach.
At the same time, the villagers of Robina Island gathered in the forest a kilometer away, watching through binoculars. Village Chief Rona's hands trembled as he observed the aftermath of Ashveil's power. Beside him stood Lily, the blonde woman who had once warned Ashveil about the explosive apples.
Lily, I never believed anyone could oppose Blackbeard's pirates.
The chief whispered, his voice shaking with awe.
That man.
Handing the binoculars to Lily, he watched her reaction. She raised them to her eyes, her lips parting in disbelief as she saw the fearsome Blackbeard pirates lying defeated at Ashveil's feet. Her voice quivered with excitement.
Hey.
Chapter 999, The Villagers, 3 months ago. Chapter 9, The Villagers. The villagers scattered across the island raised their telescopes, their hands trembling as they tried to witness the impossible. Those pirates who had once terrorized them, who they could never hope to defeat, now lay sprawled in the dirt like broken dolls bleeding, groaning, their spirits shattered. One man had done this.
This young man.
A villager muttered, lips quivering as the question spread like wildfire. Everywhere they looked, the island quaked under the sheer force of his presence. Each step he took carried weight, each strike threatened to reshape the battlefield.
This is the kind of power.
Someone finally gasped, his voice cracking. The mere mention of that title froze hearts. The 4 Empress Pillars of the New World, absolute rulers of the seas, legends who even the Navy feared.
My heavens.
An older man whispered hoarsely.
First, that band of vicious New World pirates came bringing ruin. And now, a warrior who may serve under a Yonko arrives to slaughter them.
Prayers spilled from trembling lips. Let him be merciful.
Don't worry.
She said softly, more to herself than anyone else.
He's here to save us.
Ashveil stood firm, unaware of the whispers echoing across the island. His eyes were locked on the man before him. There was only one thought in his mind: end Blackbeard Teach. Teach was trembling, but not with fear. His men had been swatted aside like insects, Burgess included, his mighty frame knocked unconscious in seconds. And yet, Teach's grin split wider.
Zihahaha, you think all my years of patience and struggle were for nothing? You think I'll fall to a greenhorn like you?
His tone brimmed with manic defiance. Even cornered, the shadow of fighting spirit burned in Blackbeard's eyes.
I'm no coward, boy. In Whitebeard's crew, aside from Pops himself, I Marshal D. Teach fear no one. You may wield Conqueror's Haki, but it won't be enough to bring me down. Isn't that right?
Darkness pooled beneath his boots, thick and writhing like a living thing. Ashveil tilted his head, momentarily surprised. He had expected the man's bravado to crumble, for Teach to beg and plead like the coward he was known to be. Instead, the grin and the madness returned, full force. Good. Ashveil's lips curved into a faint, approving smile as he strode forward, his presence suffocating the air.
That's better, Teach. If you had folded so quickly, this would have been dull. Zihahaha, don't get ahead of yourself, brat.
The battlefield darkened. Tendrils of abyssal mist erupted outward, the forest a kilometer away trembling under the pull of unseen gravity. Trees groaned and villagers clung desperately to the ground, fear rising with every heartbeat. Village Chief Law's face grew pale.
This is bad.
Through the telescope, Lily kept her eyes on Ashveil. He stood just as he had from the start, calm, steady, almost serene. That faint smile had not left his lips, her chest eased.
He isn't afraid.
She whispered.
So we don't have to be either.
Zihahaha.
Teach's laughter rang like broken steel.
Your observation, Haki, is pathetic. My darkness already coils around you, and you didn't even notice it.
Ashveil glanced down at the black haze swirling over his feet. His face did not twitch.
Observation, Haki, I don't have it.
He raised his gaze to Teach, disdain dripping from his tone. Teach's laughter rang like broken steel. Your observation, Haki, is pathetic. My darkness already coils around you, and you didn't even notice it. Ashveil glanced down at the black haze swirling over his feet. His face did not twitch. Observation Haki, I don't have it. He raised his gaze to Teach, disdain dripping from his tone, but even without it.
Fool, to reveal your weakness in front of me die, boy, dark vortex.
The darkness surged like a collapsing star. Gravitational force screamed across the island, pulling trees, rocks, even pieces of the earth itself toward the void beneath Ashveil's feet. Villagers were nearly swept away, clinging desperately to roots and trunks. At the eye of the storm stood Ashveil, unmoving, unflinching. As the pull grew, he yawned.
Die under my dark vortex.
Teach screamed again, sweat pouring down his neck. The gravity howled louder, but Ashveil remained untouched. It was only then that Teach realized. The boy's Conqueror's Haki wasn't just resisting, it was overwhelming his darkness. Like an equal and opposite tide, Ashveil's spirit simply refused to yield. Had he wished, Ashveil could have molded that darkness itself into his own weapon.
Pathetic.
Ashveil said flatly.
If this is all you have, then you can't entertain me.
His eyes hardened.
Enough, let's end this.
The sky cracked with pressure. A massive Buddha-like palm of translucent energy manifested above, born from Conqueror's Haki itself, its presence blotting out the heavens. Teach's observation Haki screamed warnings at him, terror flashing through his eyes.
This.
His voice shook as the shadow fell upon him.
Conqueror's Haki.
The very technique Roger himself once spoke of long-range Conqueror's Haki coding. Sweat drenched Blackbeard's back, his teeth chattered as he stared at the colossal force about to descend.
If I take this head-on.
Chapter 10 Deception and Acting, 3 months ago. Chapter 10 Deception and Acting.
Release.
The darkness that had swallowed everything was suddenly unleashed as Blackbeard Teach expelled the matter he had drawn into his dark hole. Chunks of debris and shattered matter hurtled skyward, colliding violently in an attempt to resist Ashveil's overwhelming strike. Boom! The surge of black matter met the colossal Buddha-like palm in the sky. The impact triggered a massive explosion, scattering fragments and burning away their strength until they plummeted uselessly to the earth. Teach's face turned ashen. His proud ability dark fruit, the very power he had gambled his ambitions on, was useless against Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki. Yet even cornered, Blackbeard was unwilling to submit. He drew on the very depths of his devil fruit power, forcing his body to endure the crushing pressure as he formed a monstrous storm of darkness. His aura grew, oppressive and twisted, pushing him past his own limits.
Darkness!
Blackbeard roared.
Zehahaha, Ashveil, didn't expect this, did you? I've become stronger, Zehahaha.
Robina Island groaned under the weight of their clash. Winds howled wildly, the sky dimmed until it resembled eternal night, and the terrified villagers gazed up in despair.
Doomsday, this is the end of the world.
Panic spread like wildfire. Even animals fled in a frenzy. Birds scattered, beasts trampled through the forests, and those too close to the battlefield were dragged screaming into the swirling abyss of Blackbeard's power. From a distant ridge, villagers peered through telescopes, only to see the lenses consumed by pitch black. Clinging desperately to the trunk of a thick tree, Lily struggled to hold her ground against the raging storm. A dreadful thought consumed her. If Blackbeard triumphed, what awaited them would be nothing but slaughter. In the sky, the transparent Buddha palm of Conqueror's Haki collided fully with the dense tide of darkness. Thunder split the heavens. Jagged bolts of lightning fell like divine judgment, illuminating the battlefield in terrifying bursts. Rumbled. The sky convulsed, but slowly, unmistakably, the light began to return. Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki pressed down harder, breaking apart the chaos of darkness until the balance was shattered. Ashveil's lips curved slightly, and with a subtle motion, the radiant palm doubled in size and came crashing down. Teach's eyes bulged in horror.
This!
The colossal palm slammed into him with earth-shaking force. The ground of Robina Island convulsed, splitting apart as dust and rubble soared skyward. When the smoke cleared, a massive palm-shaped crater scarred the island. Ashveil approached slowly, peering into the ruins. Blackbeard lay broken, his body mangled and blood streaming from his mouth. His eyes, wide with fear, locked onto Ashveil. It was unthinkable, unreal that such terrifying strength belonged to one so young. This boy's Conqueror's Haki eclipsed even his strongest attacks.
0 Division Captain.
Teach coughed, his voice trembling. Ashveil's expression remained cold as ice.
Teacher,
He said evenly.
I already told you today is the day you die. I'll give you one last chance. End yourself. That way your death will be quicker.
The words, spoken with chilling calm, made Blackbeard's heart seize with terror. He knew Ashveil meant it. Another strike from that monstrous Buddha palm and he wouldn't survive. Desperation consumed him. He forced himself upright, only to collapse to his knees before Ashveil, clutching at his legs in pitiful surrender.
Captain Ashveil, for the sake of the time we once shared as Whitebeard pirates, please spare me.
His sobs were desperate, his groveling pathetic. But Ashveil didn't waver. He knew Teach all too well. Every word, every gesture, it was all an act. Unlike Whitebeard, Ashveil held no illusions of misplaced compassion.
Don't kill me, please. I can save Ace. I can contact the Marines and have him brought here.
Teach shouted suddenly, seizing on his final gambit. Ashveil narrowed his eyes. Teach dragged himself closer, his breath ragged.
Don't!
But as he raised his hand, his expression twisted.
Dark water!
With a sudden shift, Teach gathered every drop of his remaining strength, condensing his darkness into his fist as he lunged straight for Ashveil's forehead.
Ace is already locked away and impelled down. You'll never save him. Zahahaha.
His voice rose into a manic laugh, blood spilling from his lips.
You're too naive, Captain Ashveil. Without observation Haki, you'll never see this coming. Now pay the price for your arrogance.
The strike was close, barely a meter from Ashveil's head. But then it stopped. Blackbeard's eyes widened in disbelief. His fist pressed against an unseen force, an invisible barrier that wrapped Ashveil completely in a flawless shield.
What?
Teach gasped, unable to move forward. His mind reeled, then the truth struck him like lightning.
This!
Ashveil had turned the raw force of his will into absolute defense. Attack and defense, united perfectly. It was a mastery Teach had never even dreamed of, something only legends could reach. For a fleeting moment, the sight of the young man standing before him conjured memories of another terrifying figure, Rox D. Zebek. Not even Whitebeard or Roger had wielded Conqueror's Haki in this way. Ashveil's smirk deepened.
Correct, Teach, as a reward.
Chapter 11, 1111, The Pirate Who Shouldn't Have Fallen. Blackbeard Falls, 3 months ago. Chapter 11, The Pirate Who Shouldn't Have Fallen. Blackbeard Falls. With a loud crash, Blackbeard was hurled into the sky and then slammed to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Blood and broken teeth scattered across the dirt. His body was mangled, twisted with pain, his once imposing figure reduced to a bleeding wreck. His coat was torn to shreds, his flesh covered in deep cuts, and his left hand was missing several fingers. Even the pistol strapped to his belt and the flask of wine he always carried were nowhere to be found.
Man's dreams.
He gasped, each word choked with blood. Standing over him, Thorn Ashveil curled his lips in disgust. He couldn't understand how someone as vile and selfish as Teach could speak about dreams with such conviction. To Ashveil, Blackbeard was nothing but a petty, greedy man who betrayed anyone and anything for his own gain. Not far away, in the forest about a kilometer east of the battlefield, a young woman named Lily raised her binoculars again, peering nervously at the chaos.
Hey,
She exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. The villagers gathered with her gasped in relief. For them, this was more than a victory, it was justice. Blackbeard and his crew had slaughtered countless residents of the island. His downfall felt like retribution. The village chief snatched the binoculars and stared. Seeing the infamous pirate sprawled in the dirt, his body in ruins, left him speechless. He swallowed hard, his throat dry with disbelief. The chief muttered. Back at the battlefield, Ashveil approached the dying Teach, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips.
Remember this.
He said calmly.
It was Shinra Tensei.
He paused, then added.
And I laced it with the power of the tremor fruit. You'll feel it soon enough.
True to his nature, Ashveil preferred not to waste energy on enemies once they were defeated. Normally, he would have left after securing victory. But Teach wasn't just any opponent. He was one of the characters Ashveil despised most in all of history. So he went further, infusing his attack with the destructive vibrations of Whitebeard's fruit, combined with his own Conqueror's Haki, letting the energy tear through Teach's body from the inside. As for Blackbeard's crew, they had already collapsed under the pressure of Ashveil's Haki. He finished them swiftly before departing. Back aboard his small boat, Ashveil sighed. He once again used his Haki to propel the vessel across the waves. He muttered, though moving the boat with Haki wasn't exhausting for him, the sheer tedium annoyed him.
Wouldn't it be nicer to just lie down and nap while someone else does the work?
But before he could get far, a disturbing sound echoed across the island. Against all odds, Blackbeard Teach stirred. His immense willpower dragged his broken body into a sitting position. Gasping for air, he coughed blood but managed a twisted grin. From the forest, Lily nearly screamed. Her hands trembled as she clutched the binoculars.
He's.
The villagers froze, their blood running cold. If Teach survived, it meant only one thing: disaster would return to their island. The chief snatched the binoculars once more, but the sight before him froze him in place, his jaw slack. Just as Teach tried to rise, the hidden power inside him awakened. The tremor fruit vibrations Ashveil had embedded began to tear through his body. Unlike Whitebeard, who released the power outward, Ashveil had infused it into Teach's very cells. Bones shifted unnaturally, snapping one after another under the crushing force. His limbs bent grotesquely, his screams echoing across the entire island. His body writhed in agony, his shrieks sounding less like a man and more like a dying beast. Then, with one final shudder, the vibrations intensified. His body cracked apart and in an instant burst into dust, scattering into the sea breeze. Lily lowered her binoculars, her face pale. Her body froze as if paralyzed. The villagers beside her shared the same horrified expression. None of them had ever witnessed such a terrifying, unnatural death. The chief finally swallowed hard.
That young man.
Lily, still staring in the direction Ashveil had gone, whispered under her breath. Her expression was conflicted gratitude and fear battling within her. Thus, the Blackbeard pirates were annihilated. Thorn Ashveil's intervention had quietly shifted the balance of the seas, altering the course of history itself. Out on the waves, Ashveil leaned back on his small boat and pulled up his system panel. A new reward notification blinked brightly. He opened it with anticipation. As expected, slaying Teach and his crew had increased his Conqueror's Haki by another 300 points, bringing his total to nearly 5,400. A new skill appeared as well. Flash instantly moved to any point within 100 meters. Ashveil smirked. A spatial ability like this was invaluable, both for chasing enemies and escaping danger. But just as satisfaction washed over him, his stomach growled loudly.
Of course, I miscalculated again.
He glanced around the sea, spotting fish occasionally leaping from the waves. With a flicker of Haki, he could easily stun them. But cooking, that was out of the question.
Even if I starve, I'm not cooking.
He muttered with a laugh. By morning, after a long night of hunger, Ashveil activated his search fruit. His eyes lit up as he detected a marine vessel 200 kilometers southeast. A grin spread across his face.
Perfect, a marine ship. I've been in this world for years and I still haven't tasted their food.
He chuckled, steering his boat toward the distant target.
My mission with Teach is complete, and Ace's execution hasn't even been announced yet. Might as well eat my fill before the next storm arrives.
Chapter 12, 12:12, The World Shaken by His Name, 3 months ago. Chapter 12, The World Shaken by His Name. At that moment, Ashveil lay lazily on his small boat, channeling his Conqueror's Haki outward with full force. Though the vessel was tiny, the overwhelming energy propelled it forward with incredible speed, splitting the sea behind him into towering waves. Unbeknownst to him, while he was chasing after a nearby marine warship, the events on Robina Island had already spread beyond imagination. Not long after Ashveil's departure, a news reporter with large wings stood amidst the ruins of the battlefield. With a transponder snail in hand, he dialed the number of the World Economic Journal.
President Morgans, I've discovered a monumental story here on Robina Island.
The winged reporter, Bichai, declared, unable to contain his excitement. In his office, President Morgans, the towering albatross who ran the world's largest news agency, sipped at a cup of coffee. At first, his tone remained calm and unimpressed.
How many times have I told you, bitch? A journalist must stay calm in the face of news, just spit it out. No theatrics, no suspense. Very well then.
Bichai said, practically shouting into the receiver.
The Blackbeard pirates.
Morgans choked, spitting coffee all over his desk. His sharp eyes widened in disbelief. The entire office fell silent. Everyone nearby froze, staring at him. The fact that Morgans himself had lost composure meant one thing, another world-shaking headline.
What did you just say? Blackbeard teach? The same man who defeated Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander.
Morgans demanded, his voice sharper than steel. Bichai grinned smugly on the other end.
Ha ha ha, just a moment ago you told me to stay calm, President, but you sound even less calm than me right now.
Morgans ignored the jab, leaning forward with intensity.
Confirm this immediately. Are you certain it was Blackbeard, the one who captured Ace?
Bichai's tone grew serious.
Yes, sir. It was indeed Marshal D. Teach.
A dangerous glint flashed in Morgan's eyes.
Stay on the scene, gather more information. I'll dispatch additional reporters at once. This is the scoop of the decade.
That night, after hours of interviews with terrified locals, a report was drafted. Morgans himself personally finalized the article and set the headline in bold letters across the front page. Mysterious youth annihilates Blackbeard pirates, suspected 0 Division captain of Whitebeard's crew. The newspaper was printed and distributed across the world by dawn.
10 years ago, I received whispers of this boy.
Morgans murmured to his staff. His massive wings twitched with excitement as he held the first printed copy in his talons.
A report claimed that a child, no older than 10, displayed Conqueror's Haki rivaling Whitebeard himself. I dismissed it then.
The room filled with gasps. 10 years old, comparable to Whitebeard, the strongest man alive, the revelation shook even veteran reporters to their core. Across the seas of the New World, news gulls scattered the papers to their subscribers. In less than a day, the world was buzzing. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in his office, brow furrowed as he read the latest edition. His expression grew darker with every line. Vice Admiral Garp walked in, catching sight of his old friend's unusual look. Curious, he leaned over and snatched the newspaper from Sengoku's desk. The image on the page showed a distant photograph. A young figure standing tall while Blackbeard Teach's bloodied body lay in ruins beside him.
Ha ha ha!
Garp's booming laughter filled the room.
That scoundrel Blackbeard finally got what he deserved. A man like him should have been crushed long ago.
The thought of Blackbeard capturing Ace still burned in Garp's chest. If not for his duty as a Marine, he would have torn Teach apart with his own fists. Sengoku glared at him.
Enough, Garp. Don't act like a fool. This isn't just some random pirate. The one who annihilated Blackbeard might be the legendary 0 Division captain of Whitebeard's crew.
Garp's laughter faded. He raised an eyebrow.
That shadow we kept hearing about, I thought he was just a myth.
Sengoku shook his head.
I've heard Whitebeard mention him personally. And now, at such a critical time, this figure emerges.
He pressed his palms together on the desk, his tone heavy.
If this youth truly possesses such power, then he might already be at admiral level.
The words hung in the air. Sengoku's anxiety deepened. They were already preparing for the inevitable clash with Whitebeard. Now, with this mysterious captain appearing, their odds of victory dropped further. Sengoku rubbed his temples.
Why do the strong always choose piracy? With that kind of potential, he could have risen to the top as a Marine.
Garp's eyes dimmed at those words. He thought of his grandson's Luffy, chasing his dream of becoming Pirate King, and Ace, captured and awaiting execution. His chest tightened, sorrow weighing on him. Without a word, he turned and walked out of the office.
Garp!
Sengoku barked.
Remember your position. You are a Marine. The last thing we need now is more recklessness.
Garp stopped at the door, his fists trembling. His voice was low but filled with restrained fury.
If not for this uniform, Sengoku.
Sengoku's shout echoed down the hall, but Garp didn't look back. Alone in the office once more, Sengoku exhaled deeply, staring down at the photo of Thorn Ashveil, his brows knitted tighter than ever. The Zero Division Captain. Chapter 13, 1313, The Sea Reacts, 3 months ago. Chapter 13, The Sea Reacts. Above Onigashima in the New World, lightning crackled through the skies, illuminating the giant skull-shaped fortress and giving the entire island an eerie, terrifying aura. Inside, Kaido sat drinking sake from his gourd. After hearing the latest report read aloud by one of his men, his lips curled into a disdainful sneer.
Ha ha ha, Zero Division Captain? He only killed a newly appointed warlord of the sea and now they're praising him to the heavens. Those fools at the news agency will say anything to sell papers.
He took another swig of sake, then slammed the gourd onto the floor with a thunderous crack.
If he got the guts, he should come to Onigashima and try. He's still far too weak, brat.
The pirates around him froze in fear. None dared move a muscle. Their Kaido-sama often went on drunken rampages several times a day, each one terrifying enough to leave even his own subordinates trembling. If they weren't careful, they might be struck down by his kanabo without warning. Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom received the same news. She halted mid-bite, her enormous jaw still chewing before slowly stopping.
This little brat, is he really as strong as the papers say?
She muttered with suspicion. Prospero, wearing his usual colorful top hat, stepped forward and bowed deeply.
Reporting, Mama, I've already spoken with Morgans. The report is accurate. This brat is at least on the level of a Yonko first mate.
Mama, interesting. So strong and he looks to be in his 20s.
Big Mom laughed heartily, her mountain of flesh jiggling with every sound. Her greedy eyes gleamed.
Prospero, you say this brat is so strong.
Sweat trickled down Prospero's forehead. To capture someone of that strength.
Yes, Mama, I'll see to it immediately.
He replied with forced calm, bowing before retreating quickly. Far across the seas, a black flag marked with a one-eyed skull fluttered in the wind. It was the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. Early that morning, Shanks had been roused by Beckman. Stretching and yawning, Shanks grumbled.
Oi, Beckman, can't you let a man sleep? I drank until dawn yesterday. Why are you waking me now?
Beckman didn't answer at first. He took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled, and smoke curled lazily into the air. His expression was serious.
Shanks, you'll want to see this. It's about Blackbeard.
At the mention of that name, Shanks' easygoing smile vanished. He snatched the newspaper and scanned the headlines. His eyes narrowed.
What's Blackbeard?
His voice was sharp with disbelief. Others might not fully grasp the danger of Marshal D. Teach, but Shanks knew. That man was cunning, ambitious, and monstrous. Even Shanks himself still bore scars from their past encounter. He had warned Whitebeard long ago to stop Ace from pursuing Blackbeard. Whitebeard hadn't listened, and that stubbornness had led to Ace's capture. But now,
This sea is changing fast, Captain. More interesting by the day.
Shanks folded the paper, a rare intensity flashing in his eyes. A surge of Conqueror's Haki rippled out, shaking the very ship.
I want to meet this Zero Division captain. If he really killed Teach.
Unaware of the chaos his actions had caused, Ashveil was 2 hours into chasing down a marine warship. By the time he caught up, his tiny boat was on the verge of falling apart. He scratched his head sheepishly, staring at the ruined vessel. His stomach growled.
Guess I used too much strength again.
Spotting the warship ahead, Ashveil activated his Conqueror's Haki. With a burst of force, his body was launched through the air, landing effortlessly aboard. Guided by his search fruit, he quickly located the mess hall. It wasn't mealtime yet, but the kitchen was already filled with steaming dishes. Braised prawns, roasted chicken, duck legs, rich seafood, even foie gras and sushi.
Marine headquarters sure is living large. If this is what the regular soldiers eat, I could stay forever.
Ashveil grinned, rubbing his hands before digging in. He ate, devouring everything in sight.
Holy, this prawn is incredible. I should kidnap the chef and have him cook for me every day. And this duck leg.
By the time he was full, noon had arrived. Marines came flooding into the mess hall, sweaty from training, and began devouring their own meals without even sparing him a glance. Ashveil blinked in confusion. He had expected them to recognize him as a pirate and attack immediately. Instead, one veteran soldier barked at him, mistaking him for a recruit.
Hey, new guy, you just joined headquarters yesterday, right? Wear your uniform properly or you'll be punished by the officers.
Suppressing a laugh, Ashveil nodded.
Got it, I'll change right away.
He slipped out quietly, activating his search fruit again to find an empty dormitory. Choosing a single room, he collapsed onto the bed with a sigh.
Not bad, window faces the sun.
Pulling the covers over himself, he dozed off without a care. His passive defense ability ensured that nothing could harm him, even in his sleep. Until
What kind of idiot ruins my nap?
he muttered irritably. As soon as he answered, loud cheers blasted through.
Ashveil, you're amazing. You actually wiped out Blackbeard's crew.
Marco's voice rang with excitement.
Yeah, seeing that bastard in the papers, beaten so badly, it felt great.
Diamond Jazu added.
As expected of the Zero Division captain, I thank you on Ace and Thatch's behalf.
Vista shouted with admiration. Suddenly, Whitebeard's booming laugh cut through their chatter.
Gururara, quiet down, you brats, let me speak to him. Oi, little Ashveil, you're on your way back, we'll hold a feast in your honor.
The Whitebeard pirates had received the same papers. Seeing the headline of Blackbeard's annihilation had sent them into a frenzy of joy. Ashveil chuckled.
Not back yet, Pops. The Marines' food is just too good. I'm freeloading on one of their warships right now.
There was a stunned silence on the other end.
What? You just killed Blackbeard and now you're messing with the Marines.
Chapter 14, Arrival at Dressrosa, 3 months ago. Chapter 14, Arrival at Dressrosa.
Hey kid, don't be so arrogant. Come back quickly. If the Marines catch wind of this, they might arrest you.
Whitebeard's voice rumbled through the den mushy, carrying a note of concern.
Don't worry, old man, I know what I'm doing. I'll be back as soon as I've eaten my fill here, haha.
With that, Thorn Ashveil hung up the call.
You brat, you must come back immediately.
Whitebeard's voice cut off, replaced by the steady click of the busy signal. The old man sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Ashveil was remarkable in many ways, but he had one flaw: he was far too much of a slacker. To him, nothing in the world was more important than eating, drinking, sleeping, and playing. Controlling him was impossible. Even 10 years ago, his Conqueror's Haki had already been on par with Whitebeard's own. After ending the call, Ashveil sprawled back on the bed and resumed his nap, sleeping soundly until dinner time. He woke naturally with a yawn, stretching as the sun dipped lower.
Dinner time again, haha. The food here's decent, but without a visual den mushy or game console, it gets boring fast.
When he entered the mess hall, the Marines were still drilling. They wouldn't eat until 6 o'clock sharp. After the exercise ended, the mess hall quickly filled with uniformed men. This time, Ashveil wasn't feeling drowsy, so he leaned against a wall, lazily observing the crowd and eavesdropping on their chatter. Most of the conversation was trivial complaints about the intensity of Marine training, how unbearable Akinu's temper was, or tips for avoiding seasickness. Interestingly, no one bothered to remind him about not wearing a uniform anymore. Ashveil smirked at that. With no entertainment to occupy him, listening to their lives was at least mildly amusing. But when a Marine colonel mentioned a certain name, his attention sharpened instantly.
That's right, Ace's execution date will be announced soon. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates are sure to make a move. Our job is to wipe them out once and for all.
The colonel declared firmly. A lieutenant colonel nearby frowned.
But if that happens, we'll suffer heavy losses too.
The colonel fell silent for a moment before gazing ahead in the direction of their course.
That's why our mission this time is crucial. We've been dispatched to recruit one of the Shichibukai Doflamingo. If we bring him to Marineford, his power will give us the edge we need. I heard Doflamingo's arrogant.
The lieutenant colonel muttered.
When we reach Dressrosa, we should avoid provoking him. Best not to cause friction at such a delicate time.
Ashveil's eyes glimmered with interest. So the warship he had boarded was heading to Dressrosa, and their task was to summon the heavenly demon himself, Don Quixote Doflamingo. A slow grin tugged at his lips.
If the Marines want Doflamingo, then I'll make sure he ends up on my side instead.
Activating his search ability, Ashveil confirmed it would take until the next morning to reach Dressrosa. That was fine. He'd bide his time for one more night. Tomorrow, he would personally meet Doflamingo. If the man was wise enough to ally with Whitebeard, all would be well. If not,
Where did this recruit crawl from? This is Major Ben's quarters. Such insolence. I'm punishing you with a 10-kilometer run immediately.
the major barked. Ashveil sat up lazily, his sharp gaze falling on the officer. That single glance carried the crushing force of his will. The major froze as though struck by lightning. His body stiffened, sweat poured down his forehead, and his eyes rolled back in horror.
This.
He collapsed on the spot, unconscious, twitching faintly on the floor. It would be days before he stirred again. Ashveil yawned, stretching like a cat.
Sorry, I'm borrowing your room. The bed's mine, so you'll have to make do with the floor.
The next morning, a marine's voice rang out across the warship.
Report, Vice Admiral Bastille. We've reached Dressrosa.
Ashveil sat up, rubbing his eyes. So the highest officer on this vessel was Bastille, the man with long reddish-brown hair, a horned mask riddled with holes, and a massive saw-bladed sword. Ashveil chuckled faintly. He remembered Bastille's fate in Dressrosa all too well. The man had looked imposing, but when Sabo appeared, he had fallen in a single strike. On deck, Marines stood in perfect formation, lined row after row as Bastille began roll call.
Major Ben, Major Ben.
Bastille's voice grew sharper with each repetition. His patience thinned, and his expression hardened beneath the mask.
Does he not know the importance of this mission? Someone wake Major Ben at once. Drag him here if you must.
Chapter 15, Weight of a King's Will, 3 months ago. Chapter 15, Weight of a King's Will.
No need, water won't wake him.
A calm voice cut through the tense silence. The surrounding Marines froze and turned toward the speaker. Who would dare speak so boldly in front of Vice Admiral Bastille? Their eyes fell on a young man in casual clothes, lazily dragging his slippers as he stepped forward. Ashveil stopped in front of Bastille and smirked.
I said, Bastille, Major Ben isn't going to wake up. He was knocked out by my Conqueror's Haki. He won't be up for 3 or 4 days.
He said with an almost playful tone.
I originally thought about knocking all of you unconscious, but since your food was good, I decided to spare you. Leave now. As for Doflamingo, the Whitebeard pirates will handle him.
He spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his voice steady and unshaken. The Marines were dumbfounded.
Whitebeard pirates, did he just say he's one of them? What kind of idiot openly admits that now, when Marine headquarters is preparing to strike against them? He's too arrogant.
The whisper spread quickly, but Bastille's face twisted with fury beneath his iron mask. To be lectured by a boy barely in his 20s, was this what had become of Marine prestige?
Brat, you're far too arrogant to trample on the justice of the Marines and dare to mock me.
Bastille roared. In a flash, he drew his massive sea-splitting sword and swung down at Ashveil's head with deadly force.
Vice Admiral Bastille is enraged. That pirate is finished.
Poor fool, he doesn't even look 20. Why waste his life as a pirate?
Pirates deserve death anyway.
Some Marines even stepped back, afraid his blood would splatter onto them. But then silence fell. The sword stopped completely motionless, a meter from Ashveil's head. Bastille's hidden eyes widened in disbelief.
What trick is this? A devil fruit ability, the barrier fruit.
He pressed harder, veins bulging, forcing his massive strength into the blade. The tip edged forward by a fraction, but sweat poured from his brow. His trembling hands betrayed the truth. He was being held back by something overwhelming. Ashveil tilted his head, his tone calm and cold.
You're far too weak, Bastille.
The realization struck Bastille like a hammer. This wasn't arrogance, it was dominance.
Don't just stand there.
Bastille shouted hoarsely.
He's alone, attack together. This man's from the Whitebeard pirates, kill him and you'll be rewarded.
Obedient to his command, the Marines surged forward. Swords raised, guns leveled, even 2 rocket launchers appeared. Ashveil sighed unimpressed.
Really, Bastille? I've already been polite, and you repay me like this?
His lips curved into a smile that chilled even the vice admiral.
Numbers won't save you.
The pressure in the air shifted. Buzz.
You.
Bastille gasped, voice trembling.
The Whitebeard pirates.
Ashveil gave a low chuckle.
I told you already, Vice Admiral, I'm part of the Whitebeard pirates. You wouldn't know me because I've never shown myself. I am the 0 Division captain.
Bastille's mind reeled, the rumors.
That was easy enough.
He muttered with a grin.
Next time I see a marine ship, I'll just walk up, release my Haki, and save myself the trouble.
Chapter 16, Arrival in Dressrosa, 3 months ago. Chapter 16, Arrival in Dressrosa. After defeating Vice Admiral Bastille, Thorn Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki, panel gained dozens of points once again. Although it wasn't nearly as much as what he received after defeating someone like Blackbeard, the breakthrough pushed his total past 5,400 points. Ashveil was satisfied. Closing his eyes, he could feel the power of his Conqueror's Haki, flowing stronger and more abundantly within him.
Dressrosa awaits. It's time to meet Don Quixote da Flamingo. I've heard the red wine here is exceptional. I should try it for myself.
Ashveil said with a faint smile. Riding the surge of his Haki, Ashveil descended into Dressrosa. As soon as he landed, a strange young man approached him, razor-sharp fighting fish teeth, high heels, and white stockings. His appearance was eccentric, bordering on perverse. It was Dellinger, one of da Flamingo's officers.
Tilda, you must be the marine the young master mentioned. What business do you have with our king?
Dellinger asked in his effeminate voice, showing no sign of fear. Ashveil narrowed his eyes. So, da Flamingo wasn't even meeting him personally? To send just a subordinate, and not even a high-ranking one, was pure arrogance. Perhaps da Flamingo had done it deliberately, choosing someone like Dellinger to provoke or irritate him. Still, Ashveil wasn't bothered. If they mistook him for a marine officer, that only made things easier. With a slight smile, he replied,
I'm here under orders from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to invite the Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, to participate in the coming battle against the Whitebeard pirates.
Dellinger tilted his head, clearly amused. Even the Marines had to come begging the young master. Indeed, in this world, only strength was law. But his smile faltered.
Tilda, why don't I remember you as one of the Marines?
Ashveil casually took a seat on the toy carriage Dellinger had prepared. Still smiling, he answered smoothly.
It's not surprising. Vice Admiral Bastille was busy with other matters, so I came in his place. I'm only a rear admiral.
Dellinger's face darkened. To send just a rear admiral to their young master? How insulting. Still, he didn't question Ashveil's claim and instead led him toward the palace. The toy carriage rolled through Dressrosa, drawing curious gazes but no obstacles. When they finally arrived before the palace, Ashveil couldn't help but admire it. Magnificent, lavish, more luxurious even than the villa he had once stayed in during his time with the Whitebeard pirates. No doubt, the underground broker known as the
Joker
was filthy rich.
You wait here, I'll announce you to the young master.
Dellinger said, hopping off the carriage and striding away. Ashveil chuckled softly, as if he needed a half-fishman to guide him. Since Dellinger had already brought him here, his usefulness was over. Ashveil stepped off the carriage, intent on entering the palace himself. Dressrosa's finest food and wine awaited him. He was eager to try them.
Hey, you're just a rear admiral, don't be disrespectful. This is the palace of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Without my announcement, you're not allowed inside.
Dellinger's annoyance finally spilled over. Ashveil's expression didn't change.
Just da Flamingo, hardly worth an announcement. What?
Dellinger's eyes went wide with shock. A Marine daring to speak of his young master like that? It was unforgivable. His body twisted grotesquely as his transformation began. Muscles bulged, his clothes tore apart, a shark fin ripped through his back, and bloodlust filled his crimson eyes. But Ashveil kept walking, utterly unimpressed.
You fool!
Dellinger roared, vanishing into a blur as he moved with terrifying speed. His high heels slashed downward, aiming to end Ashveil with one strike.
Weakling!
Ashveil muttered, not even glancing at him. A ripple of Haki burst outward. With a heavy thud, Dellinger's body hit the ground, dust flying as his head lolled lifelessly to the side. Inside the palace, Doflamingo had been lounging comfortably, sipping red wine, an arrogant smirk on his face. Suddenly, he froze and sat upright, his expression darkening beneath his crimson sunglasses.
What's wrong, young master? Has the marine arrived?
Treble asked, snot dripping down his chin.
Even if it's a vice admiral with you here, there shouldn't be a problem.
Diamante, clad in his bizarre iron armor, stepped forward.
Maybe it's an admiral himself. Ha ha ha, seems the Marines are finally showing you the respect you deserve, Daffy.
Pika, his massive body clad in samurai-like armor, added in his shrill voice.
An admiral, huh? That would explain it.
But Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged. His pupils shifted beneath his sunglasses, scanning the presence he had just felt.
No,
Doflamingo said grimly.
I just sensed Conqueror's Haki.
His words silenced the room. Conqueror's Haki? The executives exchanged uneasy glances. Only a rare few in the world could wield such power, for someone to stand at their doorstep with that ability.
Let's go.
Doflamingo ordered.
Open the main gates. I want to see exactly who dares to come here with that kind of Haki.
Chapter 17, 1717, Clash of Wills, 3 months ago. Chapter 17, Clash of Wills. The palace doors creaked open. Inside, Don Quixote Doflamingo and his highest-ranking officers stared in shock, their mouths hanging open. Treball, his snot dripping as always, shouted.
Daffy, look, that's Dellinger. Don't tell me this guy knocked him out.
Pika's shrill, high-pitched voice rang through the hall.
Idiot Marine, this is Dressrosa. Even if you came from Marine headquarters, we won't let you walk away alive.
His massive hands twitched, ready to transform into a towering stone giant. One word from his young master was all it would take. But Doflamingo himself remained still. Veins bulged along his forehead as his crimson-tinted sunglasses hid his shifting gaze. Slowly, he focused on the intruder and spoke.
You're not a Marine.
He said coldly.
Are you the rumored Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates?
Gasps filled the hall. Only yesterday, news of Thorn Ashveil annihilating the Blackbeard pirates had reached Dressrosa. None of them expected the man himself to arrive so quickly. And more importantly, the overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki earlier had clearly come from him.
Damn it!
Doflamingo thought, clenching his fists tightly.
The seas don't need another wielder of Conqueror's Haki.
For someone like him, who prided himself on his rare power, the thought of newcomers appearing with equal or greater strength filled him with unease. Ashveil stepped forward, his voice calm.
It seems you've already heard of me, Doflamingo.
The Don Quixote officers exchanged uneasy glances.
Daffy, you mean he's the guy from the paper yesterday?
Diamante asked, his flexible rapier clutched tightly in his hand.
That's right.
Doflamingo confirmed, his voice grim.
His appearance matches the newspaper's sketch. The Blackbeard pirates were wiped out not far from here, and that burst of Conqueror's Haki.
The officers froze, stunned into silence. Ashveil, unfazed by their tension, smirked.
Enough stalling. As the host, where's your hospitality? I heard the wine of Dressrosa is fine. Bring me some.
Without hesitation, he strode into the hall, heading directly for the palace's lavish interior. His arrogance made the Don Quixote family's blood boil.
This brat!
Pika's shrill voice echoed again.
He wipes out a single Shichibukai and thinks he can talk down to us.
Diamante's eyes narrowed dangerously.
Daffy, this kid is too disrespectful. Let's kill him here and deliver his body to the Marines.
Treball had already hunched into an attack stance, mucus splattering across the marble floor. They didn't think highly of Blackbeard in the first place. To them, Blackbeard's capture of Ace had been nothing but an ambush, a group effort. If Ashveil had only defeated him, then his strength couldn't be much greater. They were confident, if the Don Quixote family acted together, they could crush him. But Doflamingo wasn't so quick to move. His cunning mind considered every angle. Ashveil wasn't just some upstart, he was the captain of Whitebeard's Zero Division, the man who had annihilated Blackbeard and, most dangerously of all, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Before he could decide, an immense pressure swept through the hall. Craig! Doflamingo's sunglasses shattered instantly, fragments scattering across the floor. His eyes widened. That suffocating force, it was Ashveil's Haki. Doflamingo instinctively unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to resist, but it was useless. Compared to Ashveil's overwhelming torrent, his own Haki felt like that of a child. His chest tightened, his hands trembled despite his efforts to steady them.
This!
The usually smug and unshakable Doflamingo felt a rush of shame. For the first time in years, his pride as a king and a warrior was being crushed. And if even Doflamingo faltered, the rest of his men stood no chance. Trebal's knees buckled. After a brief struggle, he collapsed face first into his own trail of mucus, unconscious and pitiful. Diamante tumbled backward into a wine barrel, his legs kicking as his head stuck inside. Pika grit his teeth, trying desperately to endure, but even he couldn't resist for long. With a groan, he too collapsed. All across the palace, Don Quixote guards fell like flies, their expressions frozen in fear, confusion, and disbelief. Within moments, silence reigned. Ashveil withdrew his Haki with casual ease, his tone calm but cutting.
Your subordinates were too noisy. I've let them rest.
He walked forward without a second glance, stepping past the struggling Doflamingo and into the throne room. Doflamingo gasped for breath, his body trembling. Relief washed over him as the crushing pressure finally lifted, but humiliation burned in his chest.
Who the hell are you really?
Doflamingo roared, his voice breaking through the silence.
Your Conqueror's Haki is even greater than Whitebeard's.
Ashveil had already settled into the king's throne, one leg casually crossed over the other. He plucked a plate of food from the table, chewing with a look of mild satisfaction. Between bites, he spoke lazily.
Didn't I already tell you? I'm just the Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Impossible!
Doflamingo's voice cracked as memories resurfaced.
I felt Whitebeard's Haki with my own eyes. I've seen Kaido's as well. None of them were this overwhelming.
His chest heaved, fury and dread twisting inside him. Could this young man truly possess power surpassing the very emperors of the sea? Ashveil waved his hand dismissively.
What's so hard to believe? Conqueror's Haki is the only one I've ever focused on. I never really cared about the others.
That revelation made Doflamingo freeze. His sharp mind immediately began to spin with schemes. If Ashveil lacked both armament and observation, then he was vulnerable. That weakness could be exploited. But Ashveil's faint smile cut through his thoughts like a blade.
I'll warn you now, Doflamingo. Blackbeard thought the same thing. He believed I was easy prey because I didn't use armament or observation. He made a move against me.
Ashveil leaned back in the throne, his eyes gleaming coldly. Chapter 18, 1818, A Deal with the Joker, 3 months ago. Chapter 18, A Deal with the Joker. Don Quixote Doflamingo felt uneasy having his thoughts read so effortlessly. After a short pause, the threads he had already extended slowly retracted into his body.
Stop standing around like a fool. You're a king, aren't you? You must have some hidden stash of fine wine. Hurry and bring it out, don't be stingy.
Thorn Ashveil's voice cut through the silence as he casually called out to the tense Doflamingo. Compared to whatever scheme Doflamingo was plotting, Ashveil seemed far more interested in food and drink. As someone who awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 8, praised even by Kaido himself, Doflamingo was not used to feeling helpless. Yet against Ashveil, he found himself exactly in that position. Call for help. Impossible. His top executives had already been knocked unconscious by Ashveil's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Bringing in more men would only lead to the same result. Fight him directly. The thought alone made his veins bulge in frustration. He knew all too well that Blackbeard wasn't weak, and if even that monster regarded Ashveil with caution, then this boy wasn't someone he could simply overpower.
What?
Doflamingo asked at last, swallowing his pride.
I came to discuss a business deal.
Ashveil replied, waving a hand dismissively, still urging him to bring out the wine. The words brought a flicker of relief to Doflamingo. If this man had come to crush the Donquixote family, he was confident Ashveil had the strength to do it. But business meant survival, at least for now. Doflamingo snapped his fingers, and soon after, a sultry maid bearing a striking resemblance to Baby Five appeared.
Bring me my finest wines, all of them.
He ordered through gritted teeth. The maid glanced briefly at the unconscious executives scattered across the floor. Though clearly shocked, she dared not question. In the Donquixote family, hesitation or meddling was punished with death.
Yes, young master.
She returned shortly with a box filled with bottles of rich, red grape wine. Ashveil casually uncorked one, pairing it with his prepared foie gras. Taking a sip, he couldn't help but smirk.
Exquisite, Joker, you really do live better than most of this world.
Doflamingo's jaw tightened at the sight of Ashveil enjoying himself so freely in his own home. Still, he endured, veins twitching along his temples.
Enough games, what kind of business are you here for? You knocked out all my men without a word. Speak.
His tone was sharp, though it lacked his usual arrogance. Ashveil paused, as though realizing he may have gone a little far.
A slip-up, don't worry, they'll wake soon enough.
He said with a wave before finally turning serious.
I believe with your intelligence network you've already sensed it. Ever since Fire Fist Ace was captured, the seas have been unsettled. The Marines and Whitebeard pirates are heading toward a full-scale war.
At this, Doflamingo leaned back with a twisted grin, regaining some of his swagger.
Phew 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 phew.
Ashveil smirked, sharp as always. Doflamingo had guessed half of it without him needing to say a word.
That's right, my purpose is simple. Don't side with the Marines. Instead, join with us and attack Marineford.
Doflamingo blinked, taken aback. He had expected Ashveil to ask him to remain neutral, not to outright join Whitebeard's side. If he truly did this, the Marines would never forgive him after the war.
You must be joking. The Marines are the rulers of this sea. Why would I put myself directly against them?
Doflamingo's refusal was absolute. Resisting Ashveil might still leave a sliver of hope, but resisting the full might of the Marines meant certain destruction. Ashveil wasn't surprised. He had expected this response.
What if I told you the ultimate victors will be the Whitebeard pirates?
He said confidently.
Phew 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 phew.
Ashveil leaned back with a confident smirk.
I'll prove it. All I need from you is to speed up our victory and help reduce casualties.
Doflamingo chuckled darkly, licking his lips.
Good, if Whitebeard truly proves stronger, then I'd be glad to help. After all, the victorious side alone has the right to decide what justice means. Wouldn't you agree?
His meaning was clear. He would only help the winners. Ashveil smiled knowingly. The man was cunning but predictable.
Still,
Doflamingo added, eyes narrowing.
I can't help but wonder, how exactly do you plan to prove your Whitebeard pirates can topple the Marines? You're not relying solely on your own strength, are you?
Ashveil swirled his wine, savoring it for a moment before locking eyes with him. His expression turned sharp.
First,
Doflamingo's grin faltered, his head buzzing at the audacity of the words.
what?
He could hardly believe his ears. A Marine admiral? At Marineford, surrounded by the entire might of headquarters, the admirals were the pillars of marine power, each one a monster in their own right. And yet Ashveil spoke of it as if it were no more difficult than finishing his wine. The sheer confidence in his tone made Doflamingo hesitate. Could it be possible? Could this young man truly have power comparable to Kaido himself, emperor-level strength?
Killing an admiral is only the first step.
He said, his smirk returning.
The rest.
Chapter 19, 1919, A Dangerous Alliance, 3 months ago. Chapter 19, A Dangerous Alliance.
Can you really do it?
Doflamingo asked, suspicion flickering in his sharp gaze.
You'll know soon enough if I can.
Ashveil replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt.
I hope you're smart enough to choose the right side, Doflamingo. Otherwise, whether the Donquixote family survives this war will remain in question.
Doflamingo's lips twisted into a smirk, though unease lingered in his eyes.
I'm still skeptical.
Ashveil's patience was already wearing thin. If not for his concern about casualties among the Whitebeard pirates in the coming war, he wouldn't waste time negotiating.
Then let me test your strength.
Doflamingo said cautiously. Ashveil chuckled softly. The 10 Yasha was indeed a businessman at heart, weighing risks before investments. Still, he didn't dislike intelligent partners.
You may.
Ashveil replied lightly, his eyes still fixed on the food before him.
But don't make it troublesome. Just use your strongest attack, Joker.
Doflamingo's smirk faded into something colder.
You're quite arrogant.
Strings burst forth at once, the floor beneath him unraveling into countless threads that spread across the villa like a tide. In moments, the entire hall became Doflamingo's domain. 16 massive cords of compressed strings gathered, hardened with armament Haki until they gleamed like black steel under the sunlight. The sheer force of the attack shook the air.
This is my ultimate move. 16 Holy Assassins Bullets God Thread.
Doflamingo roared as the strings converged into pillars of destructive force. The 16 massive projectiles shot forward like fangs of a monstrous beast, each carrying lethal power. Their speed was immense. In a heartbeat they were upon Ashveil, who remained seated, still eating, not a flicker of defense raised. Doflamingo's veins bulged in frustration.
Too arrogant.
5 meters. 4 meters. 3. 2. Doflamingo's eyes widened. Is he just going to let it hit him? 1 meter. Boom. The pillars slammed into something invisible with a deafening shockwave that rattled the entire villa. Dressrosa itself seemed to tremble. Yet, instead of piercing Ashveil, the strings shattered into fragments, falling limply to the ground as broken threads. Every thread that crossed into a 1-meter radius around him had been stopped cold, as if striking an unseen wall.
What?
Doflamingo muttered, shock flashing through his eyes.
Is it?
He pushed out with his observation Haki and froze. His pupils shrank, his lips trembled as he pointed at Ashveil.
This.
Ashveil didn't even lift his head.
That's right.
He answered faintly. Doflamingo swallowed hard, throat dry. He knew of Conqueror's Haki, but this was no ordinary display. The advanced application imbuement was something even he had never mastered. And yet this young man had taken it even further, wielding it like an impregnable shield. Genius, monster, devil. The words spun in Doflamingo's mind as the truth settled in. His suspicion gave way to cautious respect. He licked his lips and forced his voice steady.
You.
Ashveil finally set down his fork and looked at him with a calm smile.
After the war, when Whitebeard stands victorious, there will be nations that swear allegiance under our banner. I can grant you the tax rights to 3 of them.
Doflamingo's breath hitched, the taxes of 3 entire nations.
You'll only have the taxes. The governing rights remain ours, and you will be responsible for protecting these nations from other pirates. That is non-negotiable.
To Doflamingo, this was hardly a problem. The Don Quixote family was powerful enough to handle minor threats, and the taxes alone could double his empire. Stability would serve him better than exploitation. A slow grin crept across his face.
Phew phew fo fo.
Ashveil raised his glass.
Cheers.
Clink. Crystal rang out, sealing their tentative alliance. If Ashveil proved his worth in the war, Doflamingo would betray the Marines at the critical moment, turning double agent to Whitebeard's advantage. But if Ashveil failed, the Don Quixote family would remain aligned with the Marines. Either way, Doflamingo wouldn't lose. After finishing his meal, Ashveil pulled out a den mushy and contacted the Whitebeard pirates.
I won't return just yet.
He said,
I have a one that can help us rescue Ace and even win the war.
The plan was laid out carefully, responsibilities were divided, time was short. Ace's execution would soon be announced. Assignments were given, Jin would be contacted at Fishman Island. When Ashveil hung up, Doflamingo raised a brow.
Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Marines everything you just said?
Ashveil smiled faintly.
You're too smart for that. You won't betray me until you've chosen your side.
Behind them, the top officers of the Donquixote family finally stirred. Trebol, Pica, and Diamante groaned as they pushed themselves up, clutching their heads.
Ugh!
Chapter 20, 2020, Artificial Devil Fruits, 3 months ago. Chapter 20, Artificial Devil Fruits. Pica was the first to roar, his voice shrill and grating, almost like a woman in a heated quarrel.
Damn it, how dare you drink our young master's treasured red wine? He'll kill you for this. Idiot, don't act rashly. Haven't you embarrassed us enough already?
Another executive snapped. From the entrance of the palace, a figure stepped forward. A pink feathered coat draped over his shoulders, pointed leather shoes clicking against the floor, every step radiating authority. It was none other than their master Donquixote Doflamingo.
Young master!
The 3 executives froze, their expressions stiff with shock. Their own master, chastising them for the sake of an outsider? Worse, that outsider had laid hands on the executives themselves, a taboo within the Donquixote family. Doflamingo, however, only smirked and looked at Ashveil.
Ashveil is our business partner now. Don't be rude to him again.
The executives wanted to object, but their master's stance was clear. None dared defy him, and silence fell over the hall. Soon after, everyone accompanied Ashveil to the shore. Their gazes fell on the marine warship anchored there, its deck littered with fainted marines. Even the vice admiral who had led them was unconscious. The sight left them stunned.
Should I kill them?
Doflamingo asked casually, making a cutting gesture across his neck. Ashveil shook his head.
No need. Think of this as repayment for their generous hospitality. Their lives are spared.
To him, a vice admiral and a handful of marines were nothing. Their strength barely registered. Letting them live would change nothing, especially since they would later be dealt with in open battle when Conqueror's Haki shook the seas. And as for explaining it away, Doflamingo was clever enough. He would simply tell the Marines that Ashveil had stolen a warship, plundered supplies in Dressrosa, and fled. Headquarters wouldn't question it further. With that settled, Ashveil boarded the Marine warship, carrying away crates filled with firearms, rare medicines, food, wine, and several artificial devil fruits gifted by Doflamingo himself. After Ashveil's departure, the family gathered around their master, confusion plain on their faces.
Young master, why did you let him go? And with so many gifts, even the special medicines.
Doflamingo's grin widened. His eyes narrowed as he stared into the depths of the sea.
Phew phew fo fo.
The executives murmured, uncertain.
That man,
Doflamingo said, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes,
is the very embodiment of the new age.
Meanwhile, Ashveil reflected on the situation. A major war loomed on the horizon. He remembered how, in the anime, Kizaru had been dispatched to Sabyati Archipelago after the incident with the celestial dragons. That would be the perfect chance. Ashveil's ship veered slightly, picking up speed. On the Mammoth, Jack had also noticed the marine warship. His towering figure, adorned with ivory ornaments on his shoulders and head, stood out. His metal lower jaw gleamed as he spoke.
A marine warship. Hand me the telescope.
He snatched it from Sip's head, glaring through the lens.
One person.
Then his eyes landed on the deck and fury erupted across his face.
Those boxes.
The crates carried by Ashveil bore the clown emblem of Doflamingo, the very containers used to store artificial devil fruits. For the beast's pirates, those fruits were priceless. Each one bolstered Kaido's army. Seeing them in another's possession was intolerable. Jinrami raised her own telescope.
Did that marine brat steal from Doflamingo? What should we do, boss?
Jack snarled.
Idiot, what do you think we'll do? Bring us alongside, I'll deal with him myself. Every last soul on that ship will die.
The Mammoth surged forward, water churning violently in its wake. Ashveil narrowed his eyes as the shadow of the massive vessel fell over him.
So Jack wants to play. A hassle but fine.
Cannons swiveled on the Mammoth, all aimed at Ashveil's warship.
Fire!
Jack bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky darkened under a storm of cannonballs. Thunderous blasts echoed across the sea. Even beasts on nearby islands panicked, fleeing in terror. Ashveil rose slowly from the deck, calm amidst the chaos. His eyes fixed on the incoming barrage, a look of disdain flashing across his face.
Jack!
With a pulse of will, his conqueror's Haki erupted. The sky trembled. Every cannonball froze, their force snuffed out, falling harmlessly into the sea with hollow splashes. Sipshead and Jinrami gaped. Not a single shot had landed.
Bastard, some devil fruit trick. Keep firing.
Jack raged. But as his gunners tried again, they faltered. The cannons had all been crushed by an invisible force.
Report, Jack, some of the cannons.
Chapter 21, Reckless Calamity, 3 months ago. Chapter 21, Reckless Calamity. Swaggering with his massive frame, Jack stepped forward until he loomed before the shattered cannon. His dead fish eyes widened at the sight. Just as his men had reported, a heavy steel cannon reinforced and welded with layers of iron was crumpled as if it were soft clay, suppressed by some invisible force.
Bastard, a mere marine dares to toy with me. Do you know who I am? Even an admiral doesn't scare me. Board the ship and cut him down.
Jack roared, his fury rising like a storm. Chains with hooks flew across the gap, latching onto the marine warship. At Sheepshead's signal, horns blared and waves of beast pirates surged forward. Dozens of pirates swarmed onto the deck of the marine vessel. One by one, they turned their mocking gazes toward Ashveil, as though his life had already been decided.
Ha ha ha, this weak marine. I thought it'd be someone important.
A pirate sneered at Ashveil's calm, almost lazy posture.
Strange.
Muttered a gifter with crab-like pincers.
A ship this size should at least have a vice admiral guarding it. Why's there only this guy and all alone?
Who cares? He angered Jack, so he's as good as dead.
Sheepshead said coldly.
With that scrawny build, he'll collapse after a single punch from Jack.
Jinrami laughed, her voice sharp with ridicule. The pirates filled the deck with jeering and cruel laughter, already imagining Ashveil cowering when he faced Jack. Sheepshead's blade glinted in the sun, his lips curling with mockery.
Listen, brat, if you kneel and bow a few times when you meet Jack, I might even beg him to spare your life. Ha ha ha.
The laughter only grew louder. Then Jack himself landed on the warship, his immense weight shaking the deck. The crowd instantly parted for him, his gaze, cold and merciless, locked onto Ashveil.
Kid!
Jack demanded, his voice booming with anger.
Oh, that, no comment.
Ashveil rolled his eyes, lips curling in disdain. To Ashveil, Jack was pitiful. He didn't even realize what kind of opponent he was facing. Jack should have retreated the moment the first cannon was crushed. Veins bulged across Jack's forehead. The audacity, a mere marine dared to dismiss him, his patience snapped.
Kill him, take the artificial devil fruits.
Jack ordered coldly, his bloodshot eyes burning with rage.
Yes, Jack.
Sheepshead answered at once. He approached Ashveil with a mocking grin, tilting his head as if deciding on a punishment.
Let me think.
Jinrami added gleefully.
Sheepshead loves carving up weaklings and feeding them to sharks.
Sheepshead raised his katana high, his eyes full of scorn.
Die, you've only got yourself to blame for angering the beast pirates.
The blade came down but stopped short, caught by an unseen force. The pirates froze in shock, so this kid had some strength after all. Sheepshead gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the strike, but the blade didn't budge. His face flushed red with effort.
Ha ha ha, Sheepshead, you useless goat, can't even handle one marine. Want me to do it instead?
Jinrami mocked, eager to show off. Jack's silence was heavy with disapproval, his eyes narrowing in irritation.
Shut up, Jinrami, I'll handle him myself.
Humiliated, Sheepshead roared. Tossing aside his blade, his arm transformed into a massive ram's horn, hardened with armament Haki.
Die, brat, giant ram horn.
He lunged at Ashveil with his strongest attack. The strike landed with a resounding boom.
What?
Sheepshead's voice trembled, sweat streamed down his forehead. His strongest move, empowered by both his Zoan ability and armament Haki, couldn't even scratch this marine. Ashveil finally spoke, his calm voice cutting through the tense silence.
Pathetic, if you're coming at me, then all of you come together. I don't have time to waste.
The surrounding pirates recoiled in shock, their earlier laughter dying instantly. Jinrami, staring at Ashveil's figure, suddenly froze as recognition hit her.
One man.
Her eyes widened.
And no.
Chapter 22, Unshakable Will, 3 months ago. Chapter 22, Unshakable Will.
The Zero Division, captain of the Whitebeard pirates.
Jack's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. The Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had long been enemies, clashing countless times across the seas. Minor skirmishes happened nearly 100 times a year, but this encounter was different. Jack could feel it. This boy had to die.
What's so great about killing Blackbeard?
Jack snarled.
All of you attack, kill him. Who do you think I am? I am Jack. A mere Zero Division captain is nothing to me.
At his command, the pirates surged forward. No longer underestimating their opponent, they drew weapons and launched their assault. Sheepshead charged again, his ram's horns massive and glinting with Haki. Jinrami's eyes grew sharp, her blade wrapped in armament Haki as she slashed for Ashveil's head. Hold'em's mechanical blade roared with flames, the lion on his belly baring its fangs before spitting out blazing fire.
Hellfire blade.
Hold'em roared, striking down with the burning weapon.
Kill him, don't let him escape.
The pirates shouted, their voices blending into a frenzy as they swarmed Ashveil. Ashveil's lips curved into the faintest of smirks.
Small fry think they can kill me. What a joke.
Buzz. A vast and oppressive aura burst forth from him, sweeping across the warship in an instant. Conqueror's Haki. The invisible force poured outward like a stormy ocean, crashing down on everyone present. Pirates froze in place, their bodies trembling as the pressure suffocated the deck. Jack's forehead broke into cold sweat, his dead eyes widening in disbelief.
This.
Only Kaido himself wielded such a terrifying will. How could this boy possess it? Buzz. The air itself vibrated as the pressure intensified. Over 500 pirates went wide-eyed with fear, their earlier jeers vanishing. One after another, they collapsed to the deck with heavy thuds, dust rising around their unconscious bodies. In less than a second, every grunt lay defeated. Jack's shock deepened. This mission to Dressrosa was critical. He had brought only the elites of the Beast's pirates to transport the Smile fruits, including powerful gifters. These were fighters with years of training, some with bounties over 100 million, yet before Ashveil's overwhelming Haki, they were nothing. His gaze darted to the 3 headliners.
Sheepshead, Jinrami, Hold'em, keep attacking.
But they didn't move. Furious, Jack slapped Sheepshead on the shoulder. The ram-headed pirate collapsed instantly, unconscious.
What? Jinrami, Hold'em.
Jack roared. Before he could finish, both of them crumpled to the ground as dazed expressions frozen on their faces. The entire squad, Jack's hand-picked elites, gone in an instant. Only Jack remained standing. His dead eyes widened further. For the first time in his life, Jack saw Conqueror's Haki powerful enough to fell headliners of this caliber. Ashveil exhaled slowly, his eyes calm.
Not bad, it took them a full second to fall. A 4 Emperor's crew really is a cut above ordinary pirates.
He had deliberately spread his Haki wide, lowering its density to cover more enemies at once. Against regular pirates, the effect would have been instant. The fact that Jack's elites lasted even a moment was worth acknowledging. But to Jack, the words were like salt in an open wound. His face twisted with rage, veins bulging across his arms. These were the elites he had spent 10 years cultivating. His pride, his strength, his army. And in less than a minute, Ashveil had shattered it all.
Bastard, impossible.
Jack bellowed to the sky.
Kid, I won't forgive you. I am Jack.
Enraged beyond reason, Jack raised his twin scimitars, black armament Haki coating the blades.
Die, unforgivable.
His swings were swift and brutal, cutting arcs of compressed air as the blades came down with murderous force. Ashveil's eyes narrowed in disdain.
What a joke. After seeing this much, you still think armament alone can break me.
Clang! The scimitars slammed against Ashveil's Haki barrier with the sound of steel striking steel. The air shook, but Ashveil's defense stood unmoved, like a fortress of iron. Jack's eyes bulged, muscles straining as he poured every ounce of strength into the attack. The deck cracked beneath his feet, fissures spreading across the ship as he pressed down. The blades advanced no more than 2 centimeters.
Impossible, I am Jack.
His voice cracked with desperation as his hands trembled violently, sweat dripping from his chin. Ashveil looked at him calmly and nodded.
Not bad, Jack. You've got some strength.
Chapter 23, 23-23, The Mammoth's Wrath, 3 months ago. Chapter 23, The Mammoth's Wrath.
You still have some strength left, don't you?
Jack froze, his body trembling. The words felt like a slap across his face, stinging worse than any wound. He had thrown every ounce of his strength into that last push, veins bulging, muscles spasming, and yet the boy before him stood calm and unshaken, mocking him with that question.
Kid, don't get too arrogant.
He growled, his breath ragged. Even speaking now seemed like torture. Thorn Ashveil tilted his head lazily, amusement flickering in his eyes. With no den mushy in sight and the sun warming his skin, teasing Jack seemed like the perfect distraction. He grinned, showing teeth too sharp for comfort, then reclined onto the deck as if he were sunbathing instead of facing one of Kaido's all-stars.
Jack, do whatever you like, just don't block the sun.
Ashveil said with a relaxed wave of his hand.
You!
Jack's face turned purple with rage. Ashveil cut him off before he could finish.
I already know, Jack the mighty pirate worth 1 billion berries.
His grin widened.
Though let's be honest, 900 million of that is probably just for your tusks.
The insult landed harder than any blade. Jack had been mocked countless times before, but never like this. The words burned deeper than wounds, twisting his pride until his body shook uncontrollably. His eyes bulged red, and with a furious bellow, he threw his head back to the sky.
Bastard, I'll crush you where you stand.
His body expanded in an instant. Bones warped, muscles bulged, and fur sprouted. With a thunderous crack of transformation, Jack's human form vanished, replaced by the towering bulk of a mammoth. The warship beneath them groaned under the sudden weight, sinking lower into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Each stomp of his colossal legs shook the ship like an earthquake, throwing loose planks and panicked minions into the air. His trunk swung high, coated in blackened armament Haki, gleaming with deadly force.
Try blocking this, kid.
Jack roared. The massive trunk crashed downward, splitting the air itself with its speed and pressure. Yet before it could land, it slammed against an invisible wall. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, scattering debris and blowing away every unconscious pirate still littering the deck. Jack's trunk quivered, blood spraying as though it had struck an immovable mountain. Ashveil didn't so much as flinch. He lay on the deck casually, eyes half-lidded.
I told you, Jack, don't block my son. Your trunk cast a shadow over me.
The mammoth roared in agony, collapsing onto the deck with enough force to splinter the wood. His trunk, once a weapon of destruction, now hung limp and bloodied. Impossible.
What kind of ability is this?
Jack bellowed, his voice trembling between rage and fear. Ashveil finally sat upright, his tone light but cutting.
A simple shield, formed from my Conqueror's Haki.
Jack's heart lurched. Conqueror's Haki. Kaido himself had once told him that true monsters could wield Conqueror's Haki offensively, wrapping it around weapons and fists to obliterate their enemies. But this? A defensive shield, precise and unyielding, stronger even than armament Haki? Not even Kaido had achieved such control.
No, that's impossible.
Jack shook his head violently, spittle flying.
You're lying, even Kaido-sama has never reached that realm.
His mammoth body shrank, contorting into a grotesque hybrid form half-man, half-beast. Muscles bulged like mountains, mammoth tusks jutted from his face, and his fists glowed with dense armament Haki.
This is the pinnacle of Zoan power, the hybrid form, my speed, my strength, all at their peak. Prepare yourself, brat.
With a roar, Jack lunged forward, fists the size of boulders crashing down. The very sea churned under the pressure, waves slamming violently against the warship's sides. Boom! The ship shuddered, its timbers groaning as if the ocean itself were about to swallow it. Jack's punch tore through Ashveil's shield 5 centimeters deep before halting as though striking the heart of a mountain. A sudden rebound force surged back, rattling Jack's bones and freezing his arm mid-swing.
No!
Jack's face drained of color. That strike could have dented Kaido himself, yet this boy.
That's enough, Jack. You've done all you could.
His expression hardened, the casual amusement gone. A devastating aura burst outward from his body, shaking the very air.
Shinra Tensei.
Chapter 24, 24, News of a Storm, 3 months ago. Chapter 24, News of a Storm. Centered on Thorn Ashveil, an overwhelming pressure rippled outward. Before his Shinra Tensei could even strike, Jack felt it through his observation. Haki came that suffocating sensation, the unmistakable presence of Conqueror's Haki. The earlier burst had been terrifying enough to wipe out the weaker pirates on board, but this.
One of Kaido's calamities, Jack the Drought.
His voice cracked between shock and delight.
Marvelous, truly marvelous. The captain of Whitebeard's Zero Division, this boy will shake the world.
His feathers ruffled with excitement as he paced within the cabin. Morgans prided himself on never missing a story. From the moment he had received news that Ashveil annihilated Blackbeard's crew, his instincts told him this young man would dominate headlines for years to come. 20 years old, a mysterious origin, Whitebeard's hidden ace, and mastery over Conqueror's Haki.
Ha 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 ha, my bet was right. Annihilating Blackbeard was only the beginning. This boy will ignite storms across every sea.
Morgans crowed, his voice echoing across the cabin.
President Morgans, we truly are lucky.
A man replied eagerly. He wore a weathered coat and carried his camera like a weapon.
It's been too long since I've captured news this explosive. My hands are itching.
This was Curitz, once head of marine photography before his dismissal. Now, under Morgans, he had earned a reputation as the flame photographer.
Curitz,
Morgans spun on him, feathers bristling.
tell me you captured Jack's defeat.
Curitz smirked, patting his chest with confidence.
Do you doubt me, President? Ashveil's calm face, Jack's despair, even the surge of Conqueror's Haki eye got it all. Perfect timing, perfect angle. Excellent, excellent.
Morgans nearly burst into song.
Those photos will be the front page. Do not miss a single close-up, Curitz. If packaged right, this news will earn us 5 billion berries minimum.
The birdhouse rattled as Morgans flapped his wings in delight. His eyes gleamed with ambition, already imagining the headlines. Meanwhile, down below, the story continued. Ashveil walked slowly toward the fallen mammoth, his steps deliberate, his expression unreadable. Jack lay sprawled like a broken animal, his chest heaving, tusks cracked and body twitching from the force of the blow.
Jack,
Ashveil said coldly.
to gamble your life over a few crates of artificial devil fruits.
A faint smirk tugged at his lips.
Iron Head, Anchor King, your nicknames truly fit you.
He crouched, eyes glinting with disdain.
But to anchor onto my ship, that was your mistake.
Jack's bloodshot eyes widened, his voice rasped yet carried defiance.
You.
Oh,
Ashveil tilted his head, amused.
I'd like to hear why not.
Jack coughed up blood, but a twisted smile spread across his battered face.
do you know why, despite all the clashes between the four emperors, their battles never escalate into full-scale wars?
Ashveil said nothing, simply narrowing his eyes.
It's because there's an unwritten rule on these seas.
Jack growled.
Core officers of the emperors cannot be killed. Cross that line and war follows.
His laughter grew louder as he saw Ashveil pause.
And right now, your Whitebeard pirates are the last crew who dare start a war.
Jack bellowed, spittle flying.
Because of Portga's D-Ace, isn't it? You're preparing to clash with Marine headquarters. If you kill me here, Kaido-sama will take it as a declaration of war.
He forced himself upright, blood still dripping down his chin.
So you see, brat, you can't kill me. Kill me and you doom your entire crew, ha 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 ha.
Above, Morgans and his crew leaned forward, their cameras snapping furiously. The underworld emperor's sharp mind recognized the weight of Jack's words. This wasn't just a clash of pirates, it was a spark that could ignite a war between emperors.
Remarkable.
Morgans whispered, eyes shining.
If Ashveil kills him here, the seas will burn. If he spares him, the world will whisper. Either way, this boy's name will thunder across every corner of the Grand Line.
Chapter 25, 25, The Scimitar of Conqueror's Haki, 3 months ago. Chapter 25, The Scimitar of Conqueror's Haki. Jack laughed manically, blood bubbling in his throat.
What's the matter, brat? Haven't made a move yet. Could it be you chickened out?
High above the battlefield, in a birdhouse tethered to a great hot air balloon, President Morgans watched with unblinking eyes. The usually boisterous news emperor looked uncharacteristically grim.
If Ashveil kills Jack.
Morgans muttered, feathers twitching.
No wonder he hesitates. Understandable.
He shook his head with disappointment, but Curates, his sharp-eyed photographer, suddenly jolted upright. His hands trembled against the telescope.
President Morgans.
Curates' voice cracked with excitement.
Thorn Ashveil.
Morgans froze, his feathers fluffing in shock. Then, in an instant, his regret was gone, replaced with feverish excitement. He yanked his camera into position, eyes wide with anticipation.
He's making a move. Capture everything.
On the deck of the ship, silence reigned save for the groaning of the timbers beneath the waves. Ashveil's gaze fixed coldly on Jack. His voice was calm, indifferent, cutting sharper than any blade.
You've said enough. If you have no last words, then I'll end this now.
The title of Fore Emperor meant nothing to Thorn Ashveil. Kaido, the self-proclaimed strongest creature in the world, carried no weight in his heart. If Kaido dared to come, then let him. The only inconvenience would be that Ashveil would have to personally deal with him. Jack's eyes went wide with disbelief.
What?
Ashveil's tone did not change, his hand lazily flicking at his ear as though brushing away dust.
If Kaido dares to come, then let him. I don't mind if there's one less emperor in this world.
A buzzing roar filled Jack's mind. One less emperor. This boy spoke of Kaido as though swatting a fly. Impossible. His master was Kaido of the beasts captured 18 times, tortured, executed, drowned, yet never killed. His strength had crushed Marineford fleets and split open battles with other emperors. Even the world government called him the strongest creature alive. And yet this boy, this Zero Division captain, claimed so casually that he could erase him. Jack's fury drowned his disbelief.
Arrogant brat, kill me, and you'll suffer Kaido-sama's endless wrath. You'll drown in it.
Even at death's door, Jack's threats rang out across the sea. But Ashveil's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Then it happened. A surge of Conqueror's Haki tore upward, bursting from his body and climbing into the sky. The pressure alone rattled the planks of the ship, but what followed was something unseen before. Above them, Ashveil's Haki condensed, coalescing in the heavens like black lightning. The aura gathered into form until a massive scimitar, shimmering with visible energy, hung in the air. Jack's pupils shrank, his jaw dropped.
What?
Through his observation Haki, he could feel it. The blade above him was no illusion. It was pure Conqueror's Haki, honed so densely it had manifested into reality. From the skyhouse, Morgan's camera clicked wildly. His beak dropped open.
A weapon made from Conqueror's Haki.
Curates nearly shouted as he adjusted his lens.
President, could it be?
Morgan's mind reeled. He recalled the earlier reports. Ashveil annihilating Blackbeard's entire crew, wielding overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. But this was something else entirely. A manifestation so dense it took form without observation Haki.
This will shake the world.
Morgans whispered, eyes gleaming.
Film everything, every detail. The experts will analyze it later. Don't miss a single frame.
His reporters snapped into action. The thought of the bonus hundreds of millions of berries spurred their hands into a frenzy. Boom! The sky split as the scimitar descended. The air screamed as if the heavens themselves were cleaved. Even before it struck, the pressure of the attack washed over Jack like a tidal wave, choking his breath. His battered body twitched, his lips trembling as he forced armament Haki across his head in desperation.
What a joke!
The colossal blade crashed down. For an instant, time froze. Jack's eyes widened in horror, his mouth open, disbelief carved across his face. Then, in a spray of blood, the mammoth's head was severed cleanly from his shoulders. His metal jaw gleamed once before tumbling into the sea. The waves swallowed it whole, erasing him from existence. Jack the Drought, one of the all-stars of the Beast's pirates, a man whose bounty reached 1 billion berries, who left desolation in his wake, was gone. The sea itself seemed to reel. The wind howled, the waters surged, the ship trembled beneath the aftermath of Conqueror's Haki unleashed. Inside the birdhouse, silence fell. Reporters who moments ago had been scrambling for shots now stood frozen. The air itself felt heavy, as though the sea mourned what had just transpired. Morgan's feathers trembled, his beak struggling to form words.
Dead.
Curitz's eyes were wide, his camera hanging limp.
The Zero Division, captain of Whitebeard's pirates.
Morgan's finally exhaled, his voice low but burning with awe.
The seas will never be the same.
Chapter 26, Fall of Jack, 3 months ago. Chapter 26, Fall of Jack.
No.
Morgan's exclaimed, feathers bristling with excitement. Click, click. Curitz, suddenly realizing the value of the moment, scrambled to pull out his camera and began snapping shots of the scene below. Morgan's himself leaned forward, raising his video camera to capture a close-up. In the frame, Thorn Ashveil appeared utterly unbothered, lounging as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Even after slaying Jack, he wore the same calm, almost lazy expression, as if the entire battle had been a casual errand.
Ha ha ha, Ashveil is truly an interesting man.
Morgan's laughed.
Now I understand why he awakened Conqueror's Haki. After killing an opponent as fearsome as Jack, his face remains calm, not a ripple of emotion. What a terrifyingly strong will.
Morgan's voice brimmed with admiration. Curitz, standing beside him, was nearly trembling with excitement.
Boss Morgans, this story alone should be worth 5 billion berries, don't you think?
Morgan's wings flapped sharply, his eyes glittering.
More than that, Jack was Kaido's right-hand man, practically family to him. His death could spark a war between Kaido and Whitebeard, the clash of two unstoppable monsters. This news is worth at least 10 billion. Once the draft is out, I want every press running at full capacity. Publish it nonstop for a month. Buyers? The world will fight for it.
Meanwhile, aboard the marine warship, Ashveil stretched casually, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of Jack's pirate crew strewn across the deck. The sea breeze grew stronger as Ashveil sighed.
Troublesome.
He looked around at the battlefield, frowning slightly.
Now I've even got to clean up after all this. Seems like I really need to find myself a capable subordinate. Doing everything alone is far too annoying.
With that, Ashveil unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki. The air crackled as pirates were blasted off the warship, hurled screaming into the sea. Splash, splash. The deck fell silent. Ashveil dusted his hands and gave a small nod.
Much better, peace and quiet.
Noticing the wind rising, he walked back to his cabin, pulling out the lavish food and wine gifted by Doflamingo. With a ham in one hand and a cup of fine wine in the other, he let out a satisfied sigh.
Now this is living.
Though he had no desire to provoke Jack, Ashveil was not one to back down. If someone dared to trouble him, he made sure they paid with their life. Jack was simply the latest proof. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Jack. Reward, 200 Conqueror's Haki points. Magma fruit development upgraded to advanced. The system's chime rang sweetly in his ears. His Conqueror's Haki had now surpassed 5,800 points, and his magma fruit ability had ascended to the advanced tier. Jack, foolish as he was, had turned out to be quite the source of rewards. Thinking of his devil fruit brought another figure to mind: Dakinu Sakazuki, the hardline marine admiral, ruthless even toward his own men. In Marineford, he had used his magma powers to pierce Fire Fist Ace straight through the chest. He was one of the men Ashveil most longed to kill, second only to Blackbeard. According to the system, Devil Fruit Mastery was ranked as Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Ultimate.
System, what level is Sakazuki's magma fruit mastery ranked at?
Ashveil asked eagerly. Ding, Sakazuki's magma fruit development is at.
That idiot Jack, no word from him yet.
Kaido growled, his breath stinking of alcohol. A trembling subordinate with deer-like antlers stammered.
Our reporting, Kaido-sama, we've tried repeatedly. We'll inform you the moment we get a reply.
Kaido's face twisted in fury. He hurled the massive sake barrel in his grip to the ground, shattering it to splinters.
Useless worms, find him, bring me news of Jack.
The terrified officer scrambled away, nearly tripping over his own feet. Just then, another messenger entered, clutching a freshly printed issue of the World Economic Journal. He shuffled forward nervously, wings trembling.
Kaido-sama.
Oh, out with it!
Kaido barked. The bat-winged gifters froze, stammering, unable to speak.
Pathetic!
Kaido roared, snatching the paper from his hands. On the front page, the truth screamed back at him, Jack's severed body, blood pooling around him. The photo was unmistakable, printed with Morgan's infamous seal. Kaido's hands trembled, veins bulging, eyes filling with murderous rage. He threw back his head and roared, his voice shaking all of Onigashima.
Jack is dead. Impossible.
Lightning tore through the sky, thunder booming in reply to his fury. Rain lashed down in torrents as Kaido's rage consumed him. He seized his massive kanabo, purple lightning sparking across its iron spikes.
You fool, Jack. I haven't claimed the title of Pirate King yet, and you dare die on me.
His roar echoed with thunder. With a sweep of his weapon, he unleashed his fury.
Thunder Bagwe.
Chapter 27, 27, Roar of a Dragon, 3 months ago. Chapter 27, Roar of a Dragon. The underlings of the beast's pirates trembled violently, terror written across their faces. Some collapsed outright, unable to withstand the suffocating aura radiating from Kaido of the beasts. One pirate with bat wings fell to the ground in shock, his lips quivering as he stammered.
Kaido-sama.
Around him, others wailed in despair. They knew Kaido's temper-violent, merciless, and often directed at his own men. With such a disaster at hand, they feared he might kill them all in his rage. Some even lost control of their bladders as they scrambled to flee. But escape was futile. Kaido swung his kanabo, unleashing his terrifying technique.
Thunder Bagwe.
A shockwave tore through Onigashima's great hall, lightning crackling and winds howling. The pirates never even touched Kaido's weapon. They were flattened by the sheer force of his aura, collapsing unconscious in heaps.
Whitebeard pirates, Ashveil.
Kaido roared, his voice shaking the heavens.
If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human.
Still not satisfied, his body expanded rapidly, scales forming across his skin as he transformed into an enormous azure dragon. His roar echoed like thunder across the skies. With a single beat of his wings, Kaido ascended into the storm clouds. The skies darkened further, thunder splitting the heavens. The storm grew so fierce it spread beyond Onigashima, blanketing the whole of Wano country. The people of Wano shivered as they looked upward. In the sky above, a monstrous dragon coiled through the storm clouds. They knew him well, the feared ruler Kaido, allied with the shogun Orochi.
Run, the dragon is coming.
Villagers cried in terror, shops slammed shut, and the streets filled with panicked crowds fleeing in every direction. Kaido's roar boomed again across the country.
King, Queen, Jack has been killed. Return to Onigashima at once, we march on the Whitebeard pirates.
His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing across Wano. High above the clouds, King, mid-flight on patrol, froze in shock. Down at Udon Quarry, Queen's broad face twisted in disbelief.
Jack. Reporting, Mama.
He said with forced composure.
Morgan's intelligence confirms it. Jack has been slain by the Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates.
Big Mom's round cheeks jiggled as she burst into a thunderous laugh.
Mama, if that drunk Kaido hears this, he'll explode in rage. Mama.
She was one of the 4 emperors as well, and she knew the humiliation of losing a key subordinate. For Kaido, this was a wound to his pride.
According to Morgan's reports, Jack was killed instantly.
Prospero continued, his voice low. Big Mom's laughter slowed. She tore into a cream cake, chewing with a pensive expression. Instant kill.
Zero Division captain, huh?
She mused, her eyes gleaming.
An extraordinary child indeed. Could it be?
Her lips curved into a smirk.
This boy named Ashveil.
She turned sharply toward Prospero.
I recall telling you to bring this boy into our fold. What became of that?
Perospero's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He remembered her order all too well. His voice was respectful though strained.
Reporting, Mama. I already dispatched Peckhams to recruit Ashveil.
Big Mom scoffed and waved her hand dismissively.
Peckham's, HMPH, not nearly good enough. Call him back. I'll send Katakuri personally.
The room fell into stunned silence. For Big Mom to involve Katakuri herself, her second-in-command, was no small gesture. Katakuri was feared across the seas for his observation Haki, honed to the point of glimpsing the future. A Conqueror's Haki user, unrivaled in strength except by Big Mom herself. To have Katakuri extend an invitation meant Ashveil was being offered the highest level of respect the Big Mom pirates could bestow. Perospero, though nervous, felt relief wash over him. Recruiting Ashveil had been a daunting task, now it was in Katakuri's capable hands. He left swiftly, summoning his brother. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Katakuri entered, towering and calm, his scarf covering his mouth as always. Unlike his siblings, he did not tremble before Big Mom. He listened in silence as she explained. At her command, his lips curled into a faint smile beneath the scarf.
Interesting, a boy who could kill Jack instantly.
Chapter 28, 28, Whitebeard Pirates, 3 months ago. Chapter 28, Whitebeard Pirates. The red hair pirates were gathered on deck, voices rising in heated discussion.
Red hair, that guy named Ashveil actually took care of that bastard Jack. What a relief.
Lucky Roo exclaimed, still chewing on a drumstick as excitement lit his round face. Conflicts among the 4 emperors were constant. Lucky Roo had clashed with Jack before, and though he had beaten him, he had let the mammoth go. Among the emperors, there was an unspoken rule not to completely wipe out another's key commander. Now that Ashveil had done what he could not, Lucky Roo felt vindicated.
That's right,
Said the pirate with the monkey perched on his shoulder.
Jack was an eyesore. Who would have thought the Whitebeard Pirates' 0 Division Captain Ashveil was such a ruthless fighter?
0 Division Captain, huh?
Yassop muttered as he casually polished his rifle.
I'd like to meet him one day.
Ben Beckman, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth, approached Shanks with a steady gaze.
Shanks, at such a critical moment, this kid Ashveil kills one of Kaido's all-stars. Won't this provoke the Beast's pirates to retaliate? The Whitebeard pirates could end up fighting on 2 fronts.
The words sank in. The laughter and chatter dulled as the crew absorbed the weight of it. If Jack was dead, Kaido would not simply let it go. And with the Marines already holding Ace, the Whitebeard pirates were on the edge of a war with Marineford itself. Shanks's expression darkened. He stared out toward the endless sea, his voice low and heavy.
I warned Whitebeard not to chase Blackbeard carelessly. They didn't listen, and Ace fell into Blackbeard's hands, only to be delivered straight to the Marines. Now the world holds its breath, waiting for Marineford to erupt.
He sighed deeply, then continued.
I thought that incident might sober them up. But now Ashveil has cut down Jack, and the Beast's pirates will rage. Whitebeard's crew stands in even greater danger than before.
Ben exhaled a smoke ring, his tone thoughtful.
Captain, should we?
Shanks shook his head with a wry smile.
Those Whitebeard pirates.
On the Moby Dick, news reached Whitebeard and his commanders almost at the same time. The men huddled around a freshly delivered newspaper, disbelief etched across their faces.
Jack.
Marco's voice carried astonishment. Vista, the flower swordsman, nodded grimly.
This comes straight from the World Economic Journal. There's no mistake. Who would have guessed Ashveil, who looks so harmless, would strike so decisively?
Diamond Jazu slapped his palm against his leg, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes.
Well done, Ashveil. You've brought honor to the Whitebeard pirates, ha-ho-ha.
Whitebeard's massive hand reached for the den mushy. With a sharp ring buru, the line connected.
Ashveil!
Whitebeard's booming voice thundered through the receiver.
You brat, you said you'd return after killing Blackbeard, but now you've gone and slain Jack of the Beast's pirates.
The speed of the world's news agencies never ceased to amaze. Barely had Jack fallen before word spread across the seas. Lying in his quarters, Thorn Ashveil rubbed the back of his head, his tone sheepish.
I.
Behind Whitebeard, the captains shouted into the receiver, voices brimming with excitement.
Well done, Ashveil. I've wanted to kill that monster Jack myself, but you beat me to it. I heard you took him down in an instant. When you return, I'm challenging you to a spar.
Whitebeard silenced them with a glare. Then his expression softened into thought.
I'll say this, Ashveil, after killing Jack, Kaido will come for you. You should consider returning quickly.
The mention of Kaido drew a calm, almost amused smile from Ashveil. His Conqueror's Haki had already reached terrifying levels. Why should he cower before a dragon?
Old man, don't worry. If Kaido comes, it won't be so clear who stands victorious.
The line fell silent as every ear strained to absorb his words. Did he truly mean it? If Ashveil spoke the truth, his strength rivaled that of the emperors themselves. Gasps rippled through the captains. If the Whitebeard pirates had not one but two emperor-level fighters, their confidence heading into Marineford would surge. Still, Ashveil's tone softened.
But
For a moment, Whitebeard was silent. Then he erupted in booming laughter.
Huhahaha, you fool, I only worried for your safety. As for the beast's pirates, when have I ever feared them? If they dare to come, let them. It won't be their first loss against us, and it won't be their last.
His voice carried like thunder, igniting the men around him.
That's right, last time I stabbed Queen straight in the backside. If he shows up again, I'll finish the job. And I nearly crushed 3 of the Tobai Rappo myself. They ran with their tails tucked, or else the beast's pirates would be short-handed today. Don't worry about us, Ashveil, just focus on saving Ace. When the dust settles, we'll drink together for 3 days and nights.
Their laughter, their boasts, and their loyalty filled the deck. Ashveil's lips curved into a faint smile.
old man, then let's keep to our plan. Dual action. Believe me, I'll rescue Ace, and I'll make the Marines regret every step they've taken.
Whitebeard roared with approval, his laughter echoing across the ship.
Huhahaha, when have I ever doubted you, boy? As for Kaido, if he dares come, I'll tear every last scale off his dragon hide myself.
Chapter 29, Ace's Execution, 3 months ago. Chapter 29, Ace's Execution. At Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Marines hurried back and forth with stacks of reports, the air heavy with the scent of ink and nerves. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat behind his desk, fatigue etched into his features, as he oversaw the endless stream of preparations. Beside him stood Admirals Akinu and Aokiji, reporting on deployments and contingencies. Suddenly, the door burst open. An intelligence officer rushed in, panting heavily.
Report!
Sengoku's sharp eyes narrowed. His patience was worn thin from sleepless nights.
Compose yourself. You're a Marine, act like one.
The officer straightened immediately, saluting before speaking.
Reporting Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Aokiji. Thorn Ashveil, the 0 Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates.
Sengoku's tired expression softened for the first time in days.
Is that so? Good. Let them destroy each other.
Admiral Aokiji tilted his head, eyes widening slightly. He hadn't expected this development. Ashveil had only just crushed the Blackbeard pirates, and now he had cut down one of Kaido's all-stars. Aokiji muttered under his breath.
That kid's more dangerous than I thought.
He couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. If the Whitebeard pirates really clashed with Marineford, he wanted to test himself against Ashveil. Capturing the 0 Division captain would be no small accomplishment. The intelligence officer, sensing hesitation, asked cautiously.
Fleet Admiral, should we dispatch a Vice Admiral to confirm the situation?
Sengoku's eyes glimmered with thought. After a pause, he waved his hand.
Stand down. Kaido will not let this go, and the beast's pirates will handle their own vengeance. Marines will not interfere. Yes, sir.
The officer saluted crisply and marched out. Aokiji raised an eyebrow, his tone curious.
That's unlike you, Fleet Admiral. Jack was a high-profile pirate. To let it go without sending anyone.
Before Sengoku could answer, a lazy drawl cut through the office. Kizaru's voice echoed from the doorway.
It's not like Sengoku-sama to sit still, eh?
Sengoku's brows furrowed, his voice turned firm.
Kizaru is still en route from Robina Island. With Marineford preparing for war, we can't afford to spread our strength thinner.
Just then, the den mushi on Sengoku's desk rang out buru buru, buru buru. Sengoku snatched it up.
This is the Marine Editorial Department, reporting. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the announcement of Portgas D. Ace's public execution has been dispatched worldwide. Good.
Sengoku's eyes sharpened, a spark of resolve glinting in them. Hanging up, he turned to his admirals.
Forget Jack. The priority now is the great war that's coming.
Akinu and Aokiji exchanged grim looks. Sengoku was right. Whatever Jack's fate, it meant nothing compared to the storm about to engulf Marineford. For Sengoku, the reasons were clear. This war would not only crush Whitebeard's crew, the strongest pirate force alive, but also serve as a warning to the world. Let every pirate tremble at the sight of Ace's execution, and when victory was his, Sengoku could retire with honor. The three admirals bent once more over the maps and reports, their voices carrying through the office for hours. But their work was interrupted again. Buru buru.
What is it?
The voice on the other end stammered.
A celestial dragon.
Sengoku slammed a fist against his desk, teeth gritted.
At such a critical time, something so foolish happens. Damn it! By law, an admiral must be dispatched immediately.
It wasn't the celestial dragon's suffering that angered him. He had little care for them personally, but the world government's rigid decree left him no choice. The timing was disastrous. Kizaru was still tied up with the Blackbeard investigation. That left only Aokiji and Akinu.
Which of you will handle this?
Sengoku asked tightly.
Finish it quickly and return. Marineford cannot be left undefended.
Aokiji rubbed his temples, sighing.
First Robina Island, now Sabyati. Troublesome.
Akinu's voice cut through, harsh and resolute.
If you're unwilling, I'll go. Someone dared strike a celestial dragon. Pirates grow more lawless by the day. I'll make an example of them all.
Before Sengoku could respond, Akinu had already donned his coat of justice and strode out. Meanwhile, on the open sea, Thorn Ashveil remained unaware of Marineford's shifting tides. A newspaper seagull circled overhead. With a subtle release of Conqueror's Haki, Ashveil disrupted its flight. The bird drifted into his waiting hand as gently as a leaf. This was his refined control, no longer just raw bursts of willpower, but precision so fine he could direct Haki into the very cells of living beings. He opened the newspaper. The headline blared across the front page, "Decision to publicly execute Portgas D. Ace, commander of the Whitebeard pirates." Ashveil's eyes narrowed, so the time had come. 3 days from now, Ace would face the execution platform at Marineford. The boyish ease that sometimes lingered in his demeanor vanished, replaced by cold determination. He had trained relentlessly, sharpening his power until he could even break free from C's stone cuffs. Now, a plan began to crystallize in his mind.
Just wait, Marineford.
Ashveil murmured.
Just wait, Ace, I will come for you.
He closed his eyes briefly, summoning the system interface. Host Thorn Ashveil. Conqueror's Haki attribute points, 5804. Devil Fruit abilities, Tremor Fruit intermediate, Magma ability advanced, Search ability intermediate. Devil Fruits, Tanuki Fruit, 3 artificial devil fruits, African hyena fruit. Skills, Flash 100 meters, Conqueror's Haki passive defense shield, Shinra Tense, self-created. Items, healing potion, firearms, ham, hamburgers, cola, red wine, turkey, salad.
When that happens, I'll see what reward the system gives me. But before that...
Chapter 30, The Straw Hat Pirates, 3 months ago. Chapter 30, The Straw Hat Pirates. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates had just received devastating news.
My sons, Ace will be executed in 3 days. Prepare yourselves for battle.
Whitebeard's deep, commanding voice rolled like thunder across the deck.
Roar!
Roar! Roar! The entire ship erupted in defiant cheers, weapons clashing against the deck as the men's fighting spirit surged. Their momentum seemed to shake the very heavens. Marco and the other commanders quickly gathered near Whitebeard. The blue-haired phoenix looked puzzled, his brow furrowing.
Pops, aren't we taking Ashveil with us when we strike Marineford?
Whitebeard laughed, his booming voice carrying over the waves.
Huhahaha, don't concern yourself with that boy. Ashveil will meet us at Marineford. I promise you, he'll give the Marines a surprise they won't forget.
Marco sighed, rolling his eyes. So Pops and Asheville had already plotted something together, and as usual, no one had bothered to fill him in. Still, despite his annoyance, Marco couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Whatever Asheville had in store, it would shake the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Sabjati archipelago was in turmoil. A crucial checkpoint between the Grand Line and the New World, it had become a gathering place for pirates from every corner of the world. Now, chaos reigned. News that Straw Hat Luffy had struck a celestial dragon spread like wildfire. Admirals were bound to be dispatched, and panic drove most crews to hastily abandon the islands. Among the commotion stood the 11 supernovas, each with bounties over 100 million berries. Some were alarmed, others excited.
Damn it, that idiot actually hit a celestial dragon. With an admiral on the way, we've got no choice but to retreat,
Said Capone Bijet, a cigar smoldering in his mouth as he adjusted his gangster-style suit.
Ha 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 ha, bold enough to hit a celestial dragon, now that's what I call a real man.
Uruj bellowed, his massive frame towering over the crowd, wings flexing.
I won't be left behind, Straw Hat Luffy. I'll make my own mark on the New World.
Basil Hawkins, calm as ever, shuffled his tarot cards.
There's no need to panic, I've already divined it. Our chance of escaping this incident.
On Grove 1, the once lively auction hall had transformed into a battlefield. Luffy, Kid, and Law stood at its center, facing down marine forces.
Hey, get out of my way. I told you I'll handle this by myself.
Luffy shouted, fists clenched. Kid sneered, red hair falling over his face.
Straw Hat, you're the one in the way. I don't need help dealing with a bunch of Marines.
Law smirked, resting Kikoku on his shoulder.
Arguing at a time like this, you two blockheads should listen. An admiral is coming. If we don't move fast, you'll regret it. Who are you calling blockheads?
Luffy and Kid snapped in unison, veins popping on their foreheads. The Marines seized their chance. Cannons roared, a barrage of iron shells streaking through the sky. With a crack, Luffy's rubber fist shot forward, deflecting a cannonball. At the same time, Kid's metallic arm rose, bending steel and hurling it back at the Marines.
Room!
Law muttered, his sphere of power expanded, and suddenly, half the shells redirected midair, crashing into the Marines' own ranks. Explosions rocked the street.
What the hell are these monsters?
A Marine shouted in disbelief.
Hold the line, we just need to stall until Admiral Akinu arrives.
Barked a rear admiral, sweat dripping down his temples. The words had barely left his mouth when the heavens split open. A blazing meteor descended from the sky, slamming into Grove 1. The earth quaked violently, a massive crater forming in its wake. Flames consumed the air, the heat suffocating. From the inferno, a figure emerged. He wore a blood-red suit with a rose pinned to his chest, a Marine admiral's coat draped over his shoulders like a mantle of authority. A cigar burned between his lips, his expression cold and merciless. Admiral Akinu Sakazuki had arrived. An elderly Marine stumbled toward him, trembling.
Admiral Akinu, these pirates.
Sakazuki's glare was like molten lava.
Pathetic, Marines don't run from battle. Cowards like you disgrace our uniform.
His fist ignited, lava dripping onto the ground. With a single motion, he engulfed the old soldier in searing magma. The man's screams echoed for only a moment before silence returned. All that remained was smoke and ash. Pirates froze in terror.
He killed his own man.
Run before he sees us. Akinu exhaled smoke, his voice dripping with contempt.
Just scum of the world, for absolute justice.
He raised his arm, magma blazing.
Meteor volcano.
The sky rained fire. Lava fists pelted the island like a storm of meteors, turning the streets into a sea of flames. Screams filled the air as pirates were incinerated where they stood. One survivor, quaking and pale, fell to his knees before Sakazuki.
Please.
Akinu sneered.
Trash doesn't deserve mercy.
His magma fist slammed down, erasing the man from existence. Far from the chaos, a marine warship cut through the sea. On its deck stood Thorn Ashveil, his sharp gaze fixed on the burning silhouette of Sabyati in the distance. Smoke and cannon fire marked the horizon. A smile touched his lips.
The sound of gunfire.
Chapter 31, Admiral Akinu, 3 months ago. Chapter 31, Admiral Akinu. On the Sabyati archipelago, Uruj the supernova with a robust frame and a pair of angelic wings was directing his crew as they loaded supplies onto their ship. He leaned on his odd, pencil-shaped weapon, sweat glistening across his brow.
At last,
Uruj muttered, wiping his forehead.
we can finally get away from this cursed place.
But before he could take a step, a sudden wave of heat swept over him. His instincts screamed danger. Turning sharply, his eyes widened at the sight of a marine in a white coat, a ferocious glare fixed directly on him.
Why you?
Uruj's voice carried both shock and dread.
Speak!
Sakazuki growled, his fist already smoldering like molten rock.
Where is Straw Hat Luffy?
Uruj clenched his jaw, fury replacing hesitation.
I don't know, and even if I did, I'd never tell a marine like you.
He had fought tooth and nail to survive the new world. How could he back down now, even in the face of an admiral? Akinu's scowl deepened, veins bulging along his temple.
Pirates?
His voice rose like a volcanic eruption.
Then I'll make you understand.
The ground hissed and bubbled as droplets of magma fell from his body, scorching the soil beneath his boots. His killing intent was suffocating. Raising his fist, Sakazuki bellowed.
Great eruption!
A colossal fist of magma burst forth, detonating like a volcanic explosion. Though he used only a fraction of his strength, the attack was catastrophic. Uruj's ship and every one of his men were engulfed instantly, the vessel melting into twisted slag as fiery blasts rained down across the bay. The sea itself seemed to ignite. Uruj staggered back, horror gripping him.
My crew.
Rage fueled his muscles, veins bulging as he swung his weapon with every ounce of strength toward the admiral's head. But Sakazuki barely twitched. A sheen of hardened black spread across his armament Haki, and he caught the blow effortlessly. Uruj froze.
What?
Akinu said coldly.
If you miss your men so much, I'll send you to join them.
At that moment his den mushy rang. Without glancing at Uruj, Sakazuki answered.
Fleet Admiral Akinu here. Reporting, sir, Straw Hat Luffy has been located, but he's proving too strong. The pacifista units can't hold him. Give me the location.
His voice was calm, even bored. Sengoku's orders had been clear. He couldn't linger here, not while chaos spread. Beside him, Uruj trembled, blood trickling from his mouth. He dared not breathe too loudly, praying Akinu would leave to chase Luffy and spare him, but such hope was foolish. Sakazuki ended the call and turned, magma bubbling once more. His lips curled into a sinister grin.
Worthless pirate.
He slammed a hardened fist into Uruj's chest. Blood gushed from Uruj's mouth as he crashed into the scorched ground, his enormous frame crumpling like a broken doll. Satisfied, Akinu shifted fully into magma, his body blazing as he flew southward in pursuit of Luffy. Meanwhile, a marine warship cut through the waves, already nearing Sabyati. Standing at the prow, Thorn Ashveil narrowed his eyes. The air reeked of smoke and molten rock. The island was aflame. Stepping off onto the grass, Ashveil closed his eyes and activated his search. Within moments, his expression sharpened.
So it isn't Kizaru this time.
He murmured.
It's Akinu.
A faint smile tugged at his lips. This man, the so-called Red Dog, was someone Ashveil had long marked for death.
Interesting, in Marineford I was meant to strike you down. Perhaps my arrival has already twisted the flow of this world. All the better.
He remembered too well how Akinu had slaughtered Whitebeard, how his ruthless brand of justice had scarred the seas. Kizaru could be lazy, but Sakazuki was a menace. Removing him would tilt the balance of the coming war.
A perfect opportunity.
Ashveil whispered.
Akinu.
His thoughts were broken by a faint, raspy plea. Ashveil glanced toward the source. Lying in the scorched dirt, charred wings spread pitifully, was Uruj. The once mighty supernova was barely clinging to life, his massive body soaked in blood. Even with his formidable endurance, Akinu's strike had nearly erased him. Only stubborn willpower kept him breathing. Ashveil's eyes softened with faint interest. He wasn't one to meddle, but he was a man who believed in fair bargains. From his coat, Ashveil withdrew a vial of medicine, tossing it lightly into his palm.
This will keep you alive. The price?
Yuru's lips trembled, tears stinging the corners of his eyes.
TA.
A faint chuckle left Ashveil.
Good, then you may yet see another dawn.
He tossed the vial at Yuru's side and turned away without hesitation. Behind him, Yuruj clutched the medicine as though it were salvation itself.
Don't!
He croaked.
Admiral Sakazuki will kill you.
The wind whipped across the burning island. Ashveil's coat fluttered, his steps unhurried, his gaze locked on the horizon where magma lit the sky.
That's exactly why I came.
He said, a sharp smile cutting across his face.
For his head.
Chapter 32, 32, Ashveil enters the fray, 3 months ago. Chapter 32, Ashveil enters the fray. Yuruj's eyes widened, staring at the slovenly young man before him. Shock rippled across his features. What did this boy just say? He claimed he was going to kill Admiral Sakazuki. Yuruj could scarcely believe it. He looks no more than 20 years old. This youth dared to say he would slay the man known as Akinu, the embodiment of the Marines' absolute justice. Yuruj had already experienced Sakazuki's power firsthand. Even with his immense physical strength and the abilities of his devil fruit, he had been swatted aside like an insect. His subordinates had been wiped out in a single eruption of magma. A mere punch from Akinu had nearly ended him. To fight such a man head-on was not bravery, it was suicide. He tried to speak, his lips trembling.
Benefactor!
But the words faltered on his tongue. The youth had already vanished, disappearing from sight as if the air itself had swallowed him. Left behind, Yuruj could only smile bitterly. His warnings had gone unheard. His battered body could barely move, leaving him helpless. All he could do was watch events unfold, powerless to intervene. Ashveil soared forward, his presence radiating strength. His eyes sharpened, and a wave of Conqueror's Haki burst from him, shaking the very air. The ground trembled as he shot across the battlefield, heading directly toward Akinu. Elsewhere in Sabyati, chaos reigned. Straw Hat Luffy, battered and desperate, was screaming with grief. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he called out for his crew.
Zoro Nami Brook Sanji.
Towering before him stood the massive figure of Bartholomew Kuma. The Shichibukai held his Bible calmly in one hand, his expression unreadable, eyes heavy with something between prayer and sorrow.
Farewell.
Kuma said simply. With a thunderous bang, he extended his paw. The pawpaw fruit's power activated, and in an instant, Luffy vanished, whisked away into the sky, unseen and unreachable. Sentamaru charged forward, fury in his voice.
What do you think you're doing, Kuma? You owe the Marines an explanation.
Not far away, Admiral Sakazuki clashed violently with none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. The forest shook with each exchange. Rayleigh blocked with his blade, sparks flying as molten fists hammered against it.
You've aged, Rayleigh.
Sakazuki snarled, his magma boiling hotter with every strike.
The Dark King reduced to this. You'll die here burning to ash. That is the fate of relics like you.
Rayleigh's brow furrowed, sweat dripping down his face. His stamina was waning. He knew all too well that age had dulled his edge. Prolong this fight, and exhaustion would claim him before magma ever could. Still, the old man's eyes twinkled with mischief. Between blows, his gaze flicked toward Kuma. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Sakazuki noticed, his eyes narrowed sharply.
What are you planning, Kuma?
In that instant, Rayleigh slipped away into the chaos, vanishing like smoke. Sakazuki's rage erupted.
Kuma, what did you do?
Kuma turned another page of his Bible, calm despite the lava boiling only meters away. His voice was even, almost serene.
My mission is complete. Arrest me if you must, Sakazuki.
The Admiral's fists ignited brighter, his fury reaching its peak.
You dare defy me, then you will face justice as a traitor.
Yet Kuma did not flinch. He had long accepted what awaited him, the grip of Vegapunk, the sacrifice demanded for the revolution.
I won't rot and impel down.
Kuma said evenly, lifting his massive hands.
But if you wish to drag me away, then try.
Just as Sakazuki prepared to strike, a new presence descended from the sky.
Hold on, Sakazuki.
A voice drawled lazily.
Tyrant Kuma isn't yours to take just yet. I still have business with him.
The battlefield fell silent for a heartbeat. Sentomaru, Sakazuki, and even Kuma turned, their eyes locking on the newcomer. Landing lightly on the scorched earth was a young man in a short-sleeved shirt, baggy shorts, and worn slippers. He stretched his arms casually as though he had merely woken from a nap. A faint smirk curved his lips. Thorn Ashveil had arrived. Not far away in the shadow of the mangroves, someone else was watching. Hidden among the foliage, Jewelry Bonnie had assumed her older form, long pink hair tumbling past her shoulders. Her heart-shaped lipstick drew a sharp contrast against her pale face, which at this moment was frozen in shock.
You've got to be kidding me.
She muttered.
I tricked Akinu in order to escape, and now some idiot walks right into his jaws.
Her eyes narrowed.
What suicidal fool is this? Never even heard of him.
Still, curiosity tugged at her. Bonnie crouched lower, deciding to watch. Surely this reckless stranger would be obliterated in seconds. High above the battlefield, a familiar seagull circled. A den mushy strapped to its belly clicked as it transmitted images back to the World Economic Journal. Inside his office, Morgan's feathers bristled with excitement as he received the feed.
Sabyati Archipelago, Celestial Dragon Scandal, Sakazuki on the move, and now this mysterious stranger interfering.
He cackled, slamming his claws on the desk.
The Whitebeard Pirates, Marineford, the Celestial Dragons, and now a new player appearing out of nowhere. The story of the era is writing itself.
In Sabyati itself, the branch manager of the journal, a bespectacled middle-aged man, trembled with excitement. Normally, only Morgans would cover such an event. But with the Marineford War brewing, the responsibility had fallen on him.
Rose!
He called, motioning urgently to his assistant.
Bring the equipment. We're filming history today.
Rose, barely 20, tilted her head.
Manager, what's going on? Why are you personally heading out?
You'll see.
The man said, eyes gleaming.
Film every second. If we get this right, the bonus will last us a lifetime.
Rose's jaw dropped. Chapter 33, 33, Ashveil vs. Sakazuki, 3 months ago. Chapter 33, Ashveil vs. Sakazuki. Sakazuki's expression twisted with suspicion. His molten fist simmered as his voice thundered across the grove.
Who is this brat who dares mock death? Kuma, speak. What have you been plotting behind the Marine's back?
Tyrant Kuma looked genuinely bewildered. Though he wore the mantle of a warlord, his loyalty had never belonged to the Marines. His post was simply a disguise, a cover for his true allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. But this young man, Kuma searched his memories. He didn't recall any slacker-looking youth among their ranks. Could he perhaps be connected to Sabo? Sentomaru stepped forward, his eyes widening as if he had just remembered something.
I know who this is. He's 0 Division Captain Ashveil of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just days ago, I heard reports he beheaded Jack the Drought.
Sakazuki's brows furrowed, and the memory clicked. He had indeed glanced at such a report in the marshal's office earlier. But with the world focused on the impending war against Whitebeard, that detail had been easy to ignore. To meet this,
Ashveil!
So soon fate seemed to mock him. But to Sakazuki, it changed nothing. Defeating one of Kaido's calamities meant little. To him, even Edward Newgate himself, the strongest man alive, was still pirate scum. What chance did a mere captain of Whitebeard's fleet have? The magma admiral clenched his fists tighter, heat waves pouring from his body until the air itself rippled.
So that's all you are, one of Whitebeard's dogs. Don't make me laugh. Do you think relics of the old era could ever produce formidable subordinates?
He barked out a cruel laugh, his voice cutting through the chaos.
Ha ha ha, pathetic.
Kuma shifted his gaze toward Ashveil, finally speaking in his heavy baritone.
I don't know you, Ashveil.
The young man shrugged lazily, his tone calm, as though the admiral's rage was no more troublesome than the buzzing of an insect.
Of course you don't. I'm not here to reminisce. I came to ask you for something. Send me to a certain place.
Then Ashveil's eyes flicked toward Sakazuki.
But it seems you're the one being threatened with handcuffs. That would interfere with your ability, wouldn't it? So, as a return favor.
His lips curled faintly, almost in mockery. He said it without hesitation, as if declaring he would swat a fly. The entire grove fell silent, mouths hung open in disbelief. Was this kid insane, to openly declare the death of Admiral Akinu? Even the four emperors would think twice before making such a claim. Kuma remained silent, but in his chest stirred something unfamiliar. He was a man about to surrender his humanity to the world government's modifications, a soldier ready to be turned into a lifeless weapon. Perhaps, before losing himself entirely, he wished to witness whether this reckless youth's words carried weight. Could someone under 20 truly strike down an admiral? From the forest shadows, Jewelry Bonnie's eyes widened. The pirate princess known as the Big Eater leaned forward, her heart racing.
Kill an admiral? This guy is a captain under Whitebeard. Could he really have that kind of power?
Every gaze in the grove fixed on Ashveil. He stood unshaken, posture loose, expression careless, as if the admiral before him was a nuisance rather than a threat. Sakazuki's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding audibly. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fury boiling hotter than his magma.
This world has lost its order. Mice no longer run from cats, they dare bare their teeth.
He roared, his voice shaking the ground.
This rotten age, Sakazuki, will burn it clean.
His fist erupted with violent magma.
Great eruption!
With a deafening blast, the admiral launched his molten fist forward. The very sky dyed crimson as the air warped from heat. At the same time, Sentomaru moved. His blackened battle axe shimmered with armament Haki, the dense coating gleaming like polished obsidian.
You loud-mouthed brat, I'll crush you myself.
He brought the axe down toward Ashveil's skull with full force, confident no one could withstand such an attack. Ashveil he merely yawned. From her vantage, Bonnie's expression twisted in disbelief.
He's frozen.
She shook her head.
So much for big words. This fight's going to be over before it begins.
Even she knew against admiral-level combat power, survival often meant retreat. But Kuma's usually stone-like face showed something different. His lips tightened ever so slightly. He had seen enough to know appearances deceived. The answer came in the next instant. The blazing magma fist, hot enough to incinerate steel, struck Ashveil's raised hand, and then vanished. The energy, the heat, the destructive might, all of it disappeared, sucked into Ashveil's body as though swallowed by an abyss. Gasps rippled across the grove.
What?
Before shock could settle, Sentomaru's axe came cleaving down, a blow strong enough to cleave through diamond. But instead of tearing flesh, his weapon met an unseen barrier. A surge of Conqueror's Haki burst outward, rippling like waves. The force rebounded instantly, the axe shattering to pieces in Sentomaru's grip. Pain shot through his arms as if striking an immovable mountain. His eyes bulged.
What kind of ability is this?
He barely had time to process the thought before the backlash hit. An invisible explosion of force hurled him into the air like a ragdoll.
Impossible!
His scream cut short as his body slammed into the forest floor, carving a crater into the earth. His legs pointed skyward while his head was buried in the soil, unconscious before he even registered what had happened. The captain of the science unit, famed for his defense, felled in a single strike. Bonnie's jaw dropped, her heartbeat hammering in her chest.
Is this real? He absorbed Akinu's magma like it was nothing, and then Sentomaru, the strongest defense in the world, knocked out instantly.
Her lips trembled.
This guy.
Chapter 34, Flames Against Flames, 3 months ago. Chapter 34, Flames Against Flames. Tyrant Kuma, who usually stood calm and unreadable with his Bible in hand, found his expression shifting for the first time. His gaze lingered on the young pirate before him. When had the Whitebeard pirates recruited someone like this? The Revolutionary Army's intelligence network had never reported his existence. In Kuma's eyes, Ashveil was a complete unknown, a mystery that hadn't appeared in any files or whispers of the underground. He had not expected that, before he surrendered his body fully to the government's modifications, he would witness such a singular figure, a boy who seemed to defy every expectation. Somewhere in Kuma's silent heart, a fragile hope stirred. If this youth could survive Sakazuki's flames, perhaps he would one day bring light rather than ruin to the world. Sakazuki, too, was unsettled, though his arrogance cloaked his reaction. Sentamaru's defeat meant little to him. To the admiral, Sentamaru was just a subordinate of Kizaru. If even Kizaru himself was beneath his notice, why would the loss of his protege matter? What gnawed at him was something else entirely. His attack. His magma, his very essence as a fighter, had been swallowed as if it were nothing. The magma fruit granted him heat that could turn stone to rivers of fire, temperatures beyond the endurance of any natural flame. Yet when that molten fist struck Ashveil, it simply—
What's wrong, Sakazuki? You look shaken, ready to surrender. If you kneel and bow your head 3 times, maybe I'll let you die a little easier.
His laughter carried across the grove, casual and unrestrained. The mocking tone hit Sakazuki like a slap. He was Sakazuki Akinu, an admiral of Marine headquarters, the embodiment of absolute justice. He had crushed countless pirates underfoot. Never once had he imagined he would be ridiculed like this, and by a boy barely grown.
Don't get carried away, brat.
He roared, spittle flying with his rage.
I haven't begun to fight seriously. I'll burn you to ash.
Ashveil tilted his head slightly, amusement flickering in his eyes.
Coincidentally, I haven't used my full strength either. Why don't we make it interesting? Flames against flames. Let's see who controls fire better.
Murmurs spread through those watching. Kuma's brow furrowed. Bonnie, crouched in the trees, gasped audibly. Flames against flames. The thought was absurd. Devil fruits were unique. There could not be 2 of the same fruit existing at once. To suggest he wielded an ability like Sakazuki's was insanity. Sakazuki barked out a laugh, though the sound carried more edge than humor.
You think I'll believe that you can wield magma like me?
But even as he spoke, he remembered. Once, long ago, as a vice admiral, he had lost to a pirate not because of strength but because of words, because he had allowed his enemy's mind games to weaken his focus. That shame had driven him to forge his merciless absolute justice. Never again would he falter to tricks. He glared at Ashveil, molten fire swirling around his arm until steam hissed from the ground. His conviction was iron.
Your lies won't shake me. This time I won't falter.
Ashveil shrugged, his voice maddeningly calm.
Believe what you like. You'll see the truth soon enough.
Inside, he knew killing Sakazuki would be easy. His Conqueror's Haki, honed to terrifying heights, dwarfed the Admiral's will. 6,000 points of pressure enough to shatter any man's spirit. But Ashveil wasn't content with simply overpowering him. No, he wanted to humiliate Sakazuki. To crush him using the very power the Admiral worshipped. To show that even magma, the force Sakazuki believed absolute, could be turned against him. To prove that justice itself meant nothing before raw, undeniable strength. His arm shimmered, the skin darkened, then ignited. Scorching flames erupted, licking across his hand and dripping molten embers to the ground. Each ember ate into the earth, sizzling holes into the soil as smoke rose in thick white curls. The sight froze the battlefield. Cameras clicked furiously from high above. In a floating bird-shaped newscraft, a middle-aged manager leaned forward, his glasses reflecting the brilliant blaze. His hands shook as he adjusted his professional camera. Click, click, click. Sweat rolled down his temple, but his eyes gleamed with excitement.
Amazing!
He slammed a hand to his desk.
We've struck gold this time, Rose. This will shake the entire world.
Beside him, his assistant Rose nearly dropped her equipment. Her wide eyes shimmered with disbelief.
Manager!
The manager's smile was tense, almost reverent.
Rose, this sea is built on mysteries. Even I don't know the half of it. Our job isn't to solve them, it's to record them. To show the world the impossible.
Yes, manager.
She answered breathlessly, her camera flashing nonstop. The thought of the fortune awaiting them only added to her trembling hands. Back in the forest, Bonnie clutched the bark of a massive tree as the winds of heat lashed around her. Her lips parted, the heart-shaped lipstick marking the curve of her mouth as she whispered in awe.
He can really use magma.
Chapter 35, 35, Clash of Flames, 3 months ago. Chapter 35, Clash of Flames. A scorching aura enveloped the battlefield as Thorn Ashveil and Admiral Akinu stood across from one another. The heat distorted the air, and the Marine Admiral's eyes widened in disbelief. This rookie pirate,
How about it, Akinu? Do you believe me now?
Ashveil said with a faint, confident smile.
Damn brat, how do you have my devil fruit ability?
Sakazuki snarled, his arm igniting as molten magma surged outward. Meteor volcano. Explosive fists of magma launched skyward like artillery fire. Each blazing projectile streaked across the sky, filling the heavens with crimson light. The oppressive heat made onlookers tremble as the rain of molten fists fell toward Ashveil. Akinu twisted his neck with disdain, arrogance gleaming in his eyes.
So what if you can use magma? The true strength of a devil fruit isn't just the ability itself, but how far it has been developed. I'll kill you here and deliver your corpse to Vegapunk. Then the truth of your fake magma fruit will be revealed.
He sneered coldly. Vegapunk had long experimented with artificial devil fruits. Kaido's capture had already led to the creation of an artificial dragon fruit. Even though it was defective, some lesser artificial fruits had succeeded. To Sakazuki, this boy must have eaten one of those flawed creations. Ashveil, however, regarded the admiral with amused disdain. His magma-coated arm rose and pointed directly at Sakazuki. Explosive fists of magma launched skyward like artillery fire. Each blazing projectile streaked across the sky, filling the heavens with crimson light. The oppressive heat made onlookers tremble as the rain of molten fists fell toward Ashveil. Akinu twisted his neck with disdain, arrogance gleaming in his eyes. So what if you can use magma? The true strength of a devil fruit isn't just the ability itself, but how far it has been developed. I'll kill you here and deliver your corpse to Vegapunk. Then the truth of your fake magma fruit will be revealed. He sneered coldly. Vegapunk had long experimented with artificial devil fruits. Kaido's capture had already led to the creation of an artificial dragon fruit. Even though it was defective, some lesser artificial fruits had succeeded. To Sakazuki, this boy must have eaten one of those flawed creations. Ashveil, however, regarded the admiral with amused disdain. His magma-coated arm rose and pointed directly at Sakazuki. You think your magma is superior to mine, he said calmly. In the next instant, his arm erupted. Meteor volcano. Magma fists surged into the sky, colliding violently with Akinu's barrage. The heavens turned red as the two volcanoes rained destruction against each other. Rumble boom. The sky split with thunderous detonations as magma collided against magma. Burning debris fell from above, while thick black smoke rolled over Sabyati. Akinu's face twisted with fury. His pride as a Marine admiral was being shredded. To be Machno, equaled by a young upstart pirate, was intolerable.
Damn brat!
He roared, his voice shaking with rage. In the forest nearby, Jewelry Bonnie looked up, her face lit by the crimson sky. Her eyes widened and her lips parted in shock.
This time, I believe it.
Tyrant Kuma's usual calm expression faltered as well, his gaze fixed on Ashveil with rare intensity.
This boy!
The thought unsettled him, though his loyalty to the revolution meant he knew better than most what Vegapunk was capable of. Overhead, the reporters from the news agency maneuvered their flock of transponder birds higher, eager to capture every moment.
This power is terrifying. If we get caught in the crossfire, we're dead.
One cried. Yet none of them looked afraid. Their faces glowed with feverish excitement.
Manager, this is groundbreaking.
Rose said, eyes shining as she aimed her camera.
2 magma fruit users. This is history in the making.
The middle-aged manager laughed, practically trembling with joy.
This isn't just a story, Rose. This is our ticket to the headquarters of the World Economic Journal.
Even Yuruj, observing from the coast, couldn't remain calm. He swallowed hard, trembling as the sky lit with fire.
2 monsters!
The chaos above Sabyati was only just beginning. Sakazuki's face twisted with unrestrained fury, veins bulging as he gathered his strength.
Kid, today you die here.
The magma on his fist shifted, shaping into a monstrous hound's head. The heat alone scorched the earth as he unleashed his next attack.
Great eruption, Crimson Lotus.
The magma beast lunged forward, jaws wide as if to swallow Ashveil whole. Ashveil sneered in disgust.
So that's your great technique. Pathetic.
His own magma swirled, condensing into the shape of a dragon's head. Its roar reverberated across the battlefield as it launched forward.
Dragon devouring Crimson Lotus.
The dragon and hound collided with a thunderous detonation. Heat waves and shock pressure blasted outward, scorching trees and shattering stone. Ashveil's dragon roared louder, overwhelming the magma hound and devouring it whole before charging straight at Akinu. Akinu's eyes went wide. His ultimate strike, so easily consumed, he barely had time to throw himself aside, using his advanced observation Haki to narrowly dodge. Boom! The dragon slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater of bubbling molten rock. Sweat poured down Akinu's back as he realized the truth. That attack,
This boy's control over magma.
he thought, stunned. On the sidelines, Tyrant Kuma's gaze sharpened further. Chapter 36, 36, The Supernovas, 3 months ago. Chapter 36, The Supernovas. Bonnie, hidden within the forest of Sabyati, stared in shock. Her wide eyes reflected the battlefield in the distance.
Horrible.
She had only just begun her journey as a supernova, yet the sight before her was beyond anything she had ever imagined. A pirate with a power equal to, no perhaps stronger than Akinu himself. Her heart trembled, the new world.
Supernova.
The pride of the worst generation seemed laughably small before him. High in the skies above Sabyati, the floating newsroom of the World Economic Journal had retreated yet another 10 kilometers upward, desperately trying to escape the blazing heat and shockwaves. The middle-aged chief leaned over the rail, his face lit with both awe and greed.
I never thought that kid from Zero Division would have this much power.
Beside him, Rose grinned with unrestrained excitement.
The stronger Ashveil is, the better for us. Imagine the headline: an admiral defeated by a rookie pirate. Now that's news.
You're insane, Rose.
The man laughed, though even he could not hide the spark in his eyes.
But if it happened,
On the battlefield below, Ashveil faced Akinu with a look of disdain. His expression calm, he spoke as if mocking the very essence of the admiral before him.
so Sakazuki,
Akinu's face darkened, fury twisting his features.
you bastard, just a lowly pirate and you dare ridicule me.
Enraged, the admiral leapt into the sky, his fist coated in thick armament Haki, and brought it crashing down. Ashveil merely smirked. A deafening bang erupted as the blow connected, yet it was like striking an unbreakable wall. Akinu's hand went numb from the recoil. A shimmering barrier spread outward, an all-encompassing defense infused with Conqueror's Haki itself. Akinu's eyes widened. This,
Brat, on the justice of the Marines, I'll kill you here.
for a man like him, an admiral groomed by Zephyr, a man hailed as a prodigy and feared by the seas, being mocked and suppressed by a youth was humiliation beyond measure. His fury consumed reason. His muscles swelled, veins bulged, and his fists glowed with searing heat. The very air quaked as their auras clashed. The ground cracked and split beneath Ashveil's feet. Gale force winds tore through the battlefield, uprooting trees, ripping stone from the earth. Even the massive Kuma was forced back 2 steps. Bonnie, clinging to a tree in the forest, felt her strength vanish against the storm. The wind ripped her from the ground, carrying her helplessly into the air.
A battle between monsters.
She gasped, barely able to breathe. The supernovas.
This.
On the island, civilians hid in terror, while beasts fled and birds scattered into the skies. And still, despite Akinu's full-force strike, his fist had barely broken through 10 centimeters of Ashveil's Haki barrier. Moving further seemed impossible. Ashveil's cold eyes narrowed.
Enough playing around, Sakazuki. Your time is up.
Akinu bellowed, refusing to yield. Flames burst from his other arm, molten and wild.
Dark Hound.
The attack, his fastest and deadliest technique, shot forth with killing intent, aimed to rip through Ashveil at point-blank range. But Ashveil's expression only hardened, voice low and steady.
Akinu, you are not justice. You're nothing more than a man using justice as an excuse to vent your rage.
Chapter 37, Returning Balance, 3 months ago. Chapter 37, Returning Balance.
Magma Dragon Fist.
Ashveil unleashed the technique with a motion like a conductor bringing down a final beat, but what formed in front of him was far from mimicry, it was creation. Where Akinu's dark hound had been a living inferno, Thorn Ashveil called forth a colossal dragon of molten rock and fire, a living torrent of magma that coiled and roared as it hurtled toward Sakazuki. The effect was immediate. Bartholomew Kuma, watching from the edge of the field, felt the battle intent around the two combatants and leapt back dozens of meters without hesitation. He landed, glassy lenses flashing in the sun, and breathed out a single curt observation.
Terrifying even from here. The aftershocks alone would injure anyone caught by them.
Kuma said, his voice level but edged with a hint of awe. Above them, the floating news roost vibrated, dozens of lenses trained on the fight. The branch manager barked the obvious through clenched teeth, eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle.
Keep filming, every frame matters. This is absolute headline material.
Rue snapped her ultra-clear camera into place, fingers moving in a frenzy. Click, 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 the shutters fired like rain, each flash trying to imprison a moment that already felt impossibly large. Then the two techniques met. The collision detonated like a small star. The shockwave rolled outward in concentric rings, the earth itself splintering beneath their feet. Fissures raced from the point of impact, cleaving the Sabyati archipelago in trembling lines. A buzzing like 1,000 bees filled the air as hot air pushed outward, and for a heartbeat the whole island felt as if it were in the eye of an earthquake. On the coastline, Uruj stirred, propped up by his own stubborn resilience, and then sat upright in stunned silence. He stared toward the battle, lips trembling with an expression that was half fear, half a hungry, respectful shock.
Akinu fighting a pirate at this level.
Uruj muttered, incredulity plain on his face.
Who could that be?
When the smoke finally cleared, the shape of the scene became cruelly simple. Sakazuki lay on the ground, his uniform scorched into an ashen map of burns, white steam rising from wounds that would, for almost anyone else, have been fatal. The admiral gritted his teeth, sweat driving down his face, and each breath he drew rattled. Kuma did not move. He simply watched, pupils small behind his glasses, as a realization settled like a weight. Sakazuki, an admiral whose name had commanded fear through whole crews and entire seas, had been overwhelmed by flames, and those flames had come from the hands of a young pirate. A murmur rose from the reporters above, a chorus of stunned voices echoed by sailors and civilians who had no frame for what they had witnessed.
A man who ate the magma fruit, cut down by someone with magma stronger than his own. It cannot be.
Sakazuki, voice ragged with the effort of each syllable, managed to croak out the question that any soldier of the Navy would have asked in his position.
Why?
Ashveil cocked an eyebrow, annoyance and pity flickering across his features. He could have invented any number of lies, an artificial devil fruit, a borrowed power, some trick to sate Sakazuki's pride. He could have spun a story that would let the admiral die baffled. For a man who had made a career of enforcing absolute justice without question, confusion would be a small mercy. But Ashveil did not owe Sakazuki answers.
You have the blood of those you have slaughtered under the name of justice to answer for.
Ashveil said, his tone cold and unadorned, every syllable delivered like a stone.
I am only returning balance.
He did not wait for a rebuttal. Flames concentrated in his palm, seething and alive, and as he shaped them the dragon that had borne down on Sakazuki reared and unleashed a roar that rolled the hot air into waves. The temperature jumped, moisture in the air vaporizing instantly, steam hissing like 1,000 whispers around the combatants. Sakazuki tried to rise, anger burning bright, rage flaring faster than the burns across his body. He spat out accusations, the old litany of justice and duty, but his voice had the brittle edge of someone clinging to honor by the last thread.
I am an admiral of the Marines.
He bellowed, the declaration half challenge, half plea.
If you kill me, your allies will pay the price.
Ashveil's lips tightened into a thin line. The man on the ground was still clinging to a world where threats and threats alone maintained order. It made Ashveil's jaw ache with a contempt he could not hide. He took a step forward, measured, unhurried, letting the tremor underfoot remind everyone who dared stand close enough that they were witnessing more than a duel, they were seeing a judgment pass. Around them, the island tried to steady itself. The World Economic Journal crew, cameras still booming, found the task of pulling images from the chaos both thrilling and grotesque. Rue's hands were steady, and in each click her eyes shone with that professional hunger for a story that could never be unmade. It was clear now that the clash between the magma dragon and Dark Hound had decided the immediate outcome. Sakazuki's arms lay limp, and every motion he made to gather strength was met with a fresh wave of pain. The steam that rose from his clothes smelled of scorched fabric and a kind of old, iron regret. Kuma finally broke the silence, voice quiet but certain.
This boy's command of magma is not only raw power, it is discipline. There is a difference.
Chapter 38 The Death of an Admiral, 3 months ago. Chapter 38 The Death of an Admiral. Looking at Akinu, Ashveil felt a strange emotion stir within him. The usually unshakable admiral now appeared powerless and desperate. Perhaps it was because Akinu's own magma fruit ability was being outclassed by Ashveil's flames that burned hotter and shone brighter than his own. The realization had struck Akinu deeply. The Admiral of the Marines would never have imagined that one day he would meet his end because of the very element he prided himself on mastering.
This is the death you deserved, Akinu.
He said coldly, his voice carried no triumph, only inevitability.
You wasted too much of my time, truly troublesome.
He stifled a yawn and turned away. With slow, deliberate steps, Ashveil walked toward Bartholomew Kuma, the massive figure who stood frozen in place, stunned beyond belief. Inside Kuma's chest, emotions churned violently. The man he had just watched kill an admiral was still so young, yet his flames were more powerful than Sakazuki's magma. Could Vegapunk have perfected cyborg modification to this level? No.
Ashveil.
The middle-aged chief was equally stunned, his jaw slack.
And not just killed.
The journalists exchanged fearful glances.
This is beyond terrifying. A rookie pirate has slain an admiral of Marineford.
Excitement replaced their fear as they scrambled to prepare their report, but their eyes still carried the disbelief of men who had just witnessed the impossible. Meanwhile, Ashveil finally stood before Kuma.
I wasted a little time.
He said casually, his eyes sharp but his tone calm.
I hope you don't mind, Revolutionary Kuma.
Kuma's eyes widened behind his glasses, his identity.
How do you know who I am?
He asked cautiously, a glint of light flashing across his lenses. Ashveil lifted his hands lightly.
No need for alarm. I'm only the captain of Whitebeard's 0 Division.
He said with a faint smile.
But our goals align. We both seek the downfall of the celestial dragons.
Kuma's brow furrowed, his voice was steady but suspicion lingered.
And why should I believe you?
Caution was natural. The man before him had just slain an admiral as if it were nothing. His abilities were still not fully understood, and his potential was even harder to measure. Ashveil's smile deepened.
That's simple. The celestial dragon beaten earlier should still be here on Sabyati, right? For vermin like them, wouldn't killing them be the best proof?
The words were spoken lazily, but the weight they carried made Kuma's heart pound.
What did you just say?
Kuma's voice was heavy with disbelief. The young man before him was more revolutionary than the revolutionary army itself. Even Dragon had never taken such a direct step. To kill a celestial dragon was an act on par with killing an admiral, perhaps worse. It meant total war with the world government. Not just the Marines, but the mysterious force that had ruled the world for 800 years would descend upon the one who dared.
That's right.
Ashveil said calmly, his eyes unyielding.
Only by killing a celestial dragon will I show where I stand. And once I do, you'll understand that I'm serious.
His calm, almost indifferent tone contrasted violently with the audacity of his words. Kuma stared at him stunned, this man.
You just follow me and witness it, Kuma.
Ashveil continued with a faint grin.
Once I prove my stance, I'll ask you to take me to Kuregana Island.
Kuma's breath caught.
Kuregana Island.
He narrowed his eyes.
That island is where Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, resides.
That's right.
Ashveil said calmly, his eyes unyielding. Only by killing a celestial dragon will I show where I stand, and once I do, you'll understand that I'm serious. His calm, almost indifferent tone contrasted violently with the audacity of his words. Kuma stared at him stunned, this man.
The war to come will require more than just strength. I'll need to secure Mihawk's blade.
Kuma fell silent, his mind racing. Mihawk was known for his aloof pride. To win him over was nearly impossible, yet the young man before him spoke with certainty. At last a faint smile curved Kuma's lips.
Very well, I'll help you. Let us see if the Whitebeard pirates can truly stand against that monster, the Marines.
Chapter 39, Celestial Dragons, 3 months ago. Chapter 39, Celestial Dragons. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Admiral Sakazuki. Reward, 400 Conqueror's Haki points. Ding, congratulations to the host for surpassing 6,000 Conqueror's Haki points. The host can now perform a 10-pull on Devil Fruit abilities. The familiar system chime rang in Thorn Ashveil's mind, pulling a satisfied grin across his face. He opened his panel, eyes gleaming with anticipation.
System draw.
He commanded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ice Fruit, Logia type. Ding, unfortunately blank result. Ding, unfortunately blank result. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Glint Fruit, Logia type. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Appearance Fruit, Paramecia type. Host Thorn Ashveil. Conqueror's Haki points. Devil Fruit abilities, Tremor Fruit Intermediate, Magma ability Advanced, Search ability Intermediate, Glint Fruit Intermediate, Ice Fruit Intermediate, Appearance Fruit Intermediate. Devil Fruits in possession, Tanuki Fruit, 3 Artificial Fruits, African Hyena Fruit. Skills, Flash Step, 100 meters, Conqueror's Haki Passive Defense Shield, Shinra Tensei, self-created. Items, Healing Potion, Ham, Hamburger, Cola, Red Wine, Turkey, Salad.
Oh right, I just picked up a new subordinate.
He remembered Uruj, the fallen monk he'd saved earlier. The man was supposed to handle menial tasks for him. Forgetting him would only cause trouble later. Gesturing for Kuma to follow, Ashveil headed back to Uruj's location. Uruj was still trembling from the aftermath of the earlier battle. When he saw Ashveil walking casually toward him alive, unscathed, and accompanied by none other than the tyrant Kuma, his jaw nearly dropped.
Hey Uruj, you can stand now, that's good.
Ashveil said lightly, smiling as he watched the bruised monk rise shakily to his feet. Uruj stared at him in disbelief. That fight.
Benefactor!
Ashveil groaned, rubbing his temples. He had hoped Uruj would be useful for chores, not pester him with endless curiosity.
As for me, I'm the 0 Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates.
Ashveil said bluntly. He jerked a thumb toward his companion.
This is Kuma, and Sakazuki, that admiral you mentioned. He's already dead, I killed him.
He exhaled in mild annoyance.
You ask too many questions, troublesome.
Uruj froze, his mind reeling. Hey.
Benefactor, no, Captain Ashveil, wait for me.
He shouted, limping after them. Kuma glanced at the limping monk and then at Ashveil.
How about I send us directly to the Celestial Dragon's location?
Kuma suggested. Ashveil smirked. That was exactly what he wanted. Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability could transport them instantly to their destination, perfect since walking was simply too bothersome. Without hesitation, Ashveil deactivated his Conqueror's Haki shield. Kuma's paw glowed, and with a burst of energy, Ashveil was wrapped in a bubble and launched away. The scenery blurred at impossible speed, and in the next instant, he materialized inside the Sabyati slave auction house. The scene inside was grotesque. St. Charlos, St. Rosward, and St. Shauria had already been revived by terrified Marines using stimulants. All 3 celestial dragons fumed with rage, their shrill voices echoing through the chamber. Charlos, snot dripping from his nose, waved his golden pistol at a Marine trembling before him.
You useless trash, you can't even handle a few pirates. What good are you?
The Marine's legs shook, but he dared not resist. Even an admiral couldn't touch the so-called
descendants of gods.
Rossward's deep voice cut through the chaos.
Enough, I can't stand this wretched place any longer. When we return to Mary Geoise, I'll see these incompetent Marines punished.
His words forced Charlos to lower his pistol, though not without a final glare at the Marine whose life had nearly ended with a pull of the trigger. The soldier let out a quiet breath of relief. Before the celestial dragons, his existence was less than that of an insect. The three nobles strutted toward the entrance of the auction house, where their
Mount!
awaited. Slaves knelt on the ground, heavy explosive collars tight around their necks. Scars and brands marred their bodies, silent proof of lives stripped of dignity. To the celestial dragons, these men and women were no more than beasts of burden lesser than dogs. Rossward raised his chin arrogantly.
Prepare the mounts, we are leaving.
Just as the trio prepared to climb onto their slaves, a lazy voice echoed through the chamber.
Hey, celestial dragons, you're not going anywhere.
Chapter 40, The Celestial Dragons Kneel, 2 months ago. Chapter 40, The Celestial Dragons Kneel. The three figures who appeared at the slave auction house were none other than Ashveil, the tyrant Kuma, and Uruj, brought there in an instant by Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability. Uruj still didn't understand why they had come. With uncertainty on his face, he asked cautiously,
Captain, what are we doing here? That's the celestial dragons.
Ashveil simply waved his hand, a calm smile curving his lips as he pointed toward the arrogant nobles in front of him.
I came here specifically to find them. Why would I let them leave?
Being pointed at by someone they saw as a mere insect, the three celestial dragons instantly turned red with rage. St. Charlos's pudgy hands shook with fury as he drew his golden pistol and aimed it at Ashveil.
Filthy commoner, how dare you raise your hand at me? I command you kneel down right now.
Uruj felt his stomach twist. His captain wasn't just provoking them, he was challenging the very rulers of the world. This could end in disaster. Beside him, Kuma's glasses reflected a glint of light. So Ashveil really intends to defy them openly, first Akinu.
Captain Ashveil killed Akinu and didn't run. Now he's provoking the celestial dragons.
Bete muttered. Rue's eyes widened.
Is he insane? If he actually lays hands on them, this could shake the entire world.
It was time for Bete's scheduled report to headquarters. He immediately called Morgans, who answered in anticipation.
Bete, what's happening in Sabyati?
Morgans demanded. Bete relayed the shocking news. Fleet Admiral Akinu dead, killed by Ashveil. Morgans nearly dropped the receiver.
This is enormous.
Morgans shouted.
Send me the draft, every photo, every detail now.
But Bete wasn't done. Clearing his throat, he added mysteriously.
There's more. Ashveil has now confronted the celestial dragons. I'll keep filming until it's over, then send the entire story. When the world sees this, it will explode.
Morgan's feathers puffed with excitement.
Perfect, do it. This will make headlines across every sea.
Back in the auction house, St. Charlos sneered, his pistol still aimed.
Kneel, commoner.
Ashveil's eyes narrowed, his patience gone. He'd been in this world long enough to know one thing: he bowed to no one.
Kneel.
Ashveil's voice was cold, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth.
You've got it backward, all of you kneel.
In an instant, his Conqueror's Haki surged outward like an invisible tidal wave. He controlled it with precision, not enough to knock anyone unconscious, but enough to force their bodies into submission. The pressure crashed down, sweat beaded on the celestial dragons' foreheads. Their breathing grew ragged, and their obese frames trembled uncontrollably. Rossward's eyes bulged.
This feeling.
Shauria's lips quivered as her knees buckled.
Sorcery.
With a dull thud, the three celestial dragons fell to their knees. St. Charlos's pistol clattered to the floor as he roared in humiliation.
Unforgivable, for me, a god, to kneel to a lowly pirate.
Around them, the Marines stationed to guard the celestial dragons fared no better. One by one, they collapsed to their knees under Ashveil's overwhelming Haki. High above, Rose gasped, her mouth agape.
He actually made the celestial dragons kneel.
Bete's hands trembled as he worked the camera, voice cracking with awe.
Film everything, the world must see this.
Chapter 41, 41. The Fall of St. Charlos, 2 months ago. Chapter 41, The Fall of St. Charlos.
How about it, St. Charlos? Now you are the one kneeling.
Thorn Ashveil said calmly, his voice carrying a faint edge of disdain.
Bastard scum! Guards, my escorts, kill this low-class trash for me.
St. Charlos roared, spittle flying as he struggled to move. Yet no matter how much he tried, the invisible pressure weighing on his body kept him locked in place. Compared to him, Rosward and Shalria, his father and sister, were far sharper. They had already suffered humiliation on Sabyati Archipelago. They knew this world was far more dangerous than their pampered lives suggested, and not everyone would bow to their so-called divine status. Moreover, there was already a terrifying precedent: the celestial dragon once slain by the world destroyer, Brindy. Though Ashveil appeared laid back, the aura rolling off him was nothing to scoff at. He radiated the kind of danger that made even the strongest hesitate.
One of you three will die.
Ashveil said evenly, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. The words sent chills crawling up Rosward's and Shalria's spines. Already reeling from the oppressive wave of Conqueror's Haki, their faces turned deathly pale. Both cursed Charlos inwardly. You idiot, why did you have to provoke this man? Here was someone who, with a mere flick of his will, forced thousands to their knees. His relaxed demeanor only amplified the terror he inspired. This was no ordinary pirate, but a monster far beyond what had stormed the auction house years ago. Their pride as celestial dragons shattered. Terrified beyond reason, Rosward and Shalria collapsed to the ground, trembling.
No.
The two cried out in unison, their voices thick with desperation. Their son and brother, St. Charlos, stood dumbfounded. His nose ran, his lips trembled, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing.
Father, sister, what are you doing? He's just a lowly human, not even as noble as the beasts in my villa.
Charlos spat, but they ignored him completely. It wasn't the crushing force of Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki that made them bow, it was pure, suffocating fear. Ashveil looked at Charlos and felt no pity, no anger, not even a flicker of emotion, only the faint urge to laugh at his ignorance. What a fool! Buzz!
Father, sister, why are you lying there?
Charlos crowed, laughing with manic triumph.
His power doesn't affect me. I'm stronger than you, ha 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 ha.
Dancing in delight, he snatched up a golden pistol from the ground and leveled it at Ashveil once again.
Lowly human, unforgivable, I'll execute you myself. Why aren't you kneeling?
Charlos shouted, face twisted with arrogance. Above, journalists of the World Economy News were stunned. Cameras zoomed in, lenses whirring.
What is Ashveil planning?
One whispered.
Why did St. Charlos stand up? Could he have some special resistance to Haki?
Another speculated. All eyes locked on Ashveil, his lips curled into a faint smile.
The reason I didn't suppress you, Charlos, is simple. Only this way can you truly feel pain.
Fear usually drowned out pain when a victim was caught in the grip of Conqueror's Haki, but without that fear, pain struck in full force. The implications of Ashveil's words rippled through the crowd. Even the stoic tyrant Kuma's eyes flickered with shock. On Whitebeard's ship, Ashveil had seemed carefree, approachable. But here, in his true nature, he revealed himself to be a beast in human skin, terrifying and merciless. If such a man were ever to join the Marines, the Revolutionary Army would be crushed under the weight of his power. Fortunately, for now, their enemies were the same. Nearby, Uruj trembled. He had faced strong men before, but nothing compared to this. The monsters of the New World were on an entirely different level. And Ashveil stood among them.
What feel pain, you stupid commoner?
Charlos sneered, lifting his pistol.
This golden bullet will finish you.
Bang! The shot cracked through the air, the bullet flashing toward Ashveil's forehead. Kuma remained calm. He knew such an attack was meaningless against Ashveil. Sure enough, the bullet halted midair, crumbled, and scattered into glittering dust before it could even reach him. Uruj's eyes bulged. This bizarre, overwhelming defense was unlike anything he had ever seen. High above, Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki surged again. Blades of shimmering energy formed out of thin air, dozens, then hundreds. Their sharp tips hovered in the sky, all pointed directly at St. Charlos like the scythes of death itself. Charlos froze, his golden bullet had failed, and now the heavens themselves threatened to pierce him.
What are you doing? I am a celestial dragon, a descendant of God.
His voice cracked, shrill with desperation.
If you kill me, the Marines will execute you. Do you hear me? The Marines will kill you.
But his words carried no weight. Kuma and Yuruj only watched silently, their eyes regarding Charlos as though he were already dead. They knew Ashveil would not hesitate. Whoosh! The flying blades cut through the air, streaking toward Charlos. His wide, terrified eyes reflected only the phantom light of countless knives. Never in his wildest imagination had he thought a day like this would come, where a commoner. Chapter 42, 4242, Blood of the Dragons, 2 months ago. Chapter 42, Blood of the Dragons. A foul stench of urine spread as St. Charlos lost control of himself. A moment later, countless blades of Conqueror's Haki materialized in the air, piercing his body without mercy. Crimson blood sprayed into the sky. The celestial dragon's shriek was high-pitched and pitiful, echoing like the squeal of a slaughtered pig before he finally collapsed into a spreading pool of red. Ding, you have slain a celestial dragon. Reward, 200 Conqueror's Haki points. The glint fruit has advanced to a higher level. Host Thorn Ashveil. Conqueror's Haki attribute points, 6406. Devil fruit abilities, Tremor fruit medium, Magma fruit advanced, Search ability medium, Glint fruit advanced, Ice fruit medium, Appearance fruit medium. Devil fruits in possession, Tanuki fruit, 3 artificial devil fruits, Hyena fruit. Skills flash 100 meters, Conqueror's Haki passive defense shield, Shinra Tense, self-created. Items, healing potion, ham, hamburger, cola, red wine, turkey salad.
See, even the blood of celestial dragons runs red. Even they know fear.
Then, glancing at the quivering slave spared by his Haki, he softened his voice.
And you?
At first, disbelief clouded their hollow eyes. Slaves of celestial dragons rarely dreamed of freedom. Their gazes wavered, uncertain, hesitant.
Way.
One muttered, barely daring to hope. Ashveil's tone was firm.
Yes, from this day on you are free. Return to your homes. That is where you truly belong.
He raised his hand, his Conqueror's Haki flaring once more. The explosive collars chained to their necks cracked and shattered, their mechanisms destroyed by invisible force. He flicked them into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed above, but no slave was harmed. The detonations marked not their end, but their rebirth. Tears welled in their eyes. The reality hit them. They were no longer property, no longer beasts of burden. For the first time in years, they could breathe as humans again. They collapsed, but this time in gratitude, not oppression.
We're free.
We're free.
Thank you, benefactor.
Their cries carried the weight of lives reclaimed. For those who had never known chains, it would be impossible to understand. But for them, freedom was nothing short of rebirth. Ashveil turned his back on their kneeling forms. With one last wave of his hand, he spoke.
Remember, this men's knees are worth gold. Do not kneel so easily again. You are no longer slaves.
His words etched themselves into their hearts. Behind him, freed men and women wept openly. Some spoke of spreading his name, of telling their people that even celestial dragons could bleed.
The world must hear of this man. Celestial dragons are not gods.
Above, Betev the world economy news trembled with shock. His lips moved soundlessly before he turned to the woman beside him, Rose.
Rose.
Rose's face was pale, but her voice was steady.
Yes, a celestial dragon is dead, and his blood stains the earth.
Betev swallowed hard, his expression shifting from disbelief to feverish excitement.
This is big news.
His eyes gleamed.
0 Division Captain Thorn Ashveil of the Whitebeard Pirates, you're my lucky star. This scoop will make me rich.
By the time Ashveil and his group left the auction house, they had already reached the coast where his warship had once been docked. The sea churned as always, restless and unending. He stood at the shore with Kuma beside him, gazing out at the waves.
Well, Kuma,
Ashveil asked, smiling faintly.
Would you be willing to help someone like me?
Kuma lowered his Bible, his eyes solemn.
Of course, Ashveil-san.
Ashveil's gaze lingered on the giant before him. In another life, this man had sacrificed everything for the revolutionary army, offering his body for Vegapunk's experiments, enduring torment for the sake of freedom. Ashveil respected him deeply.
Kuma,
Ashveil asked, his tone serious.
are you interested in standing against the Marines with me?
The wind caught Kuma's coat, making it billow as he considered his answer. His voice, when it came, was steady.
Ashveil-san,
He paused, his face softening slightly.
one last piece of advice. You are strong, but the celestial dragon's power extends far beyond the Marines. You have slain one of them. From now on, you must tread carefully, Ashveil-san.
With that, Kuma spread his palms. The air warped, forming a giant paw-shaped bubble that encompassed Ashveil, Uruj, and the massive warship. Bang! In a blink they vanished, sent flying through the sky. Kuma stood alone at the shore, his Bible pressed to his chest as he gazed out at the endless sea.
Revolution needs men like him.
He murmured.
But it also needs sacrifices. If only I could walk beside you longer.
Chapter 43, 43, The Fall of an Admiral, 2 months ago. Chapter 43, The Fall of an Admiral. In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, Sengoku was buried in paperwork, approving document after document with a weary expression. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered, carrying a heavy stack of files related to the Whitebeard pirates. She placed them neatly on his desk. Seeing the towering pile, Sengoku groaned, rubbing his temples.
Once Ace's execution is done, I can finally retire with some honor.
Sengoku muttered, his voice carrying fatigue. He looked up suddenly.
Where's Garp? It's rare not to see him hanging around my office.
Tsuru frowned slightly. That old fool went to visit Ace in Impel Down. Sengoku sighed again. The office sank into a heavy silence. Buru.
The Celestial Dragon incident has been handled, right? Tell Akinu to return to Marineford immediately. There are still too many things waiting here.
Sengoku said briskly. But the voice on the other end was uneasy.
Ray!
The Rear Admiral's words trembled.
Admiral Sakazuki!
Sengoku felt a chill creep into his chest. A bad premonition stirred.
Speak clearly, what happened to Sakazuki? Was he defeated?
Sengoku demanded. Tsuru, Aokiji, and Kizaru turned to him sharply, shock flashing across their faces. Sakazuki defeated? Impossible, unless one of the Yonko themselves had intervened at Sabyati. The Rear Admiral forced himself to steady his voice, swallowed hard, and finally said,
Not just defeated, Admiral Sakazuki.
Boom! The words struck Sengoku like a thunderclap, his heart shook violently. A white glare reflected from his glasses as he stood frozen, clutching the den mushi in silence. Tsuru, Aokiji, and Kizaru exchanged confused and alarmed looks. Sengoku was known for his composure. For him to lose it now meant the news was catastrophic. The Rear Admiral's voice wavered.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you still there?
Veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened.
Who on earth could have done this?
He roared. The Rear Admiral stammered.
Ray!
The words made Sengoku's blood run cold. His eyes hardened as he slammed the den mushi down. With a crash, Sengoku brought his fists down on the desk. The heavy wood splintered, collapsing into shards and scattering papers across the floor. His voice shook with fury.
The Celestial Dragon incident failed. Akinu has been killed in action, and one of the Celestial Dragons is dead. That brat Ashveil did it.
The room fell silent. The admirals and Tsuru stared in disbelief. Akinu.
Sengoku, you must hold yourself together. With Garp already shaken by the Ace incident, if you falter now, the Marines will truly collapse.
Sengoku exhaled heavily.
I know, just...
The others gave him a last, sympathetic look before leaving the office in heavy silence. When they were gone, Sengoku buried his face in his hands, his mind a storm of worry. Not long after, an intelligence officer entered with a fresh report.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku, The analysis on Ashveil's ability is complete.
Sengoku rubbed his temples and waved the officer off.
Wait!
He poured a glass of water, downed it, then steadied himself.
Now tell me, how exactly did Ashveil kill Sakazuki?
The officer explained in detail. By the end, Sengoku's face had gone pale.
This!
It sounded absurd, but the report was clear. Not only did Ashveil wield terrifying fire powers, but somehow he now carried Sakazuki's magma devil fruit ability too, and perhaps even more abilities no one yet knew of. The weight of the revelation crushed Sengoku further into his chair. Chapter 44, Rumor Spreads, 2 months ago. Chapter 44, Rumor Spreads. News of Thorn Ashveil's actions on Sabyati Archipelago spread faster than smoke on dry grass. The World Economic Journal's reports reached the 4 emperors in the New World like a series of detonations, each headline setting a different kind of fury in motion. On Onigashima, the beast's pirates moved like a storm gathering at sea. Down at their docks, men loaded weapons and ammunition with a brutal efficiency. The air smelled of oil and steel, and the decks thrummed with the intent of vengeance. Kaido towered above them, gripping his spiked club with hands like iron. He roared until the sound shook timber and flesh alike.
My lads, this time we will level the Whitebeard pirate's stronghold. I want Jack avenged.
His words smashed against the crowd, and every voice answered.
Revenge!
Revenge! Revenge! The gifters bellowed their assent. One gifters with a thick rhinoceros horn elbowed his way forward, kneeling and thrusting a newspaper at Kaido. The page bore the headlines and grainy images from Sabyati. Kaido's eyes went cold as the name sank in. He snatched the paper and tore it open with a grin that had no warmth.
This bastard actually killed Sakazuki.
He muttered, venom in the sound. Queen and King stared, their faces a mixture of disbelief and rage. King's jaw tightened, memory of his vow to transform into a pteranodon and hunt the perpetrator flashing behind his eyes. If he had flown after that rumor, perhaps only one of the 3 disasters would remain now. Kaido slammed his club onto the deck.
No matter what, that kid must die by my hand. Not only him, this time we will crush the Whitebeard pirates completely, settle the old scores and the new.
He declared with a ferocity that made the timbers shiver. Without another word, Kaido shifted. His massive form coalesced into scales and a titanic silhouette, and in moments he was a dragon of azure sheen. He lifted into the sky with a thunderous roar, bearing his wrath toward Sabyati. Far from that fury, aboard the Red Hare's ship, Shanks held the same paper with a different weight pressing into his chest. Ben Beckman exhaled, the smoke curling as he watched the horizon.
What do you think, Shanks?
Beckman asked quietly. Shanks' gaze swept the sea.
Ashveil, if things were not so tense, I would like to meet him.
His voice was calm, but edged with something like regret.
It is a shame he sided with Whitebeard.
Beckman ground the cigarette into the deck, eyes narrowing.
Even so, I would still give them only 20% chance to win this fight.
Shanks turned away from the sea and let the wind toy with his hair.
Such a promising talent. Don't let him be swallowed by war for nothing.
A gull circled, then dropped a small bird-shaped message at Shanks' feet. Shanks read it, and the spark of battle lit in his eyes.
All right, lads, we have a job. We'll intercept Kaido first.
On Whole Cake Island, Katakuri stared at reports and images in stunned silence. He had watched the celestial dragons being carried away. He knew the stakes. The name Ashveil made him clench his jaw.
A shame, I was a step too late.
He murmured to himself. Killing an admiral and slaying a celestial dragon were things most could not even conceive. He dialed Big Mom on his den mushy, voice low and controlled. Big Mom's reaction rolled through a gamut, shock, then delight mixed with greed.
Ashveil, truly a rare genius.
She said, tone wavering between awe and appetite. A pity the Whitebeard pirates got such luck, a genius like that could have been useful to us. Katakuri's voice tightened.
I was late, Mama, if I'd been there.
Big Mom replied, munching the way she always did, then brusquely ordering him home.
Come back, we will see how this plays out.
Meanwhile, the Whitebeard fleet dove beneath the waves, heading straight for Marineford. When the den mushy in Whitebeard's hands brought the news, he laughed the way only Edward Newgate could laugh, the sound rolling like thunder.
Huahaha, Ashveil, you brat, I did not misjudge you.
Whitebeard roared, the illness in his chest seeming to dull under the weight of pride.
Candle boy, I did not think it a day like this would come.
Marco, Jazu and Vista exchanged looks of astonishment. A Zero Division captain had felled Sakazuki and cut down a celestial dragon, deeds other captains would not even dare fantasize. They looked at Ashveil's name now as one looks at destiny, and the presence of that talent filled them with something like hope and fear at once.
Ashveil, gather with us at Marineford. We will make the world remember this day.
Whitebeard proclaimed, voice filling every deck. His crew roared back, fearless and ready for the war that approached. On the windswept coastline of Kuragana Island, the tide rolled in and out, carving small patterns in the sand. From Ashveil's viewpoint, the tiny silhouette of the island grew. He and Uruj dropped down into the tree line, moving with the practiced quiet of people used to dangerous places. Ashveil cracked the barest hint of a smile at Uruj.
Tyrant Kuma's power makes travel convenient.
He said, tone casual.
By now Luffy should be at Amazon Lily. That will help with the Empress there. With Luffy in the mix, the Shichibukai's balance might tip a bit.
Uruj grunted in agreement, eager to prove himself and keen for a scrap.
Captain Ashveil, leave these weird islanders to me. I'll show what I can do.
He hefted his weapon like a giant pencil and charged before Ashveil could even object. Kuragana's forest carried a strange gloom, the sky a faint purple that lent children's nightmares to the light. Graves dotted the soil, their presence carving a hush into the air, and thick trees knitted a canopy that kept sunlight at bay. Ashveil observed it with a small wrinkle of distaste.
Mihawk likes places like this. It is too gloomy.
That comment drew a snort from Uruj and the rumbling sound of the island's inhabitants. Baboons moved like soldiers through the underbrush, hooting and brandishing crude human-like weapons and armor. These creatures, trained by endless cycles of local conflict, had been called human imitators. They surrounded Ashveil and Uruj, keen eyes flashing.
They are noisy,
Ashveil said, frowning, as the baboons closed in. Before Uruj could strike out, the scene shifted to a nearby castle that crouched like a sleeping beast. Inside, Perona fussed over Roronoa Zoro, who was wrapped in bandages, more mummy than man. Zoro lay on a bed, breathing, his wounds tended. Dracul Mihawk sat across from them, a glass of red wine in hand and a measured calm in his posture. The letter from Marineford lay unread on a small table, a summons that had been put aside. Then Perona's voice changed the room's tempo. Mihawk's gaze snapped to the window.
Roronoa Zoro, is it?
He said with the corner of his mouth tilting. He was not surprised when his calm fractured for a single breath.
No, another human walked onto this island, and he carries Conqueror's Haki.
Chapter 45, The Sword Intent Revealed, 2 months ago. Chapter 45, The Sword Intent Revealed. In the dense forest of Kuragana Island, Uruj charged headlong at the strange baboons. Swinging his massive pillar-shaped weapon, he aimed a crushing blow at the leader. With a thunderous crash, the strike gouged a deep crater into the earth. Dust and shattered rock flew outward, yet when the cloud cleared, the towering baboon stood untouched. Uruj's eyes widened.
What an animal!
The imitation baboons shrieked in eerie unison. Several of them, wielding giant iron hammers, leapt from the trees above. Mimicking Uruj's attack, they slammed down at him with brutal force.
Damn!
Uruj growled, raising his weapon horizontally across his chest. Boom, boom, boom. The repeated impacts shook the ground. Sparks scattered as iron met steel. The overwhelming force pressed Uruj's feet deeper into the dirt, cracks spreading outward beneath him. His arms trembled.
These beasts!
Gritting his teeth, he tried to push back.
I'm one of the supernova. I carved a name for myself across the Grand Line. Sure, the new world has monsters I can't match yet, but to struggle against baboons.
Pain tore through his body as the wound from Akinu's magma strike reopened. The searing throb made his grip falter.
Woo-woo!
The surrounding baboons shrieked gleefully. Dozens more grabbed crude weapons and surged forward, their battle cries echoing through the forest. Pinned beneath the hammer-wielders, Yuru's arms shook violently. Sweat poured down his forehead.
This is...
The moment the baboons closed in for the final strike, a calm voice cut through the chaos.
I say, Yuruj, you're not their opponent right now. Don't push yourself.
Thorn Ashveil stepped forward, his gaze steady. In an instant, the entire troop of baboons froze. Their weapons slipped from their claws. Their wild eyes widened with instinctive terror. Woo-woo-woo.
You lot, I'll let you go this time, but don't disturb me again.
At once, the baboons dropped their weapons and fled, their howls trailing as they vanished into the trees. The silence that followed only deepened Yuru's humiliation. His face burned red. He had stepped up to impress his captain, only to be rescued like a child. Lowering his head, he muttered.
Understood, Captain Ashveil.
Ashveil smirked lightly.
Good, train properly on my ship. If you can't even handle a group of baboons, you won't last long in the New World.
Despite his massive frame, Yuruj looked like a chastised boy. Inside, however, he vowed to himself that he would grow strong enough to stand proudly at his captain's side. Their journey continued until, just beyond the looming silhouette of the ghost castle, a figure stepped into their path. Sharp hawk-like eyes locked onto them. Yuruj froze, his heart hammering. There was no mistaking those eyes. Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Dressed in his signature black hat and long coat, a massive cross-shaped blade strapped across his back, Mihawk radiated an aura sharp enough to cut stone. The black blade Yoru glinted ominously in the fading light.
I don't recall inviting guests onto my island.
Mihawk said, his voice calm but edged with steel. A chill raced down Yuruj's spine.
So this is the presence of the world's greatest swordsman.
Ashveil, however, remained unshaken. His expression was calm, his gaze steady. Comparing himself to his captain once again, Yuruj felt a deep pang of defeat.
I thought becoming a supernova meant I had finally reached the peak, but here in the New World I'm nothing. Captain Ashveil, Admiral Akinu, Rayleigh Mihawk.
Ashveil spoke smoothly, a faint smile on his lips.
Mihawk, forgive the intrusion. I came here specifically to see you. I didn't bring a gift, so I ask for your pardon.
Mihawk's eyes narrowed.
You're the one who killed Sakazuki. If you've come to recruit me into Whitebeard's crew, you'll be disappointed.
His voice was firm, his purpose clear.
Justice, evil, it doesn't matter. My path is swordsmanship. Only by crossing blades with the strongest can I sharpen myself. That's why I seek Whitebeard.
Ashveil chuckled lightly.
Whitebeard's power won't refine your swordsmanship, if you truly want to advance.
The swordsman frowned.
Teach me, you, arrogant boy.
But before he could dismiss the thought, something stirred. Above Ashveil's head, a pure white blade shimmered into existence, forged not of steel but of will itself. Its tip aimed straight at Mihawk. The swordsman's eyes widened, his breath catching.
This!
Excitement flooded Mihawk's face, his usual calm cracking into raw hunger. For years he had stagnated at the pinnacle, unable to move forward. Now, before him, stood proof that a higher realm truly existed. Ashveil's smile deepened.
Mihawk, I'll defeat you in the way of the sword. In return, will you lend your blade to the coming war at Marineford?
Mihawk's lips curved upward, his blood surging with anticipation. Slowly, he drew Yoru, the black blade gleaming under the twilight.
Very well. Show me your way of the sword, Ashveil. I look forward to your guidance.
Chapter 46, 46, Clash of the Greatest Swordsmen, 2 months ago. Chapter 46, Clash of the Greatest Swordsmen. An intent sharper than any blade, a will that surpassed all rumor, manifested before Mihawk's eyes. For the first time in years, his blood stirred with excitement. To cross swords with such a man had been his unspoken wish. And now, standing across from Thorn Ashveil, the desire to fight consumed him.
This!
Mihawk whispered, his golden eyes blazing. His fighting spirit surged, no longer restrained. Against a swordsman who could shape intent into a tangible blade, hesitation was suicide. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, knew that truth better than anyone. Ashveil, sensing Mihawk's resolve, let out a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he released a barrier of Conqueror's Haki, shielding Uruj from the crushing aura that threatened to shatter his body. The monk's throat went dry, he swallowed hard, sweat dripping from his chin.
Thank you, Captain Ashveil.
The protection in place, Ashveil's manifested sword above his head pulsed with life, greedily absorbing more of his Haki. For most swordsmen, the ability to form such an
Intent blade
was the peak of mastery. For Ashveil, it was merely one expression of his will. His Conqueror's Haki could shape anything, his sword was only one of infinite possibilities. The pressure of two giants locked together. Winds howled through the forest, tearing branches free. The sea itself thrashed angrily against the island's edges, waves hammering the cliffs as though the world trembled in anticipation. Birds scattered into the sky. Baboons screeched in terror and vanished into the caves of Kuregana Island. Ashveil's voice was steady.
Mihawk, I'm going to make my move.
Mihawk's lips curved into a thin smile.
Good, I've waited for this day. Show me what true swordsmanship means.
There was no fear in his eyes, only exhilaration. Even if death came from this clash, to fall before such a swordsman would be an honor. The massive blade of light swung downward. The very air cracked, space itself seeming to tear. A blinding slash, wider than the forest and over 1,000 meters across, screamed toward Mihawk with unstoppable force. The sheer wind pressure uprooted trees and flattened the land before the attack even touched.
Hawkeye Mihawk, let's end this in a single strike.
Ashveil declared. To hold back now would only be an insult to Mihawk. The swordsman's grip on Yoru tightened, his golden eyes gleamed with wild brilliance.
Excellent, one strike to decide the outcome. This is the way of true swordsmen.
He raised his obsidian blade high. His voice was low but resolute.
9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. 1,000 such worlds shape a minor 1,000 world. Yet with a single blade I can cut through all of creation. This is my strike.
His black slash roared forth, thunderous and suffocating, a tide of death racing to meet Ashveil's radiant cut. The two forces collided. Boom! The island itself shook as if struck by a meteor. Winds exploded outward in circular waves, ripping apart forests and hurling stones into the sky. The ground fractured, wide canyons opening beneath their feet. The very sea split apart as tsunamis rose high, slamming against the island's cliffs. Uruj fell to his knees, hands trembling violently. His eyes were wide, his breath ragged.
This!
Above, the two slashes tore at one another. Mihawk's black cut strained against Ashveil's white torrent. For a moment, they seemed equal. Then, with a shattering roar, Ashveil's attack devoured Mihawk's. The radiant blade surged forward, unstoppable. Mihawk's pupils contracted. The light filled his vision. The speed was beyond dodging. For the first time in decades, death loomed close. But even as the strike bore down, a strange calm washed over him.
To clash blades like this.
Memories of his endless pursuit of the sword flashed through his mind. His long stagnation, his yearning for progress, and now the path forward revealed itself.
So this.
He closed his eyes, bracing for the end. The slash screamed down and then curved. Boom! The attack roared past him, striking the land behind. The island split with a thunderous crack, the earth itself rending in two. The sea poured into the gash as waves surged like a tsunami. When Mihawk opened his eyes, the world was chaos. The ground quaked, the skies thundered, and the sea howled. Yet he stood unharmed, the young man before him smiling faintly. Ashveil lowered his hand. He had shifted the slash deliberately. Mihawk was not meant to die here.
How was it, Mihawk? I won this strike. Will you honor our agreement?
Ashveil's voice was calm, but his words carried unshakable authority. Mihawk's heart pounded. His pride as the world's greatest swordsman had been shattered and reforged in that instant. He had touched upon a new path, a revelation of the blade.
So young, yet with such overwhelming power.
Slowly, Mihawk sheathed Yaru and bowed with the respect only a swordsman could give.
You have my answer, Thorn Ashveil. I accept my defeat. You've rekindled the joy I once lost. Our agreement stands, I will uphold it.
Chapter 47, 47, Swords Clash, Bonds Form, 2 months ago. Chapter 47, Swords Clash, Bonds Form. Ashveil's lips curved into a faint smile. Against a man like Dracul Mihawk, the only language worth speaking was victory. The battlefield finally quieted, the trembling ground settling as Ashveil withdrew the Conqueror's Haki shield that had been protecting Uruj. Uruj remained frozen, his throat tight as he swallowed hard. His lips quivered as he struggled to form words.
Is this?
All around them, the island bore witness to destruction. Cracks split across the land like jagged scars, the once lush forest stripped bare until only shattered stumps remained. The most terrifying of all was Ashveil's slash one, so overwhelming it had cleaved the island itself apart. Uruj's chest heaved with disbelief, such strength.
Mihawk, enough of the formalities. Do you have wine and food? I'm starving.
For a moment, Mihawk's golden eyes flickered with surprise. Then, to Uruj's shock, the world's greatest swordsman actually smiled.
Fortunately, my castle lies far from here. The protective wards kept it safe. Inside, I have excellent red wine.
Ashveil's eyes gleamed.
Perfect, I'm looking forward to tasting it. And perhaps.
The words made Mihawk's gaze sharpen. The thrill of swordsmanship flickered across his face like fire. Inside Mihawk's Gothic castle, they sat across from each other, red wine in hand. For a moment, silence lingered between them. Then, as the flames crackled in the hearth, Ashveil began to speak. A transmigrator like him had no true knowledge of swordsmanship, but that hardly mattered. He wove tales of sword legends from animes from his past life. Each phrase he delivered with deliberate gravity, as though unveiling secrets hidden from the world. To Ashveil it was nonsense, to Mihawk it was revelation. The hawk-eyed swordsman leaned forward, pupils shimmering with excitement, as though every word Ashveil spoke carved a new path in his mind. Across the room, Uruj strained to listen but found the conversation utterly incomprehensible. It was like hearing a divine scripture written in a language he could not grasp. His spirit faltered, crushed by the gulf between himself and true greatness. Hidden in the shadows, Perona peeked from behind a door. Her jaw nearly dropped. Mihawk, the man who usually carried himself with aloof indifference, was now hanging on every word of a younger man. This arrogant swordsman, humbling himself to listen so intently. Her gaze flicked back to Ashveil, realization dawning, was the devastating tremor that split the island.
Mihawk, do you understand now? The heart of swordsmanship lies here.
He tapped his temple.
No move surpasses every move. No blade surpasses pure intent. To master the sword is to abandon the sword. The highest realm of swordsmanship is no longer technique. It is Tao itself.
Mihawk's eyes burned with radiant light. His long-standing stagnation crumbled beneath Ashveil's words, his path forward illuminated once more. He spoke with rare intensity.
You're right, true swordsmen who impart their secrets without reservation.
Ashveil gave a nonchalant shrug, though inside he was grinning. His bluff had worked perfectly. The wuxia novels of his past life had become gospel in this world.
It's nothing,
He said smoothly.
I only came here to win you over. Sharing a few insights costs me nothing.
Mihawk rose from his chair, serious now. He reached into his coat and produced a document, the Marine's summons. Ashveil's eyes narrowed as he accepted it. The Marines were gathering all their strength for the upcoming war. Unlike Jinb, Mihawk's summons was not marked.
Mandatory.
The world government's tone was cautious, even pleading. Mihawk was too powerful, too independent. They could not command him, they could only ask.
Should I accept this?
Mihawk asked, his voice low. Ashveil twirled the wine glass in his hand, crimson liquid catching the firelight. His smirk returned.
Of course, accept it. Wouldn't it be far more exciting to betray them at the very height of the war?
Chapter 48, 48, The Azure Dragon, 2 months ago. Chapter 48, The Azure Dragon.
All right, I'll head to Marineford at once.
Dracul Mihawk said with a firm nod. He had already decided on the explanation for the destruction of his island. Since his home had always been covered in thick purple mist and was feared as Mihawk's territory, outsiders never dared to approach. If the Marines questioned him, he would simply say the destruction was the result of getting carried away during training. For anyone else, such an excuse would be laughable. but coming from Mihawk, no one would doubt it. After bidding farewell to Ashveil and Perona, Mihawk boarded a small bamboo raft and set out alone toward Marineford. Few in the New World would dare to challenge such a lone raft, not when it carried the world's greatest swordsman. To avoid drawing suspicion toward Mihawk, Ashveil chose not to travel with him. Instead, he boarded his own warship, stretched across the deck, and closed his eyes under the warm sun.
No need to rush.
Ashveil murmured lazily.
Ace's execution hasn't started yet. I'll relax for a bit. Let Mihawk arrive first and attend the Shichibukai meeting.
He tilted his head and called out.
Yoruj, bring me something good to eat.
Ever since Yoruj had become his subordinate, Ashveil's habits had grown more indulgent. Even simple tasks now seemed bothersome. Yoruj, however, obeyed with eagerness, quickly bringing food and drink to his captain. To Yoruj, serving Thorn Ashveil was not a burden but an honor. The deck soon filled with fine food and wine. Ashveil reclined with a glass in hand, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine. Just as the moment settled into peace, the sky suddenly shifted. Dark clouds swirled overhead, thunder rumbled, and jagged streaks of violet lightning split the heavens. Yoruj, who had just finished cleaning the deck, stiffened.
Captain Ashveil, the weather's turned fierce. Please go inside the cabin.
Ashveil opened one eye and smirked. The rain pouring from the heavens never touched him, an invisible barrier forming above his head. Water cascaded harmlessly down its surface onto the deck.
I don't think the cabin will help. This isn't the weather turning against us.
He said softly, his smile widening.
Someone's coming.
Extending his senses, Ashveil detected it instantly, a massive azure dragon racing toward him from the north. There was only one person in the seas who could transform into a dragon like that. Kaido of the beasts, the so-called strongest creature in the world. Ashveil chuckled, leaning back. He had been wondering how to pass the time, how thoughtful of Kaido to deliver himself as entertainment.
Revenge!
Yoruj repeated, confused. The answer soon revealed itself as the colossal form appeared over the horizon. The sky darkened further as the dragon's vast body blotted out the sun. Its bell-like eyes glared down, overflowing with oppressive might. Yoruj's face drained of color. His voice shook as fear coursed through him. His captain's enemies were never ordinary, first admirals, then Mihawk, and now.
I finally caught up, brat.
The dragon's maw curled into a cruel grin.
Because of you, I missed the Sabyati archipelago. You're the one who killed Jack, aren't you?
His massive head lowered, eyes narrowing in disdain as they studied the young man on the warship. No matter how he looked, Ashveil didn't seem like the type who could slay one of his calamities. Ashveil smirked.
That's right, I killed that fool Jack. In fact, I turned his tusks into ornaments. Would you like me to show you?
Kaido's eyes bulged, his enormous face twisting with fury. For Ashveil to speak to him, Kaido the indestructible, in such a manner.
Dragon's breath.
Kaido opened his jaws wide. A torrent of searing fire erupted forth, an attack powerful enough to reduce mountains to ash. The flames roared toward Ashveil's ship, devouring the sea air. Ashveil did not move. He closed his eyes, lips curving upward. The Conqueror's Haki barrier flared into existence, invisible yet immovable. The blazing torrent struck the shield and halted, unable to advance even an inch. Steam rose as the surrounding air evaporated, but the barrier held firm. Yoruj gaped, his body trembling. That blast alone was enough to obliterate anything in its path, yet his captain had stopped it as if it were nothing. Ashveil sighed, opening his eyes.
Kaido, you're too short-tempered. Why don't we take this fight to the island?
He gestured toward nearby Kuregana Island.
I can't stretch properly on the ship.
The warship was far too valuable to risk in the battle. Kuregana Island, already half-ruined, was a better stage. Ashveil smirked inwardly. It would be unfortunate for Mihawk, but he could always repay him later with a few tricks of swordsmanship. Kaido laughed, his thunderous roar shaking the sea.
Anywhere you want, brat. I'm invincible in one-on-one fights.
Ashveil glanced at the clock on deck. 20 minutes remained before he needed to depart, more than enough time to put Kaido through some suffering. When they arrived on the island, Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed.
So you withstood my breath. Impressive. No wonder you defeated Sakazuki, but you must have been exhausted then, right?
Ashveil raised an eyebrow. Kaido continued smug.
It must have been the barrier fruit. I know its weaknesses. One of my collaborators in Wano has a subordinate with the same power.
His grin widened.
Your little trick won't save you now.
Understanding dawned on Ashveil, so that was Kaido's reasoning. He believed the victory over Akinu had been thanks to the barrier fruit. That misplaced confidence explained his arrogance. Ashveil chuckled. Kaido was certainly smarter than Jack, but still hopelessly wrong.
Kaido,
He said calmly.
you'll see soon enough whether I have the barrier fruit or not.
His smile sharpened.
Captured 18 times and you still call yourself invincible. Others might believe it, but not me.
His eyes gleamed.
Whitebeard's beaten you one-on-one more than once. I even know the details. He told me himself.
Chapter 49 Clash with Kaido, 2 months ago. Chapter 49 Clash with Kaido.
Dragon Twister.
With a deafening roar, Kaido's dragon form spun in the sky, whipping up a storm. Countless bolts of lightning struck downward as tornadoes ripped across Kuregana Island. The sheer force of the gale sent the warships near the coast rocking violently. Yoruge scrambled to tie them securely to the shore before they capsized.
Such terrifying strength.
Yoruge muttered with confidence. Ever since he had witnessed Ashveil battle Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, Yoruge had become certain of one thing: no one in this world could stand against Thorn Ashveil. To him, the man was nothing short of a god reborn. The howling wind gave birth to monstrous tornadoes, each swallowing everything in its path, carrying with them blades of air sharp enough to cleave the ground apart. The landscape itself warped under the onslaught, torn open by jagged cracks. Yet amidst the chaos, Ashveil stood calmly, unmoving.
Kaido, you underestimate me too much. This level of attack can't even scratch me.
He said in a steady voice. Kaido's colossal dragon body coiled in the sky, his eyes glinting coldly.
Don't think I don't know the limits of your barrier fruit.
Kaido bellowed.
You can only hold that stance as long as you maintain your ability. Break it, and you're finished.
His maw opened wide, releasing a torrent of dragon's breath straight toward Ashveil.
Ha, your barrier may block physical strikes, but against my elemental flames, you won't last long.
Kaido's plan was clear. The continuous storm of wind blades would force Ashveil to keep his barrier up, unable to move without injury. Then, the relentless fire of his dragon's breath would scorch him alive, heating the barrier until it turned into his coffin. Whether Ashveil held on and roasted inside his own defense, or dropped it and faced Kaido's overwhelming force, either path was death. The searing heat crashed against the invisible barrier, flames swirling like dragons around him. Even the sea itself hissed and steamed, blanketing the island in suffocating vapor. Kuregana Island had become a furnace. Ashveil felt the rising heat pressing in but only smiled faintly. For all his brute strength, Kaido wasn't a fool. His strategy was sharp. The temperature inside the barrier was climbing fast. Another might have been cornered. But not him. He could have matched Kaido in a drawn-out contest, wielding his Conqueror's Haki as a shield to outlast even 10 Kaidos if necessary. But wasting an entire day here was not his intention. There was a far simpler solution. Dropping the defensive barrier, Ashveil let the flames rush at him head-on. Kaido's lips curled into a cruel grin.
So you've given up already. What a disappointment.
The dragon sneered.
This is the price for crossing the beast's pirates. I would have welcomed you into my crew, but you killed Jack.
Ashveil covered his ears lazily.
Does everyone in this world talk so much during battle?
The next moment, the flames around him vanished, gone erased as though they had never existed. Kaido froze, eyes bulging.
What? My dragon's breath disappeared. Impossible.
Snarling, Kaido unleashed another barrage, 3 blazing streams of dragon's breath in rapid succession. The air warped under the heat, rushing toward Ashveil like a fiery tidal wave. Panting from the effort, Kaido smirked.
Let's see you handle this.
But Ashveil's expression didn't change. A faint trace of disdain flickered across his face. The flames dissolved again, swallowed whole by the magma energy coursing through his body. His magma fruit, far superior to the flame fruit, granted him complete dominion over fire itself. Kaido's flames were nothing but fuel. Kaido's jaw tightened.
You!
Ashveil said nothing. Explaining was a waste of breath. Instead, he lifted his hand, his gaze sharp and mocking.
Now Kaido, it's my turn.
Chapter 50 Scars on the Strongest Creature, 2 months ago. Chapter 50 Scars on the Strongest Creature. Surprised, Kaido had no time to think. His massive dragon body curled inward, forming a protective sphere. Gleaming azure dragon scales overlapped one another like natural armor, the ultimate defense granted by his mythical Zoan, the fish fruit model, azure dragon. Kaido was certain his form could withstand anything Ashveil threw at him. The first invisible blade struck. A piercing cry echoed across the sky as pain lanced through the beast's body. Zizizizite. Blood arced through the air, scattering in crimson streaks. Kaido's face twisted with disbelief.
Roar!
His anguished cry shook the heavens, the sound guttural and broken. Impossible, his scales were supposed to be indestructible. The strongest defense in the world. No execution had ever claimed his life. The gallows broke beneath his weight, the guillotine shattered on his neck, spears splintered against his flesh. He was the beast no man or weapon could kill. And yet this pain cut straight to his bones. Before he could recover, a second blade struck, then a third. Each impact tore deeper, dragging guttural groans from the Yonko's throat. By the time the 100th blade had carved across his body, Kaido's massive form was drenched in blood. Only his tightly guarded head remained intact. The azure dragon's scales had been reduced to tatters, wounds gaping wide enough to expose white bone. His roar of agony rolled across the sky, haunting and unending. On the shore, Yuru stood frozen. His eyes bulged wide, bloodshot with shock, his lips trembling.
Too terrifying.
He muttered.
Even a Yonko falls into such a state before him. Whoever dares make an enemy of Captain Ashveil is already doomed.
High above, a squadron of journalists from the World Economic Journal, en route to Marineford, stopped dead in their flight. Their leader, a bespectacled man with a den mushy camera, peered through his binoculars, his hands shaking.
Wait!
He whispered.
This is beyond belief.
The call went through. Morgans, impatient at the interruption, snapped.
Didn't I say only news about the war is worth?
His words cut off in an instant.
What did you say? Kaido covered in blood.
The newsroom fell silent. Staff turned their heads toward their boss, stunned. Kaido of the beasts, a Yonko, the so-called strongest creature alive, unstoppable even at the execution block. How could anyone believe such a being had been struck down like this? Morgan's voice thundered again, filling the room.
Ashveil, it's Ashveil again. First Admiral Sakazuki and now Kaido.
His eyes gleamed with manic excitement. The last report had made him billions of berries in profit. This new scoop was another fortune delivered straight to his claws.
Forget the war for now. Focus every lens on Ashveil's fight with Kaido.
Morgans ordered, feathers ruffling in excitement. Back on the battlefield, Ashveil stood relaxed, an almost lazy smile tugging at his lips.
How is it, Kaido? My attack isn't too much for you, is it?
He asked, mocking laughter in his eyes. Strongest creature, strongest defense, invincible in one-on-one combat. Nonsense. If this was Kaido's limit, then one-on-one, Ashveil could beat him into the ground. Groaning, Kaido's colossal form shuddered. At last, he shed his dragon body, reverting to his human form. His wolf fang club dug into the earth as he collapsed to one knee, chest heaving. Blood coated his body, scars carved deep across his skin scars that would never fade. He sucked in harsh breaths, relief flickering across his face. His incredible recovery was already knitting flesh together, sealing the worst of the wounds, but the price was permanent. His body now bore the marks of this humiliation forever. Ashveil tilted his head slightly, studying him.
Not bad, Kaido, you didn't fall.
He said coolly. Even without using his full strength, his Conqueror's Haki had nearly shattered the Yonko. Yet Kaido endured, steaming wounds slowly knitting together. The words burned Kaido's pride. His eyes narrowed dangerously.
Brat!
But his body betrayed him. He could only pant heavily, leaning on his club for support. Ashveil's lips curled faintly.
Take your time. 5 minutes should be enough, right? I'll wait.